Welcome, dear listener. You've entered Audible Archives, a sanctuary of sound where lost tales awaken. Your guide through these ancient echoes and timeless legends. So lean back, breathe deep, and let the story begin. This is Audible Archives, where every word holds a whisper of magic.
Salt wind hums through the harbor rack, stars drawn thin on the whalebone mat. Queequeg chants in a language deep, dreams carved silent in his ocean sleep. Lanterns swing like hanging moons, the wood groans hymns and haunted tunes. We chase the tide, but time won't bend. Each wave a begin we call the end. Footsteps echo in the captain's tread, one ivory scar where reason bled. He speaks of beasts and God's cruel jest, and brands his vow into his chest. Midnight all on Ahab's brow, he hunts the ghosts we sworn somehow. The whale's not flesh, it's fate we told. Beneath the black where the madmen go, footsteps echo in the captain's tread, one ivory scar where reason bled. He speaks of beasts and God's cruel jest, and brands his vow into his chest.
The sea is no longer a path, it's a trap, tightening with each passing wave. Ahab's wrath is complete, his purpose absolute. The crew, bound by fate, fear, or blind loyalty. White whale draws closer now, not just a creature, but a final judgment rising from the depths. Dreams break, reason fades, and the Pequod sails straight into legend. I'm Raoul, your host through every storm, and this is Audible Archives. Welcome to the final part of Moby-Dick, chapters 106 to 135. There's no turning back.
Chapter 106, Ahab's Leg. The precipitating manner in which Captain Ahab had quitted the Samuel, Enderby of London, had not been unattended with some small violence to his own person. He had lighted with such energy upon a thwart of his boat that his ivory leg had received a half-splintering shock. And when, after gaining his own deck, and his own pivot hole there, he so vehemently wheeled round with an urgent command to the steersman, it was, as ever, something about his not steering inflexibly enough. Then the already shaken ivory received such an additional twist and wrench that though it still remained entire, and to all appearances lusty, yet Ahab did not deem it entirely trustworthy. And indeed, it seemed small matter for wonder that for all his pervading, mad recklessness, Ahab did at times give careful heed to the condition of that dead bone upon which he partly stood, for it had not been very long prior to the Pequod's sailing from Nantucket that he had been found one night lying prone upon the ground and insensible by some unknown and seemingly inexplicable, unimaginable casualty, his ivory limb having been so violently displaced that it had stakewise smitten and all but pierced his groin. Nor was it without extreme difficulty that the agonizing wound was entirely cured, nor at the time had it failed to enter his monomaniac mind at all. The anguish of that then present suffering was but the direct issue of a former woe, and he too plainly seemed to see that as the most poisonous reptile of the marsh perpetuates his kind as inevitably as the sweetest songster of the grove, so, equally with every felicity, all miserable events do naturally beget their like. Yea, more than equally, thought Ahab, since both the ancestry and posterity of grief go further than the ancestry and posterity of joy. For, not to hint of this, that it is an inference from certain canonic teachings that, while some natural enjoyments here shall have no children born to them for the other world, but on the contrary, shall be followed by the joy childlessness of all hell's despair, whereas some guilty mortal miseries shall still fertily beget to themselves an eternally progressive progeny of griefs beyond the grave, not at all to hint of. This there still seems an inequality in the deeper analysis of the thing, for thought Ahab, while even the highest earthly felicities ever have a certain unsignifying pettiness lurking in them, but at bottom all heart woes a mystic significance, and in some men an archangelic grandeur, so do their diligent tracings out not belie the obvious deduction. To trail the genealogies of these high mortal miseries carries us at last among the sourceless primogenitures of the gods, so that in the face of all the glad haymaking suns and soft symboling round harvest moons, we must needs give in to this, that the gods themselves are not forever glad. The ineffaceable, sad birthmark in the brow of man is but the stamp of sorrow in the signers. Unwittingly, here a secret has been divulged, which perhaps might more properly and set way have been disclosed before, with many other particulars concerning Ahab. Always had it remained a mystery to some why it was that for a certain period, both before and after the sailing of the Pequod, he had hidden himself away with such Grand Lama-like exclusiveness, and for that one interval sought speechless refuge, as it were, among the marble senate of the dead. Captain Peleg's brooded reason for this thing appeared by no means adequate, though, indeed, as touching all Ahab's deeper part every revelation partook more of significant darkness than of explanatory light. But in the end, it all came out. This one matter did, at least. That direful mishap was at the bottom of his temporary recluseness. And not only this, but to that ever-contracting, dropping circle ashore, who, for any reason, possessed the privilege of a less banned approach. To him, to that timid circle the above hinted casualty remaining as it did, moodily unaccounted for by Ahab, invested itself with terrors not entirely underived from the land of spirits and of whales, so that, through their zeal for him, they had all conspired, so far as in them lay, to muffle up the knowledge of this thing from others, and hence it was that not till a considerable interval had elapsed did it transpire upon the Pequod's decks. But be all this as it may, let the unseen, ambiguous synod in the air, or the vindictive princes and potentates of fire, have to do or not with earthly Ahab, yet, in this present matter of his leg, he took plain practical procedures. He called the Carpenter, and when that functionary appeared before him, he bade him without delay set about making a new leg, and directed the mates to see him, supplied with all the studs and joists of jaw-ivory sperm whale which had thus far been accumulated on the voyage, in order that a careful selection of the stoutest, clearest brain stuff might be secured. This done, the Carpenter received orders to have the leg completed that night, and to provide all the fittings for it, independent of those pertaining to the distrusted one in use. Moreover, the ship's forge was ordered to be hoisted out of its temporary idleness in the hold, and to accelerate the affair, the blacksmith was commanded to proceed at once to the forging of whatever iron contrivances might be needed.
He limps, a silhouette carved against the dusk of the deck, his gait unsteady, his step uneven, but it is not the ivory leg that truly betrays him. It is the crack within. Is not just about bone and replacement. It is about obsession made flesh, and madness driven deeper into the marrow. The ship moves, and Ahab moves with it, not like a man, but like something haunted. Weeks earlier, unseen by the crew, he slipped upon the deck, and his ivory leg splintered. The carpenter repairs it, smooths the shaft, refits the bolt, but the damage isn't just structural, it's existential. Ahab begins to fear himself. He mutters, God, 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 cries upon that in which he disbelieves. He, who stood unbending before gods and men, now shudders at a stumble. Why? Because the leg, the symbol of his will, his vengeance, his monument to pain, has failed him. This is a moment of quiet horror, not in the breaking of the leg, but in the crack it opens within Ahab's psyche. Suddenly, he is vulnerable, not to the wail, but to doubt. He thinks, what if he falls again? What if the chase ends not in glory, but in humiliation? What if he is just a man after all? His pride is shaken, and a man like Ahab, built of fury and fire, cannot survive cracks in his armor. This chapter quietly explodes the myth of Ahab's invincibility. We see the cost of vengeance, not in blood, but in creaking joints and splintered resolve. His body betrays him, and so his rage deepens. But it's not the pain that terrifies him, it's the thought that maybe he's not strong enough to fulfill the terrible purpose he has carved into his fate. He even lashes out at Starbuck, his loyal first mate, because the thought of being pitted cuts deeper than any harpoon. Damn him! Strike him! Would he had stabbed me! The ivory leg equals Ahab's totem of vengeance. Its splintering equals the slow disintegration of his control. The repair equals a false mending, a patch on something already breaking inside. The leg is not just a limb. It is his god, his altar, his tether to hate. And now it wobbles. This is the moment the story shifts. The hunt becomes personal, not just against Moby-Dick, but against weakness, against age, against limits Ahab refuses to acknowledge. The leg is mended, but the man is not. And as he paces the deck, his footsteps echo like a war drum, struck by a trembling hand. In every step is pain, in every stride defiance, but deep in his marrow, something whispers, "You are not whole, you are not God, you are breaking." And still, he walks on, toward the white whale, toward the end, toward the wound that will not be repaired.
Chapter 107. The Carpenter. Seat thyself sultanically among the moons of Saturn, and take high, abstracted man alone, and he seems a wonder, a grandeur, and a woe. But, from the same point, take mankind in mass, and for the most part they seem a mob of unnecessary duplicates, both contemporary and hereditary. But most humble though he was, and far from furnishing an example of the high, humane abstraction, the Pequod's carpenter was no duplicate. Hence, he now comes in person on this stage. Like all seagoing ship carpenters, and more especially those belonging to whaling vessels, he was, to a certain offhanded, practical extent, alike experienced in numerous trades and callings collateral to his own, the carpenter's pursuit being the ancient and outbranching trunk of all those numerous handicrafts which more or less have to do with wood as an auxiliary material. But besides the application to him of the generic remark above, this carpenter of the Pequod was singularly efficient in those thousand nameless mechanical emergencies continually recurring in a large ship upon a 3 or 4 years voyage in uncivilized and far distant seas, for not to speak of his readiness in ordinary duties, repairing stove boats, sprung spars, reforming the shape of clumsy bladed oars, inserting bull's eyes in the deck or new tree nails in the side planks, and other miscellaneous matters more. directly pertaining to his special business. He was, moreover, unhesitatingly expert in all manner of conflicting aptitudes, both useful and capricious. The one grand stage where he enacted all his various parts so manifold was his vice bench, a long, rude, ponderous table furnished with several vices of different sizes, and both of iron and of wood, at all times, except when whales were alongside. This bench was securely lashed athwartships against the rear of the tryworks. A belaying pin is found too large to be easily inserted into its hole. The carpenter claps it into one of his ever-ready vices, and straightway files it smaller. A lost land bird of strange plumage strays on board and is made a captive out of clean-shaved rods of right whale bone and crossbeams of sperm whale ivory. Carpenter makes a pagoda-looking cage for it. An oarsman sprains his wrist. Carpenter concocts a soothing lotion, stubbed long for vermilion stars, to be painted upon the blade of his every oar, screwing each oar in his big vise of wood. The carpenter symmetrically supplies the constellation. A sailor takes a fancy to wear shark bone earrings. The carpenter drills his ears. Another has the toothache. The carpenter out pincers, and clapping one hand upon his bench bids him be seated there. But the poor fellow unmanageably winces under the unconcluded operation. Whirling round the handle of his wooden vice, the carpenter signs him to clap his jaw in that, if he would have him draw the tooth. Thus, this carpenter was prepared at all points, and alike indifferent, and without respect in all. Teeth he accounted bits of ivory, heads he deemed but top blocks, men themselves he lightly held for capstans. But, while now upon so wide a field thus variously accomplished, and with such liveliness of expertness in him, too, all this would seem to argue some uncommon vivacity of intelligence, but not precisely so. For nothing was this man more remarkable than for a certain impersonal stolidity, as it were impersonal, I say, for it so shaded off into the surrounding infinite of things that it seemed one with the general stolidity discernible in the whole visible world, which, while pauselessly active in uncounted modes, still eternally holds its peace and ignores you. Though you dig foundations for cathedrals, yet was this half-horrible stolidity in him, involving, too, as it appeared, an all-ramifying heartlessness. Yet was it oddly dashed at times with an old crutch-like antediluvian, wheezing humorousness, not unstreaked, now and then with a certain grizzled wittiness, such as might have served to pass the time during the midnight watch on the bearded forecastle of Noah's Ark. Was it that this old carpenter had been a lifelong wanderer, whose much rolling to and fro not only had gathered no moss, but what is more, had rubbed off whatever small outward clingings might have originally pertained to him? He was a strict abstract, an unfractioned integral, uncompromised as a newborn babe, living without premeditated reference to this world or the next. You might almost say that this strange uncompromisedness in him involved a sort of unintelligence, for in his numerous trades he did not seem to work so much by reason or by instinct, or simply because he had been tutored to it, or by any intermixture of all these, even or uneven, but merely by a kind of deaf and dumb, spontaneous literal process. He was a pure manipulator. His brain, if he had ever had one, must have early used along into the muscles of his fingers. He was like one of those unreasoning, but still highly useful, multimen, parvo Sheffield contrivances, assuming the exterior though a little swelled of a common pocket knife, but containing not only blades of various sizes, but also screwdrivers, corkscrews, tweezers, awls, Pens, rulers, nail filers, countersinkers. So, if his superiors wanted to use the carpenter for a screwdriver, all they had to do was to open that part of him, and the screw was fast. Or if for tweezers, take him up by the legs, and there they were. Yet, as previously hinted, this omnitold, open and shut carpenter was, after all, no mere machine of an automaton if he did not have a common soul in him. He had a subtle something that somehow anomalously did its duty. What that was, whether essence of quicksilver or a few drops of hartshorn, there is no telling. But there it was, and there it had abided for now some 60 years or more. And this it was, this same unaccountable, cunning life principle in him. This it was that kept him a great part of the time soliloquizing, but only like an unreasoning wheel, which also hummingly soliloquizes, or rather his body was a censor box, and this soliloquizer on guard there, and talking all the time to keep himself awake.
Below deck, in the ship's bowels where the sea's voice is muffled, a hammer taps, a rasp sings, wood shavings curl like smoke in dim lantern light. This is not a surgeon's theater. It is not a priest's altar. It is a place of transformation, a place where broken men are rebuilt. In pine and ivory, this is the carpenter's domain. He is not named. He is not grand. He is simply the carpenter. But do not mistake his simplicity for insignificance. He is the ship's secret god, the one who fashions limbs for the wounded, cups for the thirsty, crutches for the broken. He might have been Noah's shipwright or even Vulcan's own foreman. Melville paints him as something mythic, a mix of artisan, poet, and mechanic, hammering away at the edge of manhood and monstrosity. He sings to himself, murmurs nonsense, and carries on his work with cheerful detachment. But what he builds is soul replacement. At first glance, he is comic. His mutterings, his wooden gadgets, his little workshop of pegs and pulleys. But listen closely. There's something unsettling about his cheer. He makes limbs like furniture, fashioning identity from timber, treating flesh like it's just another material to be joined and sanded. This is a man who sees no difference between a leg and a table leg, between bone and beam. He restores function, but ignores feeling. Ahab demands a new ivory leg. The carpenter sets to work, efficient, obedient, exact. But he does not ask, does it ache? Does it make you whole? What does this limb mean to you? He builds the external, but the internal wound remains untouched. I do declare that Captain Ahab is a kind of universal joint. This mechanical metaphor is no accident. Melville invites us to question, when a man is rebuilt, what part of him is still truly human? The carpenter equals a divine tinkerer, echoing Prometheus or Daedalus. His tools equals extensions of the will to repair the irreparable. Ahab equals becoming less man, more myth, a creature sustained by parts, not flesh. This chapter is both whimsical and terrifying. It asks, how many pieces can you replace before you are no longer you? Tap, rest. Sawdust falls like snow. In the belly of the ship, a man makes a leg, but what he's really shaping is a vessel for obsession. Ahab does not want to walk. He wants to strike. He wants to feel whole enough to face his demon. And the carpenter, smiling, humming, never asking why, just keeps working. The hammer sounds again. The leg is finished. And somewhere above, Ahab takes a step closer, to the edge.
Chapter 108, Ahab and the Carpenter. The deck first night watch. Underscore Carpenter standing before his vice bench, and by the light of two lanterns busily filing the ivory joist for the leg, which joist is firmly fixed in the vice. slabs of ivory, leather straps, pads, screws, and various tools of all sorts lying about the bench. Forward, the red flame of the forge is seen, where the blacksmith is at work. Underscore. Drat the file, and drat the bone. That is hard which should be soft, and that is soft which should be hard. So we go who file old jaws and shin bones. Let's try another. Aye now, this works better. Underscore sneezes underscore. Hello, this bone dust is underscore sneezes underscore. Why it's underscore sneezes underscore it's underscore sneezes underscore. Bless my soul, it won't let me speak. This is what an old fellow gets now for working in dead lumber. Saw a live tree and you don't get this dust. Amputate a live bone and you don't get it. Underscore sneezes underscore come. You old smut there, bear a hand and let's have that ferrule and buckle screw. I'll be ready for them presently. Lucky now underscore sneezes underscore. There's no knee joint to make. That might puzzle a little, but a mere shin bone. Why it's easy as making hop poles, only I should like to put a good finish on. Time, if I but only had the time, I could turn him out as neat a leg now as ever. Underscore sneezes underscore. Scrape to a lady in a parlor. Those buckskin legs and calves of legs I've seen in shop windows wouldn't compare at all. They soak water, they do, and of course get rheumatic and have to be doctored. Underscore sneezes underscore with washes and lotions, just like live legs. There before, I saw it off now. I must call this old mobile ship and see whether the length will be all right. Too short, if anything, I guess. That's the heel. We are in luck. Here he comes, or it's somebody else that's certain. Ahab underscore advancing underscore. During the ensuing scene, the carpenter continues, sneezing at times underscore. Well, man-maker, just in time, sir. If the captain pleases, I will now mark the length. Let me measure, sir. Measured for a leg. Good. Well, it's not the first time. About it. There. Keep that finger on it. This is a cogent vice thou hast here. Carpenter, let me feel its grip once. So it does pinch some. Oh, sir, it will break bones. Beware. No fear. I like a good grip. I like to feel something in this slippery world that can hold, man. What's Prometheus about there? Blacksmith, what's he about? He must be forging the buckle screw, sir, now. Right, it's a partnership. He supplies the muscle part. He makes a fierce red flame there. Aye, sir. He must have the white heat for this kind of fine work. Amen. So he must. I do deem it now a most meaning thing that old Greek Prometheus, who made men, they say, should have been a blacksmith, and animated them with fire, for what's made in fire must properly belong to fire, and so hell's probable. How the soot flies! This must be the remainder the Greek made the Africans of. Carpenter, when he's through with that buckle, tell him to forge a pair of steel shoulder blades. There's a peddler aboard with the crushing pack. Sir, hold, while Prometheus is about it. I'll order a complete man after a desirable pattern. Imprimus, 50 feet high in his socks, then chest, modeled after the Thames Tunnel. Then, legs with roots to stay in one place. Then, arms 3 feet through the wrist, no heart at all, brass forehead, and about 1/4 of an acre of fine brains. And let me see, shall I order eyes to see outwards? No, but put a skylight on top of his head to illuminate inwards. There, take the order and away. Now, what's he speaking about? And who's he speaking to? I should like to know. Shall I keep standing here? Aside underscore. 'Tis but indifferent architecture to make a blind dome. Here's one. No. I must have a lantern. Ho. That's it. Hey, here are two. Sir, one will serve my turn. What art thou thrusting that thief-catcher into my face for, man? Thrusted light is worse than presented pistols. I thought, sir, that you spoke to Carpenter. Carpenter? Why, that's but no. A very tidy, and I may say an extremely gentlemanlike sort of business thou art in here, Carpenter. Or wouldst thou rather work in clay? Sir, clay? Clay, sir? That's mud. We leave clay to ditchers, sir. The fellow's impious. What art thou sneezing about? Bone is rather dusty, sir. Take the hint then, and when thou art dead, never bury thyself under living people's noses. Sir, I guess so. Yes, oh dear. Look ye, Carpenter, I dare say thou cayest thyself for right good. Workman like workman. Well then, will it speak thoroughly well for thy work, if, when I come to mount this leg thou makest, I shall nevertheless feel another leg in the same identical place with it. That is, Carpenter, my old lost leg. The flesh and blood one, I mean. Canst thou not drive that old Adam away? Truly, sir, I begin to understand somewhat now. Yes, I have heard something curious on that score, sir. How that a dismasted man never entirely loses the feeling of his old spar, but it will be still pricking him at times. May I humbly ask if it be really so, sir? It is, man. Look, put thy live leg here in the place where mine once was. So now, here's only one distinct leg to the eye, yet two to the soul, where thou feelest tingling life. There, exactly there too. A hair, do I? Is't a riddle? I should humbly call it a poser, sir. Hist then, how dost thou know that some entire, living, thinking thing may not be invisibly and uninterpenetratingly standing precisely where thou now standest? Aye, and standing there in thy spite? In thy most solitary hours, then, dost thou not fear eavesdroppers? Hold, don't. Speak, and if I still feel the smart of my crushed leg, though it be now so long dissolved, then why mayst not thou, Carpenter, feel the fiery pains of hell forever, and without a body? Ha, good Lord. Truly, sir, if it comes to that, I must calculate over. Again, I think I didn't carry a small figure, sir. Look ye, pudding heads should never grant premises. How long before the leg is done? Perhaps an hour, sir. Bungle away at it then, and bring it to me underscore turns to go underscore. Oh, life, here I am, proud as Greek god, and yet standing debtor to this blockhead for a bone to stand on. Cursed be that mortal, inter indebtedness, which will not do away with ledgers. I would be free as air, and I'm down in the whole world's books. I am so rich I could have given bid for bid with the wealthiest praetorians at the auction of the Roman Empire, which was the world's, and yet I owe for the flesh, and the tongue I brag with. By heavens, I'll get a crucible, and into it, and dissolve myself down to one small, compendious vertebra. So, Carpenter underscore resuming his work underscore. Well. Stubb knows him best of all, and Stubb always says, he's queer, says nothing but that one sufficient little word queer. He's queer, says Stubb. He's queer, and keeps dinning it into Mr. Starbuck all the time. Queer, sir, queer, very queer. And here's his leg. Yes, now that I think of it, here's his bedfellow. Has a stick of whale's jawbone for a wife. And this is his leg. He'll stand on this. What was that now about one leg standing in three places, and all three places standing in one hell? How was that? Oh, I don't wonder he looked so scornful at me. I'm a sort of strange thoughted sometimes, they say, but that's only haphazard like. Then a short, little old body like me should never undertake to wade out into deep waters with tall, heron-built captains, the water chucks you under the chin pretty quick, and there's a great cry for Lifeboats. And here's the heron's leg. Long and slim, sure enough. Now, for most folks, one pair of legs lasts a lifetime, and that must be because they use them mercifully, as a tender-hearted old lady uses her roly-poly old coach horses. But Ahab, oh, he's a hard driver. Look, driven one leg to death, and spavin the other for life, and now wears outbone legs by the cord. Hello there, you smut. Bear a hand there, with those screws, and let's finish it before the resurrection fellow comes a-calling with his horn for all legs, true or false, as brewery men go round collecting old beer barrels to fill him up again. What leg this is? It looks like a real live leg, filed down to nothing but the core. He'll be standing on this tomorrow, he'll be taking altitudes on it. Hello, I almost forgot the little oval slate, smooth ivory, where it figures up the latitude. So chisel file, and sandpaper now.
In the ship's underbelly, where sawdust floats like mist, and the carpenter's tools glint dull in lantern glow, Ahab descends. But this is not a visit. It is a summons. Ahab stands over the carpenter, a man of fire and purpose, looming above a man of wood and tools. And what unfolds here is not merely a conversation, but a collision of worlds. Madness meets machinery. Flesh confronts function. The human soul argues with its own replacement. Ahab watches the carpenter work, the shaping of ivory, the smooth curves of a new leg, crafted from the remnants of the old. But Ahab cannot let the moment pass in silence. He cannot let the leg be merely a thing. To him, this object is destiny. Hark ye yet again the little lower layer. All visible objects, man, are but pasteboard masks. And so begins his monologue. Part rant, part revelation. He taunts the carpenter, not with cruelty, but with existential fire. Thou art but the upholsterer of the fleshly tabernacle. In Ahab's eyes, the carpenter is not a man, but a tool of tools, a thing that builds things, a pair of hands that can never understand the mind, let alone the madness it serves. The air hums with contrast. The carpenter, calm, focused, literal. Ahab, volatile, burning, metaphysical. Where the carpenter speaks in cheerful craft, Ahab replies with cosmic defiance. He does not want a leg. He wants a weapon, a staff of wrath, a sign of rebirth through rage. This leg is but a tool, and I, the hand that wields it. In this space, Ahab is like a fallen angel demanding new wings, commanding his creator to forge him not a limb, but a new identity. This chapter transforms the act of carpentry into something mythic. It evokes Frankenstein and his creature, Prometheus demanding fire, a reverse Genesis, where man commands God to shape him anew. In the image of rage, the carpenter becomes a god who doesn't know he's God, and Ahab, a man who has become more than man, and less. The carpenter equals mechanic of fate, oblivious divine. Ahab equals conscious suffering, insisting on meaning in every nail. The leg equals a scepter of vengeance, a symbol of power rebuilt from ruin. This interaction is lopsided but loaded. The carpenter hums and chisels, blissfully unaware he is part of a ritual of transformation. And Ahab, high priest of his own doom, anoints the new leg, not with oil, but with purpose. The leg is shaped, the ivory smoothed, the work is done. But in that leg, in that polished bone, Ahab sees more than balance. He sees command. He sees a future punctuated by the crush of pursuit. He sees a footfall that echoes not with pain, but with power. The carpenter chuckles, returns to his tools. Another job complete. But Ahab leaves that chamber, not merely restored, but reforged. One step closer, one leg stronger. One godless sermon deeper into the abyss.
Chapter 109. Ahab and Starbuck in the cabin. According to usage, they were pumping the ship next morning, and no, inconsiderable oil came up with the water. The casks below must have sprung a bad leak. Much concern was shown, and Starbuck went down into the cabin to report this unfavorable affair. Asterisk and sperm whalemen with any considerable quantity of oil on board is a regular semi-weekly duty to conduct a hose into the hold and drench the casks with seawater, which afterwards, at varying intervals, is removed by the ship's pumps. Hereby the casks are sought to be kept damply tight, while by the changed character of the withdrawn water, the mariners readily detect any serious leakage in the precious cargo. Now from the south and west the Pequod was drawing nigh to Formosa and the Bahi Isles, between which lies one of the tropical outlets from the China waters into the Pacific. And so Starbuck found Ahab with a general chart of the Oriental archipelagos spread before him, and another separate one representing the long eastern coasts of the Japanese islands Niffen, Matsumae, and Shikoku, with his snow-white new ivory leg braced against the screwed leg of his table, and with the long pruning hook of a jackknife in his hand. The wondrous old man, with his back to the gangway door, was wrinkling his brow and tracing his old courses again. "Who's there?" Hearing the footstep at the door, but not turning round to it. On deck. Begone. Captain Ahab mistakes. It is I. The oil in the hold is leaking, sir. We must up burdens and break out. Up burdens and break out. Now that we are nearing Japan, heave to here, for wheat to tinker a parcel of old hoops. Either do that, sir, or waste in one day more oil than we may make good in a year. What we come 20,000 miles to get is worth saving, sir. So it is, if we get it. I was speaking of the oil in the hold, sir. And I was not speaking or thinking of that at all. Begone. Let it leak. I'm all a leak myself. Aye, leaks and leaks. Not only full of leaky casks, but those leaky casks are on a leaky ship. And that's a far worse plight than the Pequod's, man. Yet I don't stop to plug my leak. For who can find it in the deep-loaded hull? Or how hope to plug it, even if found in this life's howling gale? Starbuck, I'll not have the burdens hoisted. What will the owners say, sir? Let the owners stand on Nantucket Beach and out-yell the typhoons. What cares Ahab? Owners? Thou art always prating to me, Starbuck, about those miserly owners, as if the owners were my conscience. But look ye, the only real owner of anything is its commander. And hark ye, my conscience is in the ship's keel, on deck. Captain Ahab, said the reddening mate, moving further into the cabin, with a daring so strangely respectful and cautious that it almost seemed not only every way seeking to avoid the slightest outward manifestation of itself, but within also seemed more than half distrustful of itself, a better man than I might well pass over in thee what he would quickly enough resent in a younger man, aye, and in a happier Captain Ahab. Devils, dost thou then so much as dare to critically think of me on deck? Nay, sir, not yet, I do entreat, and I do dare, sir, to be forbearing. Shall we not understand each other better than hitherto, Captain Ahab? Ahab seized a loaded musket from the rack, forming part of most South Sea men's cabin furniture, and pointing it towards Starbuck, exclaimed, "There's one God that is Lord over the earth, and one Captain that is Lord over the Pequod, on deck." For an instant, in the flashing eyes of the mate and his fiery cheeks, you would have almost thought that he had really received the blaze of the level 2. But, mastering his emotion, He half calmly rose and, as he quitted the cabin, paused for an instant and said, "Thou hast outraged, not insulted me, sir, but for that I ask thee not to beware of Starbuck. Thou wouldst but laugh. But let Ahab beware of Ahab. Beware of thyself, old man. He waxes brave, but nevertheless obeys. Most careful bravery that," murmured Ahab as Starbuck disappeared. "What's that he said, Ahab? Beware of Ahab, there's something there." Then, unconsciously using the musket for a staff, with an iron brow he paced to and fro in the little cabin. But presently the thick plates of his forehead relaxed, and, returning the gun to the rack, he went to the deck. "Thou art but too good a fellow, Starbuck," he said lowly to the mate. Then raising his voice to the crew, "Furl the t-gallant sails, and close-reef the topsails, fore and aft, back the mainyard, up Burton, and break out in the main hold." It were perhaps vain to surmise exactly why it was that, as respecting Starbuck, Ahab thus acted. It may have been a flash of honesty in him, or a mere prudential policy which, under the circumstance, imperiously forbade the slightest symptom of open disaffection, however transient, in the important chief officer of his ship. However it was, his orders were executed, and the Burtons were hoisted.
The deck is silent. The wind hushes. And below, beneath the canvas sky and creaking mast, two men sit, not as captain and officer, but as man and mirror. Ahab and Starbuck. Fire and faith. Obsession and obedience. In this quiet cabin, lit by a single swaying lantern, we see not war, but the possibility of peace. And then, we watch it slip away. The Pequod rolls gently over swells. Outside, the ocean broods. But here, inside Ahab's private chamber, a deeper storm brews. Ahab is cold. His new ivory leg has not yet grown familiar. And so he calls for Starbuck. The first mate, cautious and devout, enters the lion's den. What follows is not an order, not a reprimand, but something rarer, a glimpse of Ahab's human ache. "Starbuck, look ye, man, I own thy fair fidelity. The madman is weary." Ahab does not rant. He confesses. He speaks of his pain, of the cold iron in his soul, of nights when the whale's image haunts even his sleep. "That inscrutable thing is chiefly what I hate, and be the white whale agent or be the white whale principal, I will wreak that hate upon him." But Starbuck, gentle, God-fearing Starbuck, dares to offer him another path. He speaks of wife, child, of home and the life that waits if Ahab would only let go. It is the closest thing we ever see to a turning point. And for one heartbeat, Ahab listens. This chapter is a knife's edge. Ahab could yield. He could surrender his rage. He could step down from this precipice. But no. What is it, what nameless, inscrutable, unearthly thing is it that commands me? The voice of the whale, or what Ahab imagines to be the whale, calls to him louder than Starbuck's truth. He cannot turn back, because he no longer walks for himself. He walks for vengeance, for the idea that has devoured his soul. Ahab's chamber equals a chapel of crisis. Starbuck equals the angel with folded hands, begging the devil to repent. The lantern equals the flickering light of reason, nearly extinguished. Ahab speaks to Starbuck like a man praying backwards, not for salvation, but for strength to carry out his doom. And Starbuck stands heartbroken, helpless, a man who can command the wind, but not the fire in Ahab's blood. The cabin door closes, the lantern dims, and the moment, the only moment, when the course could have changed, passes. Starbuck returns to the deck, faith heavy in his chest, and Ahab, alone with his leg, his charts, his ghosts, tightens the grip on his harpoon soul. The sea waits. The whale waits. And so Ahab waits too. Not for redemption, but for the terrible reunion he has sworn to summon, with every breath left in his bones.
Chapter 110. Queequeg in his coffin. Upon searching, it was found that the casks last struck into the hold were perfectly sound, and that the leak must be further off. So it, being calm weather, it broke out deeper and deeper, disturbing the slumbers of the huge ground tier butts, and from that black midnight, sending those gigantic moles into the daylight above. So deep did they go, and so ancient and corroded and weedy the aspect of the lowermost puncheons, that you almost looked next for some moldy cornerstone, cask containing coins of Captain Noah with copies of the posted placards, vainly warning the infatuated old world from the flood. Tierce after tierce, too, of water and bread and beef and shooks of staves and iron bundles of hoops were hoisted out, till at last the piled decks were hard to get about, and the hollow hull echoed under foot, as if you were treading over empty catacombs, and reeled and rolled in the sea like an air-freighted demijohn. Top-heavy was the ship as a dinnerless student, with all Aristotle in his head. Well was it that the typhoons did not visit them then. Now, at this time it was that my poor pagan companion, and fast bosom friend, Queequeg, was seized with a fever which brought him nigh to his endless end. Be it said that in this vocation of whaling, sinecures are unknown. Dignity and danger go hand in hand, till you get to be captain. The higher you rise, the harder you toil. So with poor Queequeg, who as harpooner must not only face all the rage of the living whale, but as we have elsewhere seen mount his dead back in a rolling sea, and finally descend into the gloom of the hold, and bitterly sweating all day in that subterraneous confinement, resolutely manhandle the clumsiest casks and see to their stowage. To be short, among whalemen, the harpooneers are the holders, so-called. Poor Queequeg, when the ship was about half disemboweled, you should have stooped over the hatchway and peered down upon him there, where, stripped to his woolen drawers, the tattooed savage was crawling about amid that dampness and slime, like a green-spotted lizard at the bottom of a well, and a well, or an ice house. It somehow proved to him, poor pagan, where, strange to say, for all the heat of his sweatings, he caught a terrible chill which lapsed into a fever, and at last, after some days' suffering, laid him in his hammock, close to the very sill of the door of death. How he wasted and wasted away in those few long lingering days, till there seemed but little left of him but his frame and tattooing. But as all else in him thinned and his cheekbones grew sharper, his eyes, nevertheless, seemed growing fuller and fuller. They became of a strange softness of luster, and mildly but deeply looked out at you there from his sickness, a wondrous testimony to that immortal health in him which could not die or be weakened, and, like circles on the water, which, as they grow fainter, expand, so his eyes seemed rounding and rounding like the rings of eternity. An awe that cannot be named would steal over you as you sat by the side of this waning savage, and saw as strange things in his face as any beheld who were bystanders when Zoroaster died. For whatever is truly wondrous and fearful in man never yet was put into words or books, and the drawing near of death, which alike levels all, alike impresses all, with a last revelation which only an author from the dead could adequately tell, so that, let us say it again, no dying Chaldee or Greek had higher and holier thoughts than those whose mysterious shades you saw creeping over the face of poor Queequeg as he quietly lay in his swaying hammock, and the rolling sea seemed gently rocking him to his final rest, and the ocean's invisible flood tide lifted him higher and higher towards his destined heaven. Not a man of the crew but gave him up, and as for Queequeg himself, what he thought of his case was forcibly shown by a curious favor he asked. He called one to him in the gray morning watch when the day was just breaking, and taking his hand, said that while in Nantucket he had chanced to see certain little canoes of dark wood, like the rich war wood of his native isle, and upon inquiry he had learned that all whalemen who died in Nantucket were laid in those same dark canoes, and that the fancy of being so laid had much pleased him, for it was not unlike the custom of his own race, who, after embalming a dead warrior, stretched him out in his canoe, and so left him to be floated away to the starry archipelagos. For not only do they believe that the stars are isles, but that far beyond all visible horizons their own mild uncontinented seas interflow with the blue heavens, and so form the white breakers of the Milky Way. He added that he shuddered at the thought of being buried in his hammock, according to the usual sea custom, tossed like something vile to the death-devouring sharks. No, he desired a canoe like those of Nantucket, all the more congenial to him, being a whaleman, that like a whaleboat these Coffin canoes were without a keel, though that involved but uncertain steering, and much leeway adown the dim ages. Now, when this strange circumstance was made known aft, the carpenter was at once commanded to do Queequeg's bidding, whatever it might include. There was some heathenish, coffin-colored old lumber aboard, which, upon a long previous voyage, had been cut from the aboriginal groves of the Lackaday Islands, and from these dark planks the coffin was recommended to be made. No sooner was the carpenter apprised of the order than, taking his rule, he forthwith, with all the indifferent promptitude of his character, proceeded into the forecastle and took Queequeg's measure with great accuracy, regularly chalking Queequeg's person as he shifted the rule. "Ah, poor fellow, he'll have to die now," ejaculated the Long Island sailor, going to his vice bench, the carpenter, for convenience sake and general reference, now transferringly measured on it the exact length the coffin was to be, and then made the transfer permanent by cutting 2 notches at its extremities. This done, he marshaled the planks and his tools, and to work. When the last nail was driven, and the lid duly planed and fitted, he lightly shouldered the coffin and went forward with it, inquiring whether they were ready for it yet in that direction, overhearing the indignant but half-humorous cries with which the people on deck began to drive the coffin away. Queequeg, to everyone's consternation, commanded that the thing should be instantly brought to him, nor was there any denying him, seeing that, of all mortals, some dying men are the most tyrannical, and certainly, since they will shortly trouble us so little forevermore, the poor fellows ought to be indulged. Leaning over in his hammock, Queequeg long regarded the coffin with an attentive eye. He then called for his harpoon, had the wooden stock drawn from it, and then had the iron part placed in the coffin along with one of the paddles of his boat, all by his own request also. Biscuits were then ranged round the sides within a flask of fresh water was placed at the head, and a small bag of woody earth scraped up in the hold at the foot, and a piece of sailcloth being rolled up for a pillow. Queequeg now entreated to be lifted into his final bed, that he might make trial of its comforts, if any it had. He lay without, moving a few minutes, then told one to go to his bag and bring out his little god Yojo, then crossing his arms on his breast with Yojo between, He called for the coffin lid, Hatchie called it to be placed. Over him, the head part turned over with a leather hinge, and there lay Queequeg in his coffin with little but his composed countenance in view. Ramai, it will do. It is easy, he murmured at last, and signed to be replaced in his hammock. But ere this was done, Pip, who had been slyly hovering near by all this while, drew nigh to him where he lay, and with soft sobbings took him by the hand, and the other, holding his tambourine. Poor rover, will ye never have done with all this weary roving? Where go ye now? But if the currents carry ye to those sweet Antilles where the beaches are only beat with water lilies, will ye do one little errand for me? Seek out one Pip, who's now been missing long, I think. He's in those far Antilles. If you find him, then comfort him, for he must be very sad, for look, he's left his tambourine behind. I found it. Rig-a-dig-dig-dig. Now Queequeg, die, and I'll beat your dying march. I have heard, murmured Starbuck, gazing down the scuttle, that in violent fevers men, all ignorance, have talked in ancient tongues, and that when the mystery is probed, it turns out always that in their wholly forgotten childhood those ancient tongues had been really spoken in their hearing by some lofty scholars. So to my fond faith, poor Pip, in this strange sweetness of his lunacy, brings heavenly vouchers of all our heavenly homes. Well, learned he that, but there, hark, he speaks again, but more wildly now. Form 2 and 2. Let's make a general of him. Ho, where's his harpoon? Lay it across here. Rig-a-dig, dig. Huzzah. Oh, for a game. Cock now to sit upon his head and crow. Queequeg dies game. Mind ye, that Queequeg dies game. Take ye good heed of that. Queequeg dies game. I say game. But base little Pip, he died a coward. Died all a shiver. Out upon Pip. Hark ye, if you find Pip, tell all the Antilles he's a runaway, a coward. Tell them he jumped from a whaleboat. I'd never beat my tambourine over base Pip, and hail him general, if he were once more dying here. No, shame upon all cowards, shame upon them. Let him go drown like Pip that jumped from a whaleboat. Shame. During all this, Queequeg lay with closed eyes, as if in a dream. Pip was led away, and the sick man was replaced in his hammock. But now that he had apparently made every preparation for death, now that his coffin was proved a good fit, Queequeg suddenly rallied. Soon there seemed no need of the carpenter's box, and thereupon, when some expressed their delighted surprise, he, in substance, said that the cause of his sudden convalescence was this. At a critical moment he had just recalled a little duty ashore, which he was leaving undone, and therefore had changed his mind about dying. He could not die yet, he averred. They asked him then whether to live or die was a matter of his own sovereign will and pleasure. He answered, certainly. In a word, it was Queequeg's conceit that if a man made up his mind to live, mere sickness could not kill him. Nothing but a whale, or a gale, or some violent, ungovernable, unintelligent destroyer of that sort. Now, there's this noteworthy difference between savage and civilized, that while a sick, civilized man may be 6 months convalescing, generally speaking, a sick savage is almost half well again in a day. So in good time my Queequeg gained strength, and at length after, sitting on the windlass for a few indolent days, but eating with a vigorous appetite, he suddenly leaped to his feet, threw out his arms and legs, gave himself a good stretching, yawned a little bit, and then, springing into the head of his hoisted boat and poising a harpoon, pronounced himself fit for a fight. with a wild whimsiness. He now used his coffin for a sea chest, and, emptying into it his canvas bag of clothes, set them in order there. Many spare hours he spent in carving the lid with all manner of grotesque figures and drawings, and it seemed that hereby he was striving, in his rude way, to copy parts of the twisted tattooing on his body, and this tattooing had been the work of a departed prophet and seer of his island, who, by those hieroglyphic marks, had written out on his body a complete theory of the heavens and the earth, and a mystical treatise on the art of attaining truth, so that Queequeg in his own proper person was a riddle to unfold, a wondrous work in one volume, but whose mysteries not even himself could read, though his own live heart beat against them, and these mysteries were therefore destined in the end to molder away with the living parchment whereon they were inscribed, and so be unsolved to the last. And this thought, it must have been which suggested to Ahab that wild exclamation of his, when one morning turning away from surveying poor Queequeg oh, devilish tantalization of the gods.
The harpooner lies still. The fire in his eyes fades. His strength, once drawn from oceans and gods, now flickers like a candle drowning in wax. Queequeg is dying, not from harpoon or storm, but from fever, that slow, creeping thief that silences even warriors. And as the men of the Pequod glance toward the end, Queequeg himself begins to prepare, not for despair, not for begging, but for departure. There, in the shadowed hold of the ship, surrounded by crates and pitch barrels, Queequeg requests a most unusual thing. He desired a canoe like those of his native island, in which his fathers were buried. A coffin, handmade, fitted to his frame. But this is no ordinary request, and Queequeg is no ordinary man. He instructs the ship's carpenter, the same man who built Ahab's ivory leg, to shape his own casket. And while death hovers near, Queequeg sits up. He carves his tattoos, those sacred glyphs of his tribe, into the wood. It is ritual. It is religion. It is resignation transformed into art. There is no panic here, no terror, only a calm acceptance, a serenity that feels ancient, almost divine. Queequeg approaches death like a sailor does the horizon, unafraid, certain, prepared. But fate, like the sea, is full of strange turns, and just when all seems settled, he recovers. The fever passes. The strength returns. The coffin, carved and sealed, goes unused, but Queequeg insists it remain aboard, not as a relic, not as a warning, but as a vessel. What he built for death will now travel with him through life and beyond. The coffin equals both grave and life raft. The carving of tattoos equals a reclaiming of cultural power, even at death's door. The act of preparation equals mastery over fear and control over one's final journey. Melville uses Queequeg's quiet strength to challenge Western ideas of death as final and terrifying. Here, death is a craft, a sacred passage prepared with hands, symbols, and dignity. And when Queequeg lives, that coffin becomes something more. A foreshadowing, a prophecy, a salvation in waiting. He lay ready for the dark, but rose into the light. He carved his story in wood, as others carve it in stone. But his ending would be postponed. The coffin remains, laced with ancient signs, drifting quietly below deck, waiting, not for Queequeg, but for another. And when that day comes, when ship and sea collapse into chaos, this coffin, meant for a warrior, will carry a witness back to the shore. Sometimes what we build for death becomes the very thing that lets us live.
Chapter 111. The Pacific. when gliding by the Baha'i Isles we emerged at last upon the great South Sea. Were it not for other things, I could have greeted my dear Pacific with uncounted thanks, for now the long supplication of my youth was answered. That serene ocean rolled eastwards from me, 1,000 leagues of blue. There is, one knows not what sweet mystery about this sea, whose gently awful stirrings seem to speak of some hidden soul beneath, like those fabled undulations of the Ephesian sod over the buried evangelist St. John. And me it is, that over these sea pastures, wide rolling watery, prairies and potters' fields of all 4 continents, the waves should rise and fall, and ebb and flow unceasingly. For here, millions of mixed shades and shadows, drowned dreams, somnambulisms, reveries, all that we call lives and souls, lie dreaming, still tossing, like slumberers in their beds, the ever-rolling waves, but made so by their restlessness. To any meditative Magian rover, this serene Pacific, once beheld, must ever after be the sea of his adoption. It rolls the midmost waters of the world, the Indian Ocean and Atlantic being, but its arms, the same. Waves wash the moles of the new-built Californian towns, but yesterday, planted by the recentest race of men, and lave the faded but still gorgeous skirts of Asiatic lands, older than Abraham, while all between float milky ways of coral isles, and low-lying, endless, unknown archipelagos and impenetrable Japans. Thus this mysterious, divine Pacific zones the world's whole bulk about, makes all coasts one bay to. It seems the tide-beating heart of earth, lifted by those eternal swells. You needs must own the seductive guide, bowing your head to Pan. But few thoughts of Pan stirred Ahab's brain, as standing like an iron statue at his accustomed place beside the mizzen rigging, with one nostril he unthinkingly snuffed the sugary musk from the Baha'i Isles, in whose sweet woods mild lovers must be walking, and with the other consciously inhaled the salt breath of the new-found sea, that sea in which the hated white whale must even then be swimming, launched at length upon these almost final waters, and gliding towards the Japanese cruising ground. The old man's purpose intensified itself. His firm lips met like the lips of a vice. The delta of his forehead's veins swelled like overladen brooks. In his very sleep, his ringing cry ran through the vaulted hull. Stern all, the white whale spouts thick, blood.
At last, after months of brine and thunder, of roaring waves and haunted dreams, the Pequod sails into something wholly unfamiliar. Silence, stillness, the Pacific. Here, Ishmael does not shout. He ponders. He stands at the rail, wind brushing his face, and gazes into a sea so calm. It might be the face of God. The Atlantic had fury. The Indian was wild. But the Pacific, the name itself means peace, lies out like a mirror stretching into eternity. It was a wondrous sight. The contrast of these golden sea calms and the savage heaving of the prior oceans. And for a rare moment, Ishmael does not narrate a hunt, or a madness, or a storm. He narrates wonder. The sea is glass. Sky and water melt into one. Birds drift without sound. The sails barely flap. And in that hush, the sailor becomes a pilgrim. But Melville warns us, do not be deceived by stillness. There is a wisdom that is woe, but there is a woe that is madness. Even in this peace, madness waits. This calm is not comfort. It is cosmic indifference. The Pacific appears tranquil, but below it lie abysses unfathomed, leviathans unseen, truths too vast for the human eye. The silence of the Pacific isn't serenity. It's the hush before revelation. The Pacific equals false peace, a mask over chaos. The still water equals a mirror, reflecting the soul back at the sailor. The sky's reflection equals eternity doubled, where man is lost in repetition. Ishmael looks out and feels small, not with fear, but with a kind of holy recognition. This ocean isn't just water. It's timelessness made liquid. The Pacific does not roar. It whispers. And in that whisper, Ishmael hears the echo of something vast and unknowable. The world has not ended, but something in the voyage has changed. From here, the chase deepens. The silence will give way to prophecy, to madness, to the breaking point. But for now, in this quiet, golden hour, the sea forgets to rage, and for a fleeting breath, so does the man watching it.
Chapter 112. The Blacksmith, availing himself of the mild, summer-cool weather that now reigned in these latitudes, and in preparation for the peculiarly active pursuits, shortly to be anticipated, Perth, the begrimed, blistered old blacksmith, had not removed his portable forge to the hold again after concluding his contributory work for Ahab's leg, but still retained it on deck, fast lashed to ring bolts by the foremast, being now almost incessantly invoked by the headsmen and harpooneers and bowsmen to do some little job for them, altering or repairing or new shaping their various weapons and boat furniture. Often he would be surrounded by an eager circle, all waiting to be served, holding boat spades, pike heads, harpoons, and lances, and jealously watching his every sooty movement as he toiled. Nevertheless, this old man's was a patient hammer wielded by a patient arm. No murmur, no impatience, no petulance did come from him. Silent, slow, and solemn, bowing over still further his chronically broken back, he toiled away as if toil were life itself, and the heavy beating of his hammer the heavy beating of his heart, and so it was most miserable. A peculiar walk in this old man, a certain slight but painful appearing, yawing in his gait, had at an early period of the voyage excited the curiosity of the mariners, and to the importunity of their persisted questionings he had finally given in, and so it came to pass that every one now knew the shameful story of his wretched fate, belated, and not innocently, one bitter winter's midnight on the road, running between two country towns. The blacksmith half stupidly felt the deadly numbness stealing over him, and sought refuge in a leaning, dilapidated barn. The issue was the loss of the extremities of both feet. Out of this revelation, part by part, at last came out the 4 acts of the gladness, and the one long, and as yet uncatastrophed, 5th act of the grief of his life's drama. He was an old man, who, at the age of nearly 60, had postponedly encountered that thing in sorrow's technicals called ruin. He had been an artisan of famed excellence, and with plenty to do, owned a house and garden, embraced a youthful, daughter-like, loving wife and 3 blithe, ruddy children. Every Sunday went to a cheerful-looking church, planted in a grove. But one night, under cover of darkness, and further, concealed in a most cunning disguisement, a desperate burglar slid into his happy home, and robbed them all of everything. And darker yet to tell, the blacksmith himself did ignorantly conduct this burglar into his family's heart. It was the bottle conjurer. Upon the opening of that fatal cork, forth flew the fiend, and shriveled up his home. Now, for prudent, most wise, and economic reasons, the blacksmith's shop was in the basement of his dwelling, but with a separate entrance to it, so that always had the young and loving, healthy wife listen with no unhappy nervousness, but with vigorous pleasure to the stout ringing of her young-armed old husband's hammer, whose reverberations muffled by passing through the floors and walls came up to her not unsweetly in her nursery, and so to stout labor's iron lullaby, the blacksmith's, infants were rocked to slumber. Oh, woe on woe! Oh, death, why canst thou not sometimes be timely? Hadst thou taken this old blacksmith to thyself ere his full ruin came upon him, then had the young widow had a delicious grief, and her orphans a truly venerable, legendary sire to dream of in thereafter. Years, and all of them a care-killing competency, but death plucked down some virtuous elder brother, on whose whistling daily toil solely hung the responsibilities of some other family, and left the worse than useless old man standing, till the hideous rot of life should make him easier to harvest. Why tell the whole? The blows of the basement hammer every day grew more and more between, and each blow every day grew fainter than the last. The wife sat frozen at the window with tearless eyes, glitteringly gazing into the weeping faces of her children. The bellows fell, the forge choked up with cinders, the house was sold, the mother dived down into the long churchyard grass. Her children twice followed her thither, and the houseless, familyless old man staggered off a vagabond in crape, his every woe unreverenced, his gray head a scorn to flaxen curls. Death seems the only desirable sequel for a career like this, but death is only a launching into the region of the strange and tried. It is but the first salutation to the possibilities of the immense remote, the wild, the watery, the unsure, therefore, to the death-longing eyes of such men who still have left in them some interior compunctions against suicide, does the all-contributed and all-receptive ocean alluringly spread forth his whole plain of unimaginable taking, terrors and wonderful new life adventures, and from the hearts of infinite Pacifics, 1,000 mermaids sing to them, dash, come hither, broken-hearted. Here is another life without the guilt of intermediate death. Here are wonders supernatural without dying for them. Come hither, bury thyself in a life which, to your now equally abhorred and abhorring landed world, is more oblivious than death. Come hither, put up underscore thy underscore gravestone, too, within the churchyard, and come hither till we marry thee. Hearkening to these voices, east and west, by early sunrise and by fall of eve, the blacksmith's soul responded, Aye, I come. And so Perth went a wailing.
In the belly of the Pequod, where sparks dance like fireflies, and metal rings against metal, a man hammers in silence. He is not young. He is not bold. He is not known by name. He is simply the blacksmith, and his tale is not carved in glory, but in ashes. He was once a village smith, respected, loved, firm of hand and clear of eye. He had a wife, a child, a life built upon the anvil of honor, but the forge of fate smelted him differently. His child died. His wife turned to ruin. His mind collapsed into the quiet despair that no hammer could beat away. And so he walked away, from land, from love, from self, and stepped aboard the Pequod, not to sail, but to disappear. The blacksmith does not chase whales. He does not speak much. He is not mad, but he is not whole. He is the ghost of the land-bound man he once was. And now, on this ship of obsessions and harpoons, he forges what others will use to destroy. He is both creator and mourner, building the tools of death, with hands that once rocked a cradle. His lunacy subsided, but he never regained his happiness. This chapter is not about action. It's about the aftermath. The blacksmith has no rage, no purpose. No vengeance. He is, in a way, the inverse of Ahab. Where Ahab burns with fury, the blacksmith has gone cold. He follows. He labors. But his heart is a furnace long since cooled. Melville uses him to ask, what happens when a man has nothing left to fight for? Does he become dangerous? Or simply disappear? The blacksmith equals the everyman broken by life, not by sea. His forge equals a tomb of memory glowing with fading purpose. His tools equals extensions of grief, not ambition. And yet, he still hammers, still shapes steel, still rises with each bell and call. 'Cause sometimes even the broken continue to build, if only to stay moving. His is not a death in fire, but a life after the flame. He hammers, not for glory, not for God, but because it is all that is left. The blacksmith of the Pequod, forgotten by land, consumed by sorrow, becomes the quiet engine of others' destinies. And though his heart no longer hopes, his hands still serve. In every link of chain, every reforged blade, every shaped nail, is the story of a man who burned once and now walks among ghosts.
Chapter 113. The Forge, with matted beard and swathed in a bristling sharkskin apron about. Midday, Perth was standing between his forge and anvil, the latter, placed upon an ironwood log, with one hand holding a pikehead in the coals, and with the other at his forge's lungs, when Captain Ahab came along, carrying in his hand a small, rusty-looking leathern bag. While, yet a little distance from a forge, moody Ahab paused, till at last, Perth, withdrawing his iron from a fire, began hammering it upon the anvil the red mass, sending off the sparks in thick hovering flights, some of which flew close to Ahab. Are these thy mother carries chickens, Perth? They are always flying, in thy wake. Birds of good omen, too, but not to all. Look here, they burn, but thou livest among them without a scorch. Because I am scorched all over, Captain Ahab, answered Perth, resting for a moment on his hammer. I am past scorching, not easily canst thou scorch a scar. Well, no more. Thy shrunk voice sounds too calmly, sanely woeful, to me, in no paradise myself. I am impatient of all misery in others. That is not mad. Thou shouldst go mad, blacksmith. Say, why dost thou not go mad? How canst thou endure without being mad? Do the heavens yet hate thee, that thou canst not go mad? What wert thou making there, welding an old pikehead, sir? There were seams and dents in it. And canst thou make it all smooth again, blacksmith, after such hard usage as it had? I think so, sir. And I suppose thou canst smooth almost any seams and dents, never. Mind how hard the metal, blacksmith. Aye, sir, I think I can. All seams and dents but one. Look ye here, then, cried Ahab, passionately advancing and leaning, with both hands on Perth's shoulders. Look ye here under sir under scorking ye. Smooth out a seam like this, blacksmith, sweeping one hand across his ribbed brow. If thou couldst, blacksmith, glad enough would I lay my head upon my anvil, and feel thy heaviest hammer between my eyes. Answer, canst thou smooth this seam? Oh, that is the one, sir. Said I not all seams and dents but one? Aye, blacksmith, it is the one. Aye, man, it is unsmoothable, for, though thou only seest it here in my flesh, it has worked down into the bone of my skull underscore. That underscore is all wrinkles, but away with child's play. No more gaffs and pikes today. Look ye here, jingling the leathern bag as if it were full of gold coins. I too want a harpoon, made, one that 1,000 yoke of fiends could not part, Perth. Something that will stick and wail like his own fin bone. There's the stuff, flinging the pouch upon the anvil. Look ye, blacksmith, these are the gathered nail stubs of the steel shoes of racing horses. Horseshoe stubs, sir. Why, Captain Ahab, thou hast here then the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever work. I know it, old man. These stubs will weld together like glue from the melted bones of murderers. Quick, forge me the harpoon, and forge me, first, 12 rods for its shank, then wind and twist and hammer. These 12 together like the yarns and strands of a tow line. Quick, I'll blow the fire. When at last the 12 rods were made, Ahab tried them one by spiraling them with his own hand round a long, heavy iron bolt. Flaw, rejecting the last one. Work that over again, Perth. This done, Perth was about to begin welding the 12 into one when Ahab stayed his hand and said he would weld his own iron. As then, with regular, gasping hems, he hammered on the anvil, Perth passing to him the glowing rods, one after the other, and the hard-pressed forge, shooting up its intense straight flame. The Parsee passed silently, and, bowing over his head towards the fire, seemed invoking some curse or some blessing on the toil. But as Ahab looked up, he slid aside. "What's that bunch of Lucifers dodging about there for?" muttered Stubb, looking on from the forecastle. "That Parsee smells fire like a fusee, and smells of it himself, like a hot musket's powder pan." At last the shank, in one complete rod, received its final heat, and as Perth, to temper it, plunged it all hissing into the cask of water near by, the scalding steam shot up into Ahab's bent face. "Wouldst thou brand me, Perth?" wincing for a moment with the pain. "Have I been but forging my own branding iron then? Pray God, not that. Yet I fear something, Captain Ahab. Is not this harpoon for the white whale, for the white fiend? But now for the barbs, thou must make them thyself, man. Here are my razors, the best of steel. Here, and make the barbs sharp as the needle sleet of the icy sea." For a moment, the old blacksmith eyed the razors as though he would fain not use them. "Take them, man. I have no need for them, for I now neither shave, sup, nor pray till but here to work." Fashioned at last into an arrowy shape, and welded by Perth to the shank, the steel soon pointed the end of the iron, and as the blacksmith was about giving the barbs their final heat prior to tempering them, he cried to Ahab to place the water cask near. No water for that. I want it of the true death temper. Ahoy! There, Tashtego Queequeg digu. What say ye, pagans? Will ye give me as much blood as will cover this barb? Holding it high up, a cluster of dark nods replied yes. 3 punctures were made in the heathen flesh, and the white whale's barbs were then tempered. Ego non baptizo te in nomine patris, sed in nomine diaboli. Deliriously howled Ahab, as the malignant iron scorchingly devoured the baptismal blood, now mustering the spare poles from below, and selecting one of hickory, with the bark still investing it. Ahab fitted the end to the socket of the iron. A coil of new tow line was then unwound, and some fathoms of it taken to the windlass, and stretched to a great tension, pressing his foot upon it, till the rope hummed like a harp string. Then eagerly bending over it, and seeing no strandings, Ahab exclaimed, "Good, and now for the seizings." At one extremity the rope was unstranded, and the separate spread yarns were all braided and woven round the socket of the harpoon. The pole was then driven hard up into the socket from the lower, and the rope was traced halfway along the pole's length and firmly secured so, with intertwistings of twine. This done, pole, iron, and rope like the 3 fates remained inseparable, and Ahab moodily stalked away with the weapon, the sound of his ivory leg, and the sound of the hickory pole, both hollowly ringing along every plank. But ere he entered his cabin, light, unnatural, half-bantering, yet most piteous sound was heard. "O Pip, thy wretched laugh, thy idle but unresting eye, all thy strange mummeries not unmeaningly blended with the black tragedy of the melancholy ship and mocked it.
The bellows breathe. The coals blaze red. The hammer rises. The forge awakens. And from the shadowed depths of the Pequod, beneath a deck stained with salt and sweat, Ahab descends, not to speak, not to confess, but to command. He does not want a weapon. He wants a prophecy made iron. The fire hisses. The blacksmith turns, blinking through smoke. And there stands Ahab, cloaked not in command, but in ritual. He has come to create not just any harpoon, but the harpoon, the one that will strike through the veil of fate, the one that will pierce the white whale, temper it in blood and fire and fury. The forge becomes a chapel, the hammer a priest, and Ahab, the wrathful god, kneeling before his own madness. This is not blacksmithing. This is conjuring. As the iron is heated, Ahab pours in the nails of sacrilege, the razors of heathens, the blades of defiance, the symbols of man's fury against nature's silence. He demands that it be baptized, not in water, but in blood. He pricks his crew. Queequeg, Tashtego, Digo, the blood of cannibals, of warriors, of hunted men, spilled, mixed, and cooled upon the glowing steel. Ego non baptizo te in nomine patris, sed in nomine diaboli. I do not baptize thee in the name of the Father, but in the name of the devil. This is Ahab's anti-sacrament. The harpoon is forged not in righteousness, but in rebellion. He does not ask for divine strength. He rejects it. He builds a weapon to defy the very gods he once feared, to strike at the inscrutable, to end the thing he sees not just as whale, but as wall, mask, fate, God. The forge equals hell's altar. The iron equals man's will, shaped in fire. The blood equals ancestral rage, uniting flesh and metal. The harpoon equals destiny's final arrow, aimed at the void. This harpoon is not a tool. It is a curse made solid, a shard of Ahab's soul, sharpened and glowing. Even the blacksmith, grief-hardened and numb, is shaken by what he forges. Because this is no mere iron. It is a story that wants to end itself. The fire fades. The blood cools. The harpoon rests, gleaming, wicked, waiting. Ahab holds it aloft, not with pride, but with certainty. This is the spear of wrath, of judgment, of ruin. And from this point on, the chase is no longer survival. It is sacrifice. He does not seek to kill the whale. He seeks to bring all things to their final reckoning. The forge has gone cold, but the sea will burn.
Chapter 114. The Gilder, penetrating further and further into the heart of the Japanese cruising ground. The Pequod was soon all astir in the fishery, often in mild, pleasant weather for 12, 15, 18, and 20 hours on the stretch. They were engaged in the boats, steadily pulling, or sailing, or paddling after the whales, or for an interlude of 60 or 70 minutes calmly awaiting their uprising, though with but small success for their pains. At such times, under an abetted sun, afloat all day upon smooth, slow, heaving swells, seated in his boat, light as a birch canoe, and so, sociably mixing with the soft waves themselves, that like hearthstone, cats they purr against the gunwale. These are the times of dreamy quietude, when beholding the tranquil beauty and brilliancy of the ocean skin, one forgets the tiger heart that pants beneath it, and would not willingly remember that this velvet paw but conceals a remorseless fawn. These are the times when in his whaleboat the rover softly feels a certain filial, confident, land-like feeling towards the sea, that he regards it as so much flowery earth, and the distant ship revealing only the tops of her masts seemed struggling forward, not through high, rolling waves, but through the tall grass of a rolling prairie, as when the Western immigrants' horses only showed their erected ears, while their hidden bodies widely waved through the amazing verdure, the long-drawn virgin valleys, the mild blue hillsides, as over these there steals the hush, the hum. You almost swear that play-wearied children lie sleeping in these solitudes in some glad May time when the flowers of the woods are plucked, and all this mixes with your most mystic mood, so that fact and fancy, halfway meeting, interpenetrate, and form one seamless whole. Nor did such soothing scenes, however temporary, fail of at least as temporary in effect on Ahab. But if these secret golden keys did seem to open in him his own secret golden treasuries, yet did his breath upon them prove but tarnishing. Oh, grassy glades! Oh, ever vernal endless landscapes in the soul, and ye, though long parched by the dead drought of the earthly life, and ye, men yet may roll, like young horses in new morning clover, and for some few fleeting moments, feel the cool dew of the life immortal on them. Would to God these blessed calms would last, but the mingling threads of life are woven by warp and woof, calms crossed by storms, a storm for every calm. There's no steady, unretracing progress in this life. We do not advance through fixed gradations, and at the last one, pause, through infancy's unconscious spell, boyhood's thoughtless, faith, adolescence, doubt the common doom, then skepticism, then disbelief, resting at last in manhood's pondering repose of if. But, once gone through, we trace the round again, and are infants, boys, and men, and if eternally, where lies the final harbor, whence we unmoor, no more, in what rapt ether sails the world, of which the weariest will. Never weary? Where is the foundling's father hidden? Our souls are like those orphans whose unwed mothers die in bearing them. The secret of our paternity lies in their grave, and we must dare to learn it. And that same day, too, gazing far down from his boat's side into that same golden sea, Starbuck lowly murmured, loveliness unfathomable, as ever lover saw in his young brides. Aye, tell me now of thy teeth-tiered sharks, and thy kidnapping, cannibal ways. Let faith oust fact, let fancy oust memory. I look deep, down and do believe. And Stubb, fish-like, with sparkling scales, leaped up in that same golden light. I am Stubb, and Stubb has his history, but here Stubb takes oaths that he has always been jolly.
And then, after the blood, after the fire, after Ahab's infernal forging, there comes a hush, a golden moment, a pause in the storm, as if the world itself stops, to remember beauty. This is the Gilder, a rare and fleeting chapter, where Ishmael lifts his eyes from the harpoon and lets them wander across the sunlight scattered on the sea. The Pequod glides through calm waters. The sun gleams upon the waves, not fierce but gentle, as if brushing the ocean with a painter's gold leaf. And Ishmael, so often buried in man's madness, finds himself watching the light. Oh, grassy glades! Oh, ever vernal, endless landscapes in the soul. It is as though the sea, for all its cruelty, remembers how to be kind. There is no death in this chapter, no whales, no Ahab, no fate, only reflection, only that rare sensation, when all is still, and time folds in on itself like a sigh. We feel the world's soul in these quiet, golden moments. But Melville knows, and so does Ishmael, this will not last. This golden scene is not an escape. It is a contrast, a reminder that even in the heart of the chase, even aboard a ship chasing doom, there exists a moment of sacred pause. Melville calls it the Gilder, a moment that coats the hard truths of life with a thin, radiant layer of meaning. It is not false, but it is fragile. The sunlight equals beauty unearned but freely given. The calm sea equals the illusion of eternity in a world always ending. Ishmael's gaze equals the search for harmony amid chaos. This chapter serves as emotional ballast, a reminder that man is not all rage and ruin. There is room still for awe, for wonder, for silence, but only for a breath. The sun sinks. The waves resume their sighing. The glimmering water dulls again into gray. But for that one golden hour, the Pequod did not sail toward death. It drifted through eternity. And in the stillness, Ishmael saw what perhaps Ahab never could. That even as we chase the monstrous, even as we drown in our own obsessions, there is grace, brief and brilliant, scattered across the surface of the world. It does not save us, but it reminds us we are still human.
Chapter 115. The Pequod meets the Bachelor, and jolly enough were the sights and the sounds that came bearing down before the wind, some few weeks after Ahab's harpoon had been welded. It was a Nantucket ship, the Bachelor, which had just wedged in her last cask of oil and bolted down her bursting hatches, and now in glad holiday apparel was joyously, though somewhat vaingloriously, sailing round among the widely separated ships on the ground previous to pointing her prow for home. The three men at her masthead wore long streamers of narrow red, bunting at their hats. From the stern, a whaleboat was suspended, bottom down, and hanging captive from the bowsprit was seen the long, lower jaw of the last whale they had slain. Signals, ensigns, and jacks of all colors were flying from her rigging on every side. Sideways, lashed in each of her three basket tops, were 2 barrels of sperm, above which, in her topmast crosstrees, you saw slender breakers of the same precious fluid, and nailed to her main truck was a brazen lamp. As was afterwards learned, the Bachelor had met with the most surprising success, all the more wonderful for that while cruising in the same seas numerous other vessels had gone entire months without securing a single fish. Not only had barrels of beef and bread been given away to make room for the far more valuable sperm, but additional, supplemental casks had been bartered for from the ships she had met, and these were stowed along the deck and in the captain's and officers' staterooms. Even the cabin table itself had been knocked into kindling wood, and the cabin mess dined off the broad head of it, oil butt lashed down to the floor for a centerpiece. In the forecastle, the sailors had actually caulked and pitched their chests and filled them. It was humorously added that the cook had clapped a head on his largest boiler and filled it, that the steward had plugged his spare coffee pot and filled it, that the harpooneers had headed the sockets of their irons and filled them, that indeed everything was filled with sperm, except the captain's pantaloons pockets, and those he reserved to thrust his hands into in self-complacent testimony of his entire satisfaction. As this glad ship of good luck bore down upon the moody Pequod, barbarian sound of enormous drums came from her forecastle, and drawing still nearer, a crowd of her men were seen standing round her huge tripods, which, covered with the parchment-like poke or stomach skin of the blackfish, gave forth a loud roar to every stroke of the clenched hands of the crew. On the quarter-deck, the mates and harpooneers were dancing with the olive-hued girls who had eloped with them from the Polynesian Isles, while suspended in an ornamented boat, firmly secured aloft between the foremast and mainmast, 3 long island negroes with glittering fiddle bows of whale ivory were presiding over the hilarious jig. Meanwhile, others of the ship's company were tumultuously busy at the masonry of the try-works, from which the huge pots had been removed. You would have almost thought they were pulling down the cursed Bastille. Such wild cries they raised as the now useless brick and mortar were being hurled into the sea. Lord and master over all this scene, the captain stood erect on the ship's elevated quarterdeck, so that the whole rejoicing drama was full before him, and seemed merely contrived for his own individual diversion. And Ahab, he too was standing on his quarterdeck, shaggy and black, with a stubborn gloom, and as the two ships crossed each other's wakes, one all jubilations for things past, the other all forebodings as to things to come. There, 2 captains and themselves impersonated the whole striking contrast of the scene. "Come aboard, come aboard!" cried the gay Bachelor's commander, lifting a glass and a bottle in the air. "Hast seen the white whale?" gritted Ahab in reply. "No, only heard of him, but don't believe in him at all," said the other good-humoredly. "Come aboard. Thou art too damned jolly. Sail on. Hast lost any men?" "Not enough to speak of 2 islanders, that's all. But come aboard, old Hardy, come along. I'll soon take that black from your brow. Come along, will ye marries the play? A full ship and homeward bound." "How wondrous familiar is a fool," muttered Ahab, then aloud, "Thou art a full ship and homeward bound, thou sayest. Well then, call me in. Empty ship and outward bound. So go thy ways, and I will mine. Forward, there, set all sail, and keep her to the wind." And thus, while the one ship went cheerily before the breeze, the other stubbornly fought against it, and so the 2 vessels parted, the crew of the Pequod looking with grave, lingering glances towards the receding Bachelor, but the Bachelor's men never heeding their gaze for the lively revelry they were in. And as Ahab, leaning over the taffrail, eyed the homeward-bound craft, he took from his pocket a small vial of sand, and then looking from the ship to the vial seemed thereby bringing 2 remote associations together, for that vial was filled with Nantucket soundings.
From the horizon she dances in, her sails full, her crew jubilant, her decks slick with success. The ship is called the Bachelor, and she is everything the Pequod is not. Cheerful, light, overflowing with whale oil. Her voyage done, her men alive and dreaming of home. This isn't just another ship encounter. It's a collision of destinies. The Pequod, grim and ghost-like, draws alongside the Bachelor. Ahab stands silent, his crew gaunt, his soul burning beneath the deck. And from the other vessel, laughter, music, the scent of tobacco and triumph. A vessel of victory, a wedding ship returned from the altar of the sea. Their holds are full, their hearts light. They have hunted the whale, and they are going home. But Ahab has only just begun. The Bachelor's captain waves, cheerful, warm, open. He offers celebration. He offers stories. He even offers wine. But Ahab does not drink. I do not sup with phantoms. The contrast is unbearable. One ship celebrates life. The other pursues death. This is Melville's mirror moment. The Bachelor is the Pequod's opposite. A glimpse into what might have been. Had Ahab turned back? Had the hunt been normal? Had the voyage ended with barrels full, instead of hearts hollow? But Ahab cannot see the Bachelor. He sees only delay, distraction, denial of destiny. To him their joy is meaningless, their triumph empty, for he chases not profit, but purpose. The Bachelor equals joy, earthly success, ignorance of doom. The Pequod equals burden purpose, obsession, spiritual hunger. Their meeting equals the crossroads where man chooses madness or moderation. And so they part. One ship gliding toward port, the other sailing deeper into the dark. Ahab's eyes never waver. He gazed seaward, as if tracking something beyond the curve of the world. The Bachelor disappears into the blue. It sails like wedding veils fluttering into memory. And the Pequod, ever heavier, sinks deeper into its prophecy. The sea offers contrasts. It offers jokes dressed as omens. And in the laughter of another man's success, we hear the echo of what might have been. But for Ahab, there is no alternate course. Only the white whale. Only the edge of the map. And so onward he sails, not toward home, but toward the heart of the storm.
Chapter 116. The Dying Whale. Not seldom in this life, when, on the right side, fortune's favorites sail close by us, we, though all adroit before, catch somewhat of the rushing breeze, and joyfully feel our bagging sails fill out. So seemed it with the Pequod. For next day, after encountering the gay Bachelor, whales were seen and 4 were slain, and one of them by Ahab. It was far down the afternoon, and when all the spearings of the crimson fight were done, and floating in the lovely sunset sea and sky, sun and whale both stilly died together. Then such a sweetness and such plaintiveness, such enwreathing orisons curled up in that rosy air, that it almost seemed as if far over from the deep green convent, valleys of the Manila Isles, the Spanish land breeze, wantonly turned, sailor, had gone to sea, freighted with these vesper hymns, soothed again, but only soothed to deeper gloom. Ahab, who had sterned, out from the whale, sat intently watching his final wanings from the now tranquil boat, for that strange spectacle observable in all sperm, whales dying the turning sunwards of the head, and so expiring that strange spectacle, beheld of such a placid evening, somehow to Ahab conveyed a wondrousness unknown before. He turns and turns him to it. How slowly, but how steadfastly his homage rendering and invoking brow with his last dying motions. He too worships fire, most faithful, broad, baronial vassal of the sun, that these 2 favoring eyes should see these 2 favoring sights. Look, here, far waterlocked, beyond all hum of human weal or woe in these most candid and impartial seas, where to traditions no rocks, furnished tablets, where for long Chinese ages the billows have still rolled on speechless and unspoken to, as stars that shine upon the Niger's unknown source. Here, too, life dies sunwards full of faith, but see, no sooner dead than death whirls round the corpse, and it heads some other way. Oh, thou darkened half of nature, who of drowned bones hast builded thy separate throne somewhere in the heart of these unverdured seas. Thou art an infidel, thou queen, and too truly speakest to me in the wide slaughtering typhoon, and the hushed burial of its after calm. Nor has this thy whale sunwards turned his dying head, and then gone round again without a lesson to me. Oh, trebly hooped and welded hip of power, oh, high aspiring, rainbow jet, that one strivest, this one jettest all in vain. In vain, O whale, dost thou seek intercedings with yon all-quickening sun, that only calls forth life, but gives it not again. Yet dost thou, darker half, rock me with a prouder, if a darker faith. All thy unnameable imminglings float beneath me here. I am buoyed by breaths of once living things, exhaled as air, but water now. Then hail, forever hail, O sea, in whose eternal tossings the wild fowl finds his only rest. Born of earth, yet suckled by the sea, though. Hill and valley mothered me. You billows are my foster brothers.
The harpoon strikes. The ropes whip taut. The sea shudders. And in its final convulsion, a creature older than kings, a titan of the deep, begins to die. This is not a battle. It is an unfolding elegy, a slow, sacred undoing of life. A whale harpooned, hunted, thrashes against the weight of death. Its flukes churn the sea into foam. Its spout erupts in crimson mist. Its cries echo like the groan of sinking continents. Ishmael watches, not with triumph, but with awe, a gentle joyousness, a strange wildness in the dying whale's spout. For as the beast descends into death, there is no fury, no malice, only the terrible majesty of life, releasing itself into the infinite. The whale does not rage. It does not scream. It simply dies. And in that dying, Ishmael sees something beyond words. Its ineffable mildness seemed to be the seal of its divinity. The sea stills. The sun glows gently. The great eye of the whale dims, not in fear, but in acceptance, as if it knows. This was always the price. This is the paradox of whaling, and of man, to hunt something godlike, and feel reverence in its ruin. Melville does not glorify the kill. He questions it. He holds up the image of this dying creature, and asks us, can we destroy what we still worship? And if we can, what does that make us? The dying whale equals the fall of the sublime, the tragic majesty of nature undone. Its spout of blood equals baptism reversed, sacredness bleeding into oblivion. Ishmael's awe equals humanity's silent guilt, masked as admiration. This is not just another kill. It is a ritual, a moment of cosmic stillness, where man becomes both priest and butcher. Standing at the altar of his own contradiction, the Leviathan sinks, slow, heavy, timeless, into the depths. Its wake calms, its blood fades, its body becomes one with the black beneath. But its memory lingers, etched into the eyes of the men who watched it die. Ishmael does not cheer. He does not speak. He simply watches, as the greatest thing he has ever seen disappears forever, and somewhere deep within, a part of him goes with it.
Chapter 117. The Whale Watch. The 4 whales slain that evening had died wide apart, one far to windward, one less distant, to leeward, one ahead, one astern. These last 3 were brought alongside ere nightfall, but the windward one could not be reached till morning, and the boat that had killed it lay by its side all night, and that boat was Ahab's. The waif pole was thrust upright into the dead whale's spout hole, and the lantern hanging from its top cast a troubled flickering glare upon the black, glossy back, and far out upon the midnight waves, which gently chafed the whale's broad flank, like soft surf upon a beach. Ahab and all his boat's crew seemed asleep, but the Parsee, who, crouching in the bow, sat watching the sharks that spectrally played round the whale and tapped the light cedar planks with their tails. Sound like the moaning in squadrons over asphaltites of Unforgiven. Ghosts of Gomorrah ran shuddering through the air. Started from his slumbers, Ahab, face to face, saw the Parsee, and, hooped round by the gloom of the night, they seemed the last men in a flooded world. I have dreamed it again, said he. Of the hearses? Have I not said, old man, that neither hearse nor coffin can be thine? And who are hearse that die on the sea? But I said, old man, that ere thou couldst die on this voyage too, hearses must verily be seen by thee on the sea, the first not made by mortal hands, and the visible wood of the last one must be grown in America, aye, A strange sight that, Parsi. A hearse and its plumes, floating over the ocean with the waves for the pallbearers. Ha! Such a sight we shall not soon see. Believe it or not, thou canst not die till it be seen, old man. And what was that saying about thyself? Though it come to the last, I shall still go before thee, thy pilot. And when thou art so gone before, if that ever befall, then ere I can follow, thou must still appear to me, to pilot me still. Was it not so? Well then, did I believe all ye say, O my pilot? I have here too pledges that I shall yet slay Moby-Dick and survive it. Take another pledge, old man, said the Parsee, as his eyes lighted up like fireflies in the gloom. Hemp only can kill thee. The gallows, you mean? I am immortal then, on land and on sea, cried Ahab with a laugh of derision. Immortal on land and on sea. Both were silent again as one man. The gray dawn came on, and the slumbering crew arose from the boat's bottom, and ere noon the dead whale was brought to the ship.
Night. The ocean exhales in slow rhythm. Stars tremble overhead, and the Pequod, adrift on ink-black waves, glides silently into the void. High above, in the crow's nest, Ahab stands watch. Not a sailor's duty, not a captain's task, but a vigil, a ritual of sleeplessness, a soul pacing the edge of prophecy. Ahab refuses sleep. The hunt grows closer, and rest is a stranger he no longer trusts. Above his ship, he peers into the dark, seeking signs in the stars, in the sea, in the spinning madness of his own thoughts. He stood for hours motionless, like one of those old weathered figureheads. The sea around him is quiet, too quiet, as if the world itself holds its breath, waiting for a fate it already knows. The night wraps the ship in velvet shadow. The sails creak faintly. Footsteps fall like whispers. And there, atop his wooden tower, Ahab becomes something other than a man. A sentinel, a shadow, a mind staring into fate's hollow eye. He does not command tonight. He listens. To what? Perhaps the wind, perhaps the sea, perhaps something deeper. This chapter is a pause, but not a peaceful one. Ahab is alone. Physically, spiritually, mythically. He does not seek a whale tonight. He seeks a confirmation that he is right, that this chase has meaning, that his torment is justified. For even the calm is full of dread when it sits on the verge of storm. And the storm is coming. He knows it. We know it. The very wood beneath his feet seems to tremble in waiting. The crow's nest equals the peak of mortal perspective, the last step before gods or madness. The sleeplessness equals the refusal to surrender to weakness, to mortality. The night equals the cosmic unknown, infinite and unfeeling. Ahab watches the sea, but what he's really watching is his own soul, drifting ever farther from return. This is not just a watch, it is a farewell to whatever part of him once knew peace. The stars wheel overhead, the ocean stirs in its sleep, and Ahab watches, not for whales, not for storms, but for a sign, a crack in the cosmos, a whisper from the thing he dares to hunt. But the sea says nothing. And so, Ahab keeps vigil, alone, unblinking, a shadow cast by obsession, onto the face of the eternal night.
Chapter 118. The Quadrant. The season for the line at length drew near, and every day when Ahab, coming from his cabin, cast his eyes aloft, the vigilant helmsman would ostentatiously handle his spokes, and the eager mariners quickly run to the braces, and would stand there with all their eyes centrally fixed on the nailed doubloon, impatient for the order to point the ships. prow for the equator. In good time the order came. It was hard upon high noon, and Ahab, seated in the bows of his high-hoisted boat, was about taking his wonted daily observation of the sun to determine his latitude. Now in that Japanese sea, the days in summer are as freshets of effulgences. That unblinkingly vivid Japanese sun seems the blazing focus of the glassy ocean's immeasurable burning glass. The sky looks lacquered. Clouds there are none. The horizon floats, and this nakedness of unrelieved radiance is as the insufferable splendors of God's throne. Well, that Ahab's quadrant was furnished with colored glasses through which to take sight of that solar fire. So swinging his seated form to the roll of the ship, and with his astrological-looking instrument placed to his eye, he remained in that posture for some moments to catch the precise instant when the sun should gain its precise meridian. Meantime, while his whole attention was absorbed, the Parsee was kneeling beneath him on the ship's deck, and with face thrown up like Ahab's, was eyeing the same sun with him. Only the lids of his eyes half hooded their orbs, and his wild face was subdued to an earthly passionlessness. At length the desired observation was taken, and with his pencil upon his ivory leg, Ahab soon calculated what his latitude must be at that precise instant. Then, falling into a moment's reverie, he again looked up towards the sun and murmured to himself, "Thou sea mark, thou high and mighty pilot, thou tellest me truly where I underscore am underscore, but canst thou cast the least hint where I underscore shall underscore be? Or canst thou tell where some other thing besides me is? This moment living, where is Moby-Dick? This instant thou must be eyeing him. These eyes of mine look into the very eye that is even now beholding him. Aye, and into the eye that is even now equally beholding the objects on the unknown, thither side of thee, thou sun." Then gazing at his quadrant, and handling, one after the other, its numerous cabalistical contrivances, he pondered again, and muttered, "Foolish toy, baby's plaything of haughty admirals, and commodores, and captains. The world brags of thee, of thy cunning and might, but what after all canst thou do, but tell the poor, pitiful point where thou thyself happenest to be on this wide planet, and the hand that holds thee not one jot more. Thou canst not tell where one drop of water or one grain of sand will be tomorrow noon, and yet with thy impotence thou insultest the sun. Science, curse thee, thou vain toy, and cursed be all the things that cast man's eyes aloft to that heaven, whose live vividness but scorches him, as these old eyes are even now scorched with thy light, O sun. Level by nature to this earth's horizon are the glances of man's eyes, not shot from the crown of his head, as if God had meant him to gaze on his firmament. Curse thee, thou quadrant, dashing it to the deck. No longer will I guide my earthly way by thee, the level ship's compass, and the level dead reckoning by log and by line. None of these underscores shall conduct me, and show me my place on the sea. Aye, lighting from the boat to the deck. Thus I trample on thee, thou paltry thing that feebly pointest on high. Thus I split and destroy thee." As the frantic old man thus spoke, and thus trampled with his live and dead feet, a sneering triumph that seemed meant for Ahab, and a fatalistic despair that seemed meant for himself, these passed over the mute, motionless Parsee's face. Unobserved he rose and glided away, while, awestruck by the aspect of their commander, the seamen clustered together on the forecastle, till Ahab, troubledly pacing the deck, shouted out dash to the braces, up helm, square in an instant the yard swung round, and as the ship half wheeled upon her heel, her 3 firm-seated graceful masts erectly poised upon her long, ribbed hull seemed as the 3 Horatii pirouetting on one sufficient steed. Standing between the knightheads, Starbuck watched the Pequod's tumultuous way, and Ahab's also, as he went lurching along the deck. I have sat before the dense coal fire and watched it all aglow full of its tormented flaming life, and I have seen it wane at last down to dumbest dust. Old man of oceans, of all this fiery life of thine, what will at length remain but one little heap of ashes? Aye, cried Stubb, but sea coal ashes, mind ye that, mister. Starbuck sea coal, not your common charcoal. Well, I heard Ahab mutter, here someone thrusts these cards into these old hands of mine, swears that I must play them and no others. And damn me, Ahab, but thou actest right, live in the game and die in it.
There was a time when sailors trusted the stars, when men lifted eyes to the heavens to find their way across the sea. But that time is over. Ahab no longer seeks guidance. He does not want direction. He wants dominion. And so, in this chapter, he lifts the very instrument of celestial wisdom and destroys it. The Quadrant, a sacred tool of the mariner, a brass voice of reason, a bridge between man and the heavens. With it, a sailor can chart his place between horizon and star. With it, he can stay the course and return home. But Ahab has no home, no course, only one destination, Moby-Dick. Science, curse thee, thou vain toy. Ahab raises the quadrant high. Sunlight gleams off its polished face. The crew watches. The wind stills. And in a single act of madness, of clarity twisted into rebellion, he smashes it to pieces. Thus I trample on thee, thou paltry thing. The brass shatters. Fragments scatter across the deck, like broken commandments, at the feet of a man who would rather burn than bow. This moment is more than anger. It is doctrine. Ahab is declaring war on all that tries to contain him. Science, God, nature, reason. He does not want to measure the world. He wants to master it. The quadrant is not broken because it failed, but because it dared to suggest that he could be lost. Ahab refuses that. He refuses to be a dot on a chart. He will not be placed. He will not be guided. The quadrant equals rationality, science, man's place in the universe. Ahab's destruction of it equals total surrender to fate and fury. The act equals a spiritual divorce from the stars themselves. This is the moment Ahab stops pretending to be a captain. He becomes a myth, a force, a prophet of his own doom. He does not want the sky to tell him where he is, because he already knows. He is beyond the map. The pieces of the quadrant lie on the deck, silent, useless, condemned, and Ahab walks past them, as if stepping over bones. He no longer sails by star, but by vengeance. The sea stretches out before him, uncharted, unwelcome, and utterly, irrevocably his. The path is madness, but it is his madness, and he will walk it to the end.
Chapter 119. The Candles. Warmest climes, but nurse the cruelest fangs. The tiger of Bengal crouches in spiced groves of ceaseless verdure. Skies the most effulgent, but basket the deadliest thunders. Gorgeous Cuba knows tornadoes that never swept tame northern lands. So too it is that in these resplendent Japanese seas the mariner encounters the direst of all storms, the typhoon. It will sometimes burst from out that cloudless sky, like an exploding bomb upon a dazed and sleepy town. Towards evening of that day, The Pequod was torn of her canvas, and barepoled was left to fight a typhoon which had struck her directly. Ahead, when darkness came on, sky and sea roared and split with the thunder and blazed with the lightning that showed the disabled masts, fluttering here and there with the rags which the first fury of the tempest had left for its after-sport. Holding by a shroud, Starbuck was standing on the quarter-deck at every flash of the lightning glancing aloft to see what additional disaster might have befallen the intricate hamper there, while Stubb and Flask were directing the men in the higher hoisting and firmer lashing of the boats. But all their pains seemed naught, though lifted to the very top of the cranes. The windward quarter boat Ahab's did not escape. A great rolling sea, dashing high up against the reeling ship's high teetering side, stove in the boat's bottom at the stern, and left it again, all dripping through like a sieve. Bad work, Mr. Starbuck," said Stubb, regarding the wreck. "But the sea will have its way. Stubb, for one, can't fight it. You see, Mr. Starbuck, a wave has such a great long start before it leaps. All round the world it runs, and then comes the spring. But as for me, all the start I have to meet it is just across the deck here. But never mind, it's all in fun. So the old song says, underscore sings underscore. Oh, jolly is the gale, and a joker is the whale, a flourish in his tail. Such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad is the oceano, the scud all a-flying. That's his flip only foamin' when he stirs in the spice and comma. Such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad is the oceano. Thunder splits the ships, but he only smacks his lips, a tastin' of this flip. Such a funny, sporty, gamey, jesty, jokey, hokey-pokey lad is the oceano. "A vast Stubb," cried Starbuck. "Let the typhoon sing and strike his harp here in our rigging. But if thou art a brave man, thou wilt hold thy peace. But I am not a brave man. Never said I was a brave man. I am a coward, and I sing to keep up my spirits. And I tell you what it is, Mr. Starbuck, there's no way to stop my singing in this world but to cut my throat. And when that's done, 10-1 I sing you the doxology for a wind-up. Madman, look through my eyes if thou hast none of thine own. What? How can you see better of a dark night than anybody else? Never mind how foolish." "Here," cried Starbuck, seizing Stubb by the shoulder and pointing his hand towards the weather bow. "Markest thou not that the gale comes from the eastward? The very course Ahab is to run for Moby-Dick, the very course he swung to this day noon. Now mark his boat there. Where is that stove? In the stern sheets, man, where he is wont to stand his standpoint is stove, man. Now jump overboard and sing away if thou must. I don't half understand ye. What's in the wind? Yes, round the Cape of Good Hope is the shortest way to Nantucket," soliloquized Starbuck suddenly, heedless of Stubb's question. "The gale that now hammers at us to stave us, we can turn it into a fair wind that will drive us towards home. Yonder, to windward, all is blackness of doom, but to leeward, homeward I see it lightens up. There, but not with the lightning." At that moment, in one of the intervals of profound darkness following the flashes, a voice was heard at his side, and almost at the same instant a volley of thunder peals rolled overhead. "Who's there?" "Old Thunder," said Ahab, groping his way along the bulwarks to his pivot hole, but suddenly finding his path made plain to him by elbowed lances of fire. Now, as the lightning rod to a spire on shore is intended to carry off the perilous fluid into the soil, So the kindred rod which at sea some ships carry to each mast is intended to conduct it into the water. But as this conductor must descend to considerable depth, that its end may avoid all contact with the hull, and as moreover, if kept constantly towing there, it would be liable to many mishaps besides interfering not a little with some of the rigging, and more or less impeding the vessel's way in the water. Because of all this, the lower parts of a ship's lightning rods are not always overboard, but are generally made in long slender links, so as to be the more readily hauled up into the chains outside, or thrown down into the sea, as occasion may require. The rods, cried Starbuck to the crew, suddenly admonished to vigilance by the vivid lightning that had just been darting flambeaux to light Ahab to his post. Are they overboard? Drop them over fore and aft. Quick! Avast! Cried Ahab. Let's have fair play here, though we be the weaker side. Yet I'll contribute to raise rods on the Himalayas and Andes, that all the world may be secured, but out on privileges. Let them be, sir. Look aloft, cried Starbuck. The corpusants. All the yard arms were tipped with a pallet fire and touched at each tri-pointed lightning rod end with 3 tapering white flames. Each of the 3 tall masts was silently burning in that sulphurous air like 3 gigantic wax tapers before an altar. Blast the boat. Let it go, cried Stubb at this instant, as a swashing sea heaved up under his own little craft, so that its gunwale violently jammed his hand as he was passing a lashing. Blasted, but slipping backward on the deck, his uplifted eyes caught the flames, and, immediately shifting his tone, he cried, "Dash, the corpusants have mercy on us all." To sailors, oaths are household words. They will swear in the trance of the calm, and in the teeth of the tempest. They will imprecate curses from the topsail yard arms, when most they teeter over to a seething sea. But in all my voyagings, seldom have I heard a common oath when God's burning finger has been laid on the ship, when his mean Tekel Upharson has been woven into the shrouds and the cordage. While this pallidness was burning aloft, few words were heard from the enchanted crew, who in one thick cluster stood on the forecastle, all their eyes gleaming in that pale phosphorescence, like a faraway constellation of stars, relieved against the ghostly light. The gigantic jet negro, de Go, loomed up to thrice his real stature, and seemed the black cloud from which the thunder had come. The parted mouth of Tashtego revealed his shark white teeth, which strangely gleamed as if they too had been tipped by corpusants, while lit up by the preternatural light. Queequeg's tattooing burned like satanic blue flames on his body. The tableau all waned at last with the pallidness aloft, and once more the Pequod and every soul on her decks were wrapped in a pall. A moment or two passed, when Starbuck, going forward, pushed against someone. It was Stubb. "What thinkest thou now, man? I heard thy cry. It was not the same in the song." No, it wasn't. I said the corpusants have mercy on us all, and I hope they will still. But do they only have mercy on long faces? Have they no bowels for a laugh? And look ye, Mr. Starbuck, but it's too dark to look. Hear me, then. I take that masthead flame we saw for a sign of good luck, for those masts are rooted in a hold that is going to be chock-a-block with sperm oil GC, and so all that sperm will work up into the masts like sap in a tree. Yes, our 3 masts will yet be as 3 spermaceti candles. That's the good promise we saw. At that moment Starbuck caught sight of Stubb's face slowly beginning to glimmer into sight. Glancing upwards, he cried, See, and once more the high tapering flames were beheld with what seemed redoubled supernaturalness in their pallor. "The corpusants have mercy on us all," cried Stubb again. At the base of the mainmast, full beneath the doubloon and the flame. The Parsee was kneeling in Ahab's front, but with his head bowed away from him, while nearby, from the arched and overhanging rigging where they had just been engaged securing a spar, a number of the seamen, arrested by the glare, now cohered together and hung pendulous like a knot of numbed wasps from a drooping orchard twig, in various enchanted attitudes, like the standing or stepping or running skeletons in Herculaneum. Others remained rooted to the deck, but all, their eyes upcast. "Aye, men," cried Ahab, "look up at it, mark it well, the white flame but lights the way to the white whale. Hand me those mainmast links there. I would fain feel this pulse, and let mine beat against it blood against fire." So, then turning the last link held fast in his left hand, he put his foot upon the Parsee, and with fixed upward eye and high-flung right arm, he stood erect before the lofty tri-pointed trinity of flames. "Oh, thou clear spirit of clear fire, whom on these seas I as Persian once did worship, till in sacramental act so burned by thee that to this hour I bear the scar. I now know thee, thou clear spirit, and I now know that thy right worship is defiance. To neither love nor reverence wilt thou be kind, and e'en for hate thou canst but kill, and all are killed. No fearless fool now fronts thee. I own thy speechless, placeless power, but to the last gasp of my earthquake life will dispute its unconditional, unintegral mastery in me. In the midst of the personified impersonal, a personality stands here, though but a point at best whencesoe'er I came, wheresoe'er I go, yet while I earthly live, the queenly personality lives in me, and feels her royal rights. But war is pain, and hate is woe. Come in thy lowest form of love, and I will kneel and kiss thee. But at thy highest, come as mere supernal power, and though thou launchest navies of full-freighted worlds, there's that in here that still remains indifferent. O thou clear spirit, of thy fire thou madest me, and like a true child of fire I breathe it back to thee. Underscore sudden, repeated flashes of lightning. The 9 flames leap lengthwise to thrice their previous height. Ahab, with the rest, closes his eyes, his right hand pressed hard upon them. Underscore, I own thy speechless, placeless power. Said I not so? Nor was it wrong from me, nor do I now drop these links. Thou canst blind, but I can then grope. Thou canst consume, but I can then be ashes. Take the homage of these poor eyes and shutter hands. I would not take it. The lightning flashes through my skull. Mine eyeballs ache and ache. My whole beaten brain seems as beheaded and rolling on some stunning ground. Oh, yet blindfold, yet will I talk to thee. Light though thou be, thou leapest out of darkness, but I am darkness leaping out of light, leaping out of thee. The javelins cease, open eyes see or not. There burn the flames. O thou magnanimous, now I do glory in my genealogy, but thou art but my fiery father, my sweet mother I know not. O cruel, what hast thou done with her? There lies my puzzle, but thine is greater. Thou knowest not how came ye, hence caiest thyself. Unbegotten, certainly knowest not thy beginning, hence caiest thyself. Unbegotten, I know that of me, which thou knowest not of thyself. O thou omnipotent, there is some unsuffusing thing beyond thee, thou clear spirit, to whom all thy eternity is but time, all thy creativeness mechanical. Through thee, thy flaming self, my scorched eyes do dimly see it. O thou foundling fire, thou hermit immemorial, thou too hast thy incommunicable riddle, thy unparticipated grief. Here again with haughty agony, I read my sire. Leap, leap up and lick the sky. I leap with thee, I burn with thee, would fain be welded with thee defiantly. I worship thee. The boat, cried Starbuck. Look at thy boat, old man. Ahab's harpoon, the one forged at Perth's fire, remained firmly lashed in its conspicuous crotch, so that it projected beyond his whaleboat's bow. but the sea that had stove its bottom had caused the loose leather sheath to drop off, and from the keen steel barb there now came a leveled flame of pale, forked fire, as the silent harpoon burned there. Like a serpent's tongue, Starbuck grasped Ahab by the arm. God, goddess, against thee, old man, forbear. 'Tis an ill voyage, ill begun, ill continued. Let me square the yards, while we may, old man, and make a fair wind of it homewards, to go on a better voyage than this. Overhearing Starbuck, the panic-stricken crew instantly ran to the braces, though not a sail was left aloft. For the moment all the aghast mates' thoughts seemed theirs. They raised a half-mutinous cry, but, dashing the rattling lightning links to the deck, and snatching the burning harpoon, Ahab waved it like a torch among them, swearing to transfix with it the first sailor that but cast loose a rope's end, petrified by his aspect, and still more shrinking from the fiery dart that he held. The men fell back in dismay, and Ahab again spoke. All your oaths to hunt the white whale are as binding as mine, and heart, soul, and body, lungs and life, old Ahab is bound, and that ye may know to what tune this heart beats, look ye here, thus I blow out the last fear. And with one blast of his breath he extinguished the flame. As in a hurricane that sweeps the plain, men fly the neighborhood of some lone gigantic elm, whose very height and strength but render it so much the more unsafe, because so much the more a mark for thunderbolts. So at those last words of Ahab's, many of the mariners did run from him in a terror of dismay.
Night falls, but darkness does not come. Instead, the sky cracks open, and the sea glows with a light not of this world. A storm unlike any before seizes the Pequod. Winds scream like damned souls. Waves rise like walls of judgment. And on the mastheads, fire, ghostly blue writhing fire. Not flames from man's hand, but St. Elmo's fire, the flickering breath of heaven itself. The men stare upward, terrified. The sea is alive. The sky is watching. And at the center of this storm, Ahab stands unshaken. The masts are lit like candles on a funeral pyre, each one a torch, burning without heat, casting eerie light across drenched faces and trembling decks. A burning ship and burning men and burning oceans. The crew wavers. Faith shudders. Even Starbuck, devout, resolute, whispers of omens and wrath. But Ahab sees fire from the sky and calls it divine approval. The ocean howls. The heavens burn. Lightning dances across the sails. Ahab, his face glowing with that unholy blue, does not flinch. He raises his new blood-forged harpoon, the one shaped in chapter 113, and plunges it into the flame. Thus I baptize thee with fire. He anoints the spear not in water, nor in oil, but in the sacred storm itself. This is his exorcism, his declaration, his baptism of vengeance. This is no mere storm. This is a holy war. Melville turns nature into cathedral. The mast becomes the altar. The fire becomes the sacrament. The ship becomes the church of Ahab's wrath. And as lightning crashes around him, Ahab preaches, not to convert, but to conquer. Speak, thou vast and vague form. Speak. He challenges the forces of heaven, calls them down, and dares them to answer. But the sky, in all its terrible beauty, only burns brighter. St. Elmo's fire equals ghostly blessing or final warning. Ahab's harpoon baptism equals blasphemy wrapped in sacred ritual. The storm equals cosmic trial by fire. In this moment, Ahab stops pretending to be a man. He becomes something else. A priest, a prophet, a mad god forging the tools of his own doom. Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. What is certain is this: he no longer fears the wrath of the universe. He claims it. The storm does not consume the Pequod. It anoints it. The crew, shaken but silent, watches their captain walk among fire, as if he were born of it. He holds the harpoon aloft, glowing, steaming, sanctified by lightning. And from that moment on, the chase is no longer mortal. It is myth. The final act has begun. The candles of heaven have been lit. The altar is ready. The sacrifice draws near. And Ahab is ready to meet his God.
Chapter 120. The deck towards the end of the first night watch. Underscore Ahab, standing by the helm. Starbuck approaching him. Underscore. We must send down the main topsail yard, sir. The band is working. Loose and the lee lift is half-stranded. Shall I strike it, sir? Strike nothing, lash it. If I had skysail poles, I'd sway them up. Now, sir, in God's name, sir. Well, the anchors are working, sir. Shall I get them inboard? Strike nothing and stir nothing, but lash everything. The wind rises, but it has not got up to my tablelands yet. Quick and see to it. By masts and keels. He takes me for the hunchbacked skipper of some, coasting smack. Send down my main topsail yard. Ho, blue pots, loftiest. Trucks were made for wildest winds, and this brain truck of mine now sails amid the cloud scud. Shall I strike that? Oh, none but cowards send down their brain trucks in tempest time. What a hoorush aloft. There, I would e'en take it for sublime, did I not know that the colic is a noisy malady. Oh, take medicine, take medicine.
The storm has passed, but the tension has not. The masts still smoke, the air still hums, and aboard the Pequod, a silence falls, as heavy as prophecy. Ahab stands alone on the deck, his back to the sea, his eyes toward nothing, and behind him emerges Starbuck, the last voice of reason, the last soul who still believes this voyage can end in something other than ruin. This is not a confrontation. This is a plea. The sea is calm again. Too calm. The kind of calm that follows fire, that lingers after revelation. Ahab is still, not resting, not relaxing, simply bracing for the inevitable. And then, Starbuck speaks. Oh, my captain, noble soul, grand, ungodly, godlike man. His voice is gentle, humble, but desperate. He tries to reach what little of Ahab remains untouched by obsession. He speaks of home, of wives, of sons, of peace. He speaks not to the myth, but to the man. This moment is a knife's edge. Two men, one bound to fate, the other begging for release, stand beneath the stars. Ahab listens. For a moment, just a moment, he softens. The lines on his face ease. His voice grows low. He remembers the world beyond the whale. Would to God I had slept and never waked. He almost relents. This chapter is the final fork in the road. Starbuck offers salvation, a chance to turn back, to abandon vengeance, to live. Ahab hesitates, not out of fear, but out of sorrow. He speaks of the maddening void within him, the force that has taken him by the soul, and will not let go. The path to my fixed purpose is laid with iron rails, on which my soul is grooved to run. It's not that Ahab won't stop, it's that he can't. His course is carved, his doom self-chosen but irrevocable. Ahab's near confession equals the moment before surrender, the last light before the fall. Starbuck's plea equals the voice of reason, conscience, mortality. The deck at night equals a liminal space between reality and dream, man and myth. This is Melville's Hamlet moment. Two men alone on a stage, one trying to stop destiny, the other already swallowed by it. The conversation ends. not with reconciliation, but with quiet resignation. Ahab turns away, and with that, the final hope flickers out. Ahab stands alone again. Starbuck walks away in silence. The deck creaks beneath their footsteps. A stage set for ruin. The stars blink above, unmoved by mortal longing. And the whale waits. There will be no turning back, no mercy, only the end.
Chapter 121. Midnight. The forecastle bulwarks. Underscore stub and flask mounted on them, and passing additional lashings over. The anchors they're hanging, underscore. No, stub. You may pound it not there as much as you please, but you will never pound into me what you were just now saying. And how? Long ago is it since you said the very contrary? Didn't you once say that whatever ship Ahab sails in, that ship should pay something extra on its insurance policy, just as though it were loaded with powder, barrels aft and boxes of lucifers forward? Stop now, didn't you say? So, well, suppose I did. What then? I've part changed my flesh since that. Time, why not my mind? Besides, supposing we underscore loaded with powder, barrels aft and lucifers forward, how the devil could the lucifers get? A fire in this drenching spray here? Why, my little man, you have pretty red hair, but you couldn't get a fire now. Shake yourself, your Aquarius or the water bearer flask might fill pitchers at your coat collar. Don't you see then that for these extra risks the marine insurance companies have extra guarantees? Here are hydrants, flask. But hark again, and I'll answer ye the other thing. First take your leg off from the crown of the anchor here, though, so I can pass the rope. Now listen, what's the mighty difference between holding a mast's lightning rod in the storm and standing close by a mast that hasn't got any lightning rod at all in a storm? Don't you see, you timberhead, that no harm can come to the holder of the rod unless the mast is first struck? What are you talking about then? Not one ship in 100 carries rods, and Ahab, I, man, and all of us were in no more danger then, in my poor opinion, than all the crews in 10,000 ships now sailing the seas. Why, you king post, you, I suppose, you would have every man in the world go about with a small lightning rod running up the corner of his hat like a militia officer's skewered feather and trailing behind like his sash. Why, don't ye be sensible, Flask? It's easy to be sensible, why don't ye? Then any man with half an eye can be sensible. I don't know that, Stub. You sometimes find it rather hard. Yes, when a fellow's soaked through, it's hard to be sensible, that's a fact. And I am about drenched with this spray. Never mind, catch the turn there and pass it. Seems to me we are lashing down these anchors now as if they were never going to be used again. Tying these two anchors here, Flask, seems like tying a man's hands behind him. And what big generous hands they are, to be sure. These are your iron fists, hey? What a hold they have, too. I wonder, Flask, whether the world is anchored anywhere. If she is, she swings with an uncommon long cable, though. There, hammer that knot down, and we've done. So next, to touching land, lighting on deck is the most satisfactory. I say, just wring out my jacket skirts, will ye? Thank ye. They laugh at long togs so, Flask, but seems to me a long-tailed coat ought always to be worn in all storms afloat. The tails tapering down that way serve to carry off the water, GC. Same with cocked hats, the cocks form gable end eave troughs, Flask. No more monkey jackets and tarpaulins for me. I must mount a swallowtail and drive down a beaver, so. Hello. Phew. There goes my tarpaulin overboard, Lord. Lord, that the winds that come from heaven should be so unmannerly. This is a nasty night, lad.
Midnight. The ship sleeps, or pretends to. Above, the stars pulse like old wounds. Below, shadows lean against the bulwarks, and whispers drift like mist over the wood. This is not a chapter of action, but of atmosphere, of rumor, of fear clothed in sailor's lore. It is the heartbeat of the crew, raw, uncertain, fully human. A moment where superstition breathes louder than reason. On the forecastle bulwarks, near the prow where the spray breaks clean, a few sailors gather, quiet, half-shadowed, their eyes reflecting the storm they've just survived. They talk of what they saw, not the storm, but the fire, the glowing masts, the electric flames, the captain who touched them with a harpoon and did not burn. "'Twas St. Elmo's fire," murmurs one. "Aye," replies another, "or the devil's own candle." They do not understand what's coming, but they feel it. The sea has changed. The captain has changed. The ship itself feels cursed. This is a moment of shared dread, unspoken but deeply sensed. Each man speaks from a different country, a different tongue, but fear needs no translation. The Malay sailor mutters a charm. The old Portuguese pipes a dirge-like tune. The Frenchman makes the sign of the cross. The black sailor gazes silently into the sea, lips unmoving. The Pequod is no longer just a ship. It has become a floating myth. And they, its living ghosts. This chapter shows us the underbelly of the voyage. The sailors, the overlooked voices, the ones who must carry out orders, but whisper fears in the dark. Melville gives them no names here, only archetypes, only fragments of language. Why? Because fear is universal, and the fear aboard the Pequod has taken a shape too large for any one man. The crew senses it now. They sail not toward Wales, but into a story older than them all. The bulwarks equals the threshold between man and the sea. Their murmurs equals the Greek chorus, foretelling doom, doubting gods. The moment equals a pause in the narrative where fear becomes voice. The elite officers, Ahab, Starbuck, Stubb, may drive the plot. But these men, they are the soul of the ship. Their fear is prophetic. Their silence is a verdict. They have seen the candles. They have seen Ahab's firelit eyes. And they know, no good comes from a man who does not fear flame. The sailors fall quiet. A gull cries in the blackness. A loose rope clinks faintly. The sea rolls beneath them, endless and uncaring. No alarms, no orders, just waiting, as if the ship itself is listening. In the silence, the Pequod creaks forward, like a coffin drawn slowly to its grave. And the men cling to their stories, because they know, when gods go silent, sailors speak.
Chapter 122. Midnight Aloft. Thunder and lightning. Underscore the main topsail yard underscore dash understego. Passing new lashings around underscore. Stop that thunder. Plenty too much thunder up here. What's the use of thunder? We don't want thunder. We want rum. Give us a glass of rum.
Above all, beyond the sails, beyond the storm-scattered stars, beyond even the reach of man's certainty, there sits a shape, still, unblinking, watching. It is Fedallah, Ahab's shadow, now perched like a silent omen, atop the very crown of the ship, while the crew mutters below, and Ahab dreams dark dreams behind his eyes. Fedallah watches, and the heavens answer. Lightning curls like serpents across the night sky. The wind has fallen, but the thunder still murmurs, like ancient voices in a forgotten tongue. And high upon the mast, alone in the crow's nest, Fedallah keeps vigil. No lantern, no motion, just a silhouette, cut from the cloth of nightmares, a dusky phantom that hovered at the masthead. The other men sleep uneasily, but Fedallah does not sleep. He watches something only he sees. Perhaps the whale, perhaps the end, perhaps something older than both. The wind groans in the rigging. The stars flicker through veils of mist. But Fedallah remains motionless, a figure who seems less a man, and more a monument to the fate creeping toward them. He is not afraid. He is not cold. He is simply waiting. The sky answers with light, a single bolt, forking silently across the void, illuminates him, not as a sailor, but as a specter. This chapter is less about action and more about presence, the sense that something has already been decided. Fedallah is Ahab's prophet, his confidant, his silent priest of vengeance. And now, as the Pequod sails toward its doom, he places himself closest to the gods, or to whatever lies beyond them. The thunder rolls, the clouds pulse, and still, he does not move. Motionless, foreboding, he sits, the storm behind him, the abyss before. The masthead equals highest point of vision, yet isolation. Fedallah's stillness equals quiet submission to prophecy. Thunder and lightning equals divine presence or divine wrath. In Melville's mythos, Fedallah is not just a man. He is a figure carved from fate, a being who knows the ending, and walks willingly toward it. He has already foretold Ahab's death, and now he watches the stars, as if waiting for the heavens to confirm it. The sea rolls gently now. The storm has spent its fury, but up there, where wind meets sky, Fedallah still sits, like a vulture on a gallows, like a priest on the altar, like a memory not yet lived. And though he does not speak, his silence cries louder than thunder. Something is coming. He knows it. And now, so do we.
Chapter 123. The Musket. During the most violent shocks of the typhoon, the man at the Pequod's jawbone tiller had several times been reelingly hurled to the deck by its spasmodic motions, even though preventer tackles had been attached to it, for they were slack because some play to the tiller was indispensable. In a severe gale like this, while the ship is but a tossed shuttlecock to the blast, it is by no means uncommon to see the needles in the compasses at intervals go round and round. It was thus with the Pequod's. At almost every shock the helmsman had not failed to notice the whirling velocity with which they revolved upon the cards. It is a sight that hardly anyone can behold without some sort of unwanted emotion. Some hours after midnight, the typhoon abated so much that through the strenuous exertions of Starbuck and Stub One engaged forward, and the other aft, the shivered remnants of the jib and fore and main topsails were cut adrift from the spars and went eddying away to leeward like the feathers of an albatross, which sometimes are cast to the winds when that storm-tossed bird is on the wing. The three corresponding new sails were now bent and reefed, and a storm trysail was set further aft, so that the ship soon went through the water with some precision again, and the course for the present, east-southeast, which he was to steer, if practicable, was once more given to the helmsman, for during the violence of the gale, he had only steered according to its vicissitudes. But as he was now bringing the ship as near her course as possible, watching the compass meanwhile, lo, a good sign. The wind seemed coming round astern. Aye, the foul breeze became fair. Instantly the yards were squared to the lively song of Underscreho, the fair wind. O ye ho, cheerly men, underscore the crew singing for joy that so promising an event should so soon have falsified the evil portents preceding it. in compliance with the standing order of his commander to report immediately and at any one of the 24 hours any decided change in the affairs of the deck. Starbuck had no sooner trimmed the yards to the breeze, however reluctantly and gloomily, than he mechanically went below to apprise Captain Ahab of the circumstance. Ere knocking at his stateroom, he involuntarily paused before it a moment, the cabin lamp taking long swings this way and that was burning fitfully and casting fitful shadows upon the old man's bolted door. Thin one, with fixed blinds inserted in place of upper panels. The isolated subterraneousness of the cabin made a certain humming silence to reign there, though it was hooped round by all the roar of the elements. The loaded muskets in the rack were shiningly revealed as they stood upright against the forward bulkhead. Starbuck was an honest, upright man, but out of Starbuck's heart, at that instant when he saw the muskets, there strangely evolved an evil thought, but so blent with its neutral or good accompaniments that for the instant he hardly knew it for itself. "He would have shot me once," he murmured. "Yes, there's the very musket that he pointed at me. That one with the studded stock. Let me touch it lifted. Strange that I, who have handled so many deadly lances, strange that I should shake so now. Loaded, I must see. Aye, and powder in the pan. That's not good. Best spill it. Wait, I'll cure myself of this. I'll hold the musket boldly while I think. I come to report a fair wind to him. But how fair? Fair for death and doom. Dash underscore, that's underscore fair for Moby-Dick. It's a fair wind that's only fair for that accursed fish. The very tube he pointed at me. The very one. Underscore this underscore when I hold it here. He would have killed me with the very thing I handle now. And he would fain kill all his crew. Does he not say? He will not strike his spars to any gale. Has he not dashed his heavenly quadrant? And in these same perilous seas, gropes he not his way by mere dead reckoning of the error-abounding log? And in this very typhoon, did he not swear that he would have no lightning rods? But shall this crazed old man be tamely suffered to drag a whole ship's company down to doom with him? Yes, it would make him the willful murderer of 30 men and more, if this ship come to any deadly harm. And come to deadly harm, my soul swears this ship will, if Ahab have his way. If then he were this instant put aside, that crime would not be his. Is he muttering in his sleep? Yes, just there. And there, he's sleeping. Sleeping? Aye, but still alive, and soon awake again. Aye, can't withstand thee then, old man. Not reasoning, not remonstrance, not entreaty wilt thou hearken to. All this thou scornest. Flat obedience to thy own flat commands, this is all thou breathest. Aye, and say'st the men have vowed thy vow, say'st all of us are Ahab's. Great God forbid. But is there no other way? No lawful way? Make him a prisoner to be taken home? What? Hope to wrest this old man's living power from his own living hands? Only a fool would try it. Say he were pinioned even, knotted all over with ropes and hawsers, chained down to ring bolts on this cabin floor. He would be more hideous than a caged tiger then. I could not endure the sight, could not possibly fly his howlings. All comfort, sleep itself, inestimable reason would leave me on the long intolerable voyage. What then remains? The land is hundreds of leagues away, and Loch Japan the nearest. I stand alone, here upon an open sea, with 2 oceans and a whole continent between me. And law, aye, 'tis so. Is heaven a murderer when it's lightning? Strikes a would-be murderer in his bed, tindering sheets and skin. Together? And would I be a murderer then if... And slowly, stealthily, and half sideways looking, he placed a loaded musket send against the door. On this level, Ahab's hammock swings within, his head this way. Hey! Touch, and Starbuck may survive to hug his wife and child again. Oh, Mary, Mary, boy, boy, boy. But if I wake thee not to death, old man, who can tell to what unsound deeps Starbuck's body this day week may sink with all the crew? Great God, where art thou? Shall I? The wind has gone down and shifted, sir. The fore and main topsails are reefed and set. She heads her course. Stern all, oh Moby-Dick, I clutch thy heart at last. Such were the sounds that now came hurtling from out the old man's tormented sleep, as if Starbuck's voice had caused the long dumb dream to speak. The yet leveled musket shook like a drunkard's arm against the panel. Starbuck seemed wrestling with an angel, but turning from the door he placed the death tube in its rack and left the place. He's too sound asleep, Mr. Stubb. Go thou down and wake him and tell him I must see to the deck here. Thou knowst what to say.
The ship sleeps, the sea murmurs, and down below, in the captain's cabin, death waits in silence, not the roaring death of storms, nor the vast white death of whales, but a quiet death, a musket, a single decision, one man's trembling finger, on the edge of fate. Starbuck, loyal first mate, devout Quaker, man of conscience, descends to Ahab's cabin. The storm has passed, but the captain has not stirred. Something compels Starbuck to look in on him, and there, bathed in dim lamplight and shadow, lies Ahab asleep. His face, usually a mask of fire, now vulnerable, human, almost peaceful, and beside him, propped carelessly within reach, a loaded musket. Starbuck freezes. A moment opens, wider than the sea. In that instant, he holds the world in his hands. He could end it. He could save the crew. He could stop the mad chase. He could return to his wife and child and look them in the eye. The trigger is just there. So close. So final. Shall this crazed old man be tamely suffered to drag a whole ship's company down to doom with him? But Starbuck cannot do it. This chapter is not about violence, but about the refusal of it. Starbuck is no coward. He is no fool. He sees Ahab's madness clearly. He sees the sword of ruin hanging over them all. But still, his faith, his morality, his humanity bind him. Great God, what is man that he should live out the lifetime of his God? He leaves the musket untouched, and with it, he lets fate proceed. The musket equals justice, temptation, power over fate. Starbuck's refusal equals the strength of morality or the weakness of inaction. Ahab's sleep equals the only moment in the novel where he is truly defenseless. Melville stages this moment like a dark sacrament, a choice between salvation and damnation, not for one man, but for all. Starbuck's decision is both heroic and tragic. He chooses the law of God over the law of necessity, and in doing so, he seals their path to the end. Starbuck leaves the cabin, the musket untouched. Ahab stirs, but does not wake. The moment passes. The die is cast. The gods remain silent, and the Pequod sails on, toward its fate, its fury, its fire. Sometimes, the most terrible decisions are the ones we do not make.
Chapter 124. The Needle. Next morning the not yet subsided sea rolled in long slow billows of mighty bulk, and striving in the Pequod's gurgling track, pushed her on, like giants' palms outspread. The strong, a staggering breeze abounded, so that sky and air seemed vast outbellying sails. The whole world boomed before the wind. Muffled in the full morning light, the invisible sun was only known by the spread intensity of his place, where his bayonet rays moved on in stacks, emblazonings as of crowned Babylonian kings and queens reigned over everything. The sea was as a crucible of molten gold that bubblingly leaps with light and heat. Long maintaining an enchanted silence, Ahab stood apart, and every time the teetering ship loweringly pitched down her bowsprit, he turned too. The bright sun's rays produced ahead, and when she profoundly settled by the stern, he turned behind and saw the sun's rearward place, and how the same yellow rays were blending with his undeviating wake. Ha, my ship, thou mightest well be taken now for the sea chariot of the sun. Ho, ho, all ye nations before my prow, I bring the sun to. Ye, yoke on the further billows, hello, a tandem I drive the sea. But suddenly reined back by some counter thought, he hurried towards the helm, huskily demanding how the ship was heading. East, so east, sir, said the frightened steersman. Thou east, smiting him with his clenched fist. Heading east at this hour in the morning, and the sun astern. Upon this every soul was confounded, for the phenomenon just then observed by Ahab had unaccountably escaped everyone else, but its very blinding palpableness must have been the cause. Thrusting his head halfway into the binnacle, Ahab caught one glimpse of the compasses. His uplifted arms slowly fell. For a moment he almost seemed to stagger. Standing behind him, Starbuck looked, and lo, the two compasses pointed east, and the Pequod was as infallibly going west. But ere the first wild alarm could get out abroad among the crew, the old man with a rigid laugh exclaimed, I have it. It has happened before, Mr. Starbuck. Last night's thunder turned our compasses, that's all. Thou hast before now heard of such a thing, I take it. Aye, but never before has it happened to me, sir, said the pale mate, gloomily. Here, it must needs be said, that accidents like this have in more than one case occurred to ships in violent storms. The magnetic energy has developed in the mariner's needle is, as all know, essentially one with the electricity beheld in heaven. Hence it is not to be much marveled at that such things should be instances where the lightning has actually struck the vessel so as to smite down some of the spars and rigging. The effect upon the needle has at times been still more fatal, all its lodestone virtue being annihilated, so that the before magnetic steel was of no more use than an old wife's knitting needle. But in either case, the needle never again, of itself, recovers the original virtue thus marred or lost. And if the binnacle compasses be affected, the same fate reaches all the others that may be in the ship, even with the lowermost one inserted into the kelson, deliberately standing before the binnacle and eyeing the transpointed compasses. The old man, with the sharp of his extended hand, now took the precise bearing of the sun, and satisfied that the needles were exactly inverted, shouted out his orders for the ship's course to be changed accordingly. The yards were hard up, and once more the Pequod thrust her undaunted bows into the opposing wind for the supposed fair. One had only been juggling her. Meanwhile, whatever were his own secret thoughts, Starbuck said nothing, but quietly he issued all requisite orders, while Stubb and Flask, who in some small degree seemed then to be sharing his feelings, likewise unmurmuringly acquiesced. As for the men, though some of them lowly rumbled, their fear of Ahab was greater than their fear of fate. But as ever before, the pagan harpooneers remained almost wholly unimpressed, or if impressed, it was only with a certain magnetism shot into their congenial hearts from inflexible Ahab's. For space the old man walked the deck in rolling reveries, but chancing to slip with his ivory heel. He saw the crushed copper sight tubes of the Quadrant he had the day before dashed to the deck. Thou poor, proud heaven-gazer and sun's pilot, yesterday I wrecked thee, and today the compasses would fain have wrecked me. So, but Ahab is lord over the level lodestone yet. Mr. Starbuck a lance without, a pole, a topmaul, and the smallest of the sailmaker's needles. Quick accessory, perhaps, to the impulse dictating the thing he was now about to do, were certain prudential motives, whose object might have been to revive the spirits of his crew by a stroke of his subtle skill in a matter so wondrous as that of the inverted compasses. Besides, the old man well knew that to steer by transpointed needles, though clumsily practicable, was not a thing to be passed over by superstitious sailors without some shudderings and evil portents. Men, said he, steadily turning upon the crew, as the mate handed him the things he had demanded. My men, the thunder turned old Ahab's needles, but out of this bit of steel Ahab can make one of his own that will point as true as any. Abashed glances of servile wonder were exchanged by the sailors as this was said, and with fascinated eyes they awaited whatever magic might follow. But Starbuck looked away. With a blow from the topmaul, Ahab knocked off the steel head of the lance, and then handing to the mate the long iron rod remaining, bade him hold it upright without its touching the deck. Then with the maul, after repeatedly smiting the upper end of this iron rod, he placed the blunted needle endwise on the top of it, and less strongly hammered that several times, the mate still holding the rod as before, then going through some small strange motions with it, whether indispensable to the magnetizing of the steel or merely intended to augment the awe of the crew, is uncertain. He called for linen thread, and moving to the binnacle, slipped out the two reversed needles there, and horizontally suspended the sail needle by its middle over one of the compass cards. At first, the steel went round and round, quivering and vibrating at either end, but at last it settled to its place, when Ahab, who had been intently watching for this result, stepped frankly back from the binnacle, and pointing his stretched arm towards it, exclaimed, Look ye for yourselves, if Ahab be not lord of the level lodestone, the sun is east, and that compass swears it. One after another they peered in, for nothing but their own eyes could persuade such ignorance as theirs, and one after another they slunk away in his fiery eyes of scorn and triumph. You then saw Ahab in all his fatal pride.
The storm has passed, but not without a price. The sails are torn. The air still crackles with yesterday's lightning, and deep in the bones of the ship, something is wrong. The compass no longer points north. It spins lost, like the ship itself, adrift in a world where even the stars seem false. And what does Ahab do? When the needle of reason fails, he makes a new one. With his own hands, the helmsman reports it first. Sir, the compass is dead. Ahab strides to the binnacle. He looks. The needle, his faithful guide, his invisible eye on the heavens, now spins like a drunkard, bewitched, betrayed. The crew stares. Some whisper, even steel has lost its loyalty. But Ahab does not break. No fear now, helmsman, look ye here. In the crucible of crisis, Ahab becomes not just a leader, but a blacksmith of fate. He snatches a needle from his coat, grabs a hammer, and in the open air, beneath a sky still veined with stormlight, he magnetizes it. A spark, a strike, a ritual. The crew watches in silence as their captain rebuilds direction itself. Thus I make a compass of my own. This is Ahab at his most terrifyingly complete. He does not pray. He does not yield. When the heavens fail him, He hammers his own purpose from the ashes. The compass, supposedly infallible, was bent by storm. Ahab bends steel to restore it, but it is no longer a compass that leads to safety. It now points to Moby-Dick, not north, not home, but to vengeance. The broken needle equals the collapse of natural law. Ahab's handmade compass equals man usurping divine order. The act itself equals an echo of Prometheus, stealing fire from the gods. Melville offers no subtlety here. This is symbolic resurrection. Ahab refuses to be lost, because he cannot allow a universe in which he is not in control. His compass does not guide him. He guides the compass. And so the Pequod sails forward, not by the laws of magnetism, but by the laws of obsession. The storm may have scattered the stars. The compass may have forgotten its truth, but Ahab remembers his. He does not seek direction. He commands it. The new needle quivers, not toward north, but toward destiny. And the ship obeys, for when the stars fall silent, and the compass spins blind, only the mad know exactly where they're going.
Chapter 125. The log and line. While now the fated Pequod had been so long afloat this voyage, the log and line had but very seldom been in use, owing to a confident reliance upon other means of determining the vessel's place. Some merchantmen and many whalemen, especially when cruising, wholly neglect to heave the log, though at the same time, and frequently more for form's sake than anything else, regularly putting down upon the customary slate the course steered by the ship, as well as the presumed average rate of progression every hour. It had been thus with the Pequod, the wooden, real and angular log attached hung, long untouched, just beneath the railing of the after bulwarks. Rains and spray had damped it, sun and wind had warped it. All the elements had combined to rot a thing that hung so idly. But heedless of all this, his mood seized Ahab as he happened to glance upon the reel, not many hours after the magnet, seen, and he remembered how his quadrant was no more, and recalled his frantic oath about the level log and line. The ship was sailing, plungingly. Astern the billows rolled in riots. Forward there, heave the log. Two seamen came, the golden-hued Tahitian and the grizzly Manxman. Take the reel, one of ye I'll heave. They went towards the extreme stern, on the ship's lee side, where the deck, with the oblique energy of the wind, was now almost dipping into the creamy, sidelong rushing sea. The Manxman took the reel, and holding it high up by the projecting handle ends of the spindle, round which the spool of line revolved, so stood with the angular log hanging downwards, till Ahab advanced to him. Ahab stood before him, and was lightly unwinding some 30 or 40 turns to form a preliminary hand coil to toss overboard, when the old Manxman, who was intently eyeing both him and the line, made bold to speak. Sir, I mistrusted. This line looks far gone, long heat and wet have spoiled it. 'Twill hold, old gentleman. Long heat and wet have they spoiled thee. Thou seemst to hold, or truer perhaps, life holds thee, not thou it. I hold the spool, sir, but just as my captain says, with these gray hairs of mine, 'tis not worth while disputing, especially with a superior will ne'er confess. What's that? There now's a patched professor in Queen Nature's granite-founded college, but methinks he's too subservient. Where wert thou born? In the little rocky Isle of Man, sir. Excellent. Thou'st hit the world by that. I know not, sir, but I was born there. In the Isle of Man, hey? Well, the other way, it's good. Here's a man, from man. A man born and once independent man, and now unmanned of man, which is sucked in by what? Up with the reel, the dead blind wall. Let's all inquiring heads at last. Up with it. So, the log was heaved. The loose coils rapidly straightened out and along, dragging line astern, and then, instantly, the reel began to whirl. In, turn, jerkingly raised and lowered by the rolling billows, towing. Resistance of the log caused the old reel man to stagger strangely. Hold hard. Snap. The overstrained line sagged down in one long festoon. Tugging log was gone. I crushed the quadrant. Thunder turns the needles, and now the mad. See parts the log line, but Ahab can mend all. Haul in here, Tahitian. Reel up, Manxman. And look ye, let the carpenter make another log, and mend thou the line. See to it. There he goes now. To him nothing's happened, but to me, the skewer, seems loosening out of the middle of the world. Haul in, Tahitian. These lines run whole, and whirling out, coming broken and dragging slow. Ha, Pip, come to help, Pip. Pip, whom call ye Pip? Pip jumped from the whaleboat. Pip's missing. Let's see now if ye haven't fished him up here, fisherman. It drags. Hard, I guess he's holding on. Jerk him, Tahiti. Jerk him off, we haul. And no cowards here. Ho, there's his arm just breaking water. A hatchet. Cut off, we haul, and no cowards here. Captain Ahab. Sir, here's Pip. Try and get on board again. Peace, thou crazy loon, cried the Manxman, seizing him by the arm, away from the quarterdeck. The greater idiot ever scolds the lesser, muttered Ahab, advancing. Hands off from that holiness. Where sayest thou Pip was, boy? Astern there, sir, astern. Lo, and who art thou, boy? I see not my reflection in the vacant pupils of thy eyes. Oh God, that man should be a thing for immortal souls to sift through. Who art thou, boy? Well, boy, sir, ship's scrier, ding dong ding. Pip. 100 pounds of clay reward for Pip. 5 feet high looks. Cowardly quickest, known by that. Ding dong ding. Who's seen Pip the coward? There can be no hearts above the snow line. Oh, ye frozen heavens, look down here. Ye did beget this luckless child, and have abandoned him, ye creative libertines. Here, boy, Ahab's cabin shall be Pip's home henceforth, while Ahab lives. Thou to shayest my inmost center, boy. Thou art tied to me by cords woven of my heartstrings. Come, let's down. What's this? Here's velvet sharkskin, intently gazing at Ahab's hand and feeling it. Ah, now had poor Pip but felt so kind a thing as this, perhaps he had ne'er been lost. This seems to me, sir, as a man rope, something that weak souls may hold by. Oh, sir, let old Perth now come and rivet these two hands together, the black one with the white, for I will not let this go. Oh, boy, nor will I thee, unless I should thereby drag thee to worse horrors than are here. Come then to my cabin. Lo, ye believers in God's all goodness, and in man all ill, lo you. See the omniscient gods, oblivious of suffering man, and man, though idiotic, and knowing not what he does, yet full of the sweet things of love and gratitude. Come, I feel prouder leading thee by thy black hand, than though I grasped him. Emperors! There go 2 daft ones now, muttered the old Manxman. One daft with strength, the other daft with weakness. But here's the end of the rotten line, all dripping too. Mended, eh? I think we had best have a new line altogether. I'll see Mr. Stubb about it.
The sea stretches still and endless. The storm has receded. The sun returns, silent, indifferent. And in its calm wake, Ahab seeks something deeper than vengeance. Understanding, for just a breath. He pauses his mad pursuit to ask a sailor's eternal question: how deep does the ocean run? But in this chapter, even the tools of measure fail. Ahab orders the log and line, an ancient method, a mariner's ritual, to gauge the ship's speed and the sea's depth. It is a brief return to the old ways, to order, to knowledge, to reason. The weighted log is cast astern. The line runs freely through the sailor's hands. But then, a snap, a break, a silence. The line, his only thread into the deep, has parted. The bitter end is lost. And Ahab does not curse. He simply stands, gazing at the sea, like a man watching time disappear. This is not rage. This is resignation. Ahab's obsession remains, but now we glimpse its sorrowful root, a desperate need to know what lies beneath the surface of the world, of fate, of himself. The rope breaks, and so does something inside him. This is Melville's meditation on mystery and on the tragedy of men who demand clarity from a universe built on silence. The ocean does not answer. The rope cannot reach. And Ahab, the man who would command stars and storms, is left dangling at the edge of the unknowable. Oh, grassy glades! Oh, ever-vernal, endless landscapes! He briefly dreams of rest, of stillness, of peace beyond the hunt. But it fades. The rope is gone. The log sinks, and the chase must continue. The log and line equals tools of reason and measurement. The breaking rope equals the collapse of certainty, the severance from understanding. Ahab's reaction equals the sorrow of a man who realizes he'll never truly comprehend the thing he hates. This moment is not about whales. It's about depth. The literal sea, yes, but also the depth of truth, of grief, of being. Ahab reaches down, and the void takes the rope. He does not cry out. He simply watches it vanish. And that silence is more terrible than thunder. Ahab turns away. The sailor coils the useless line. The ship creaks onward. No one speaks of it. No one dares. For they all know, when the line breaks, there's no more measuring, only drifting, only chasing. And for Ahab, the chase is the only answer left to a question that has no end.
Chapter 126. The Life-Buoy. Steering now southeastward by Ahab's leveled steel and her progress, solely determined by Ahab's level log and line, the Pequod held on her path towards the equator, making so long a passage through such unfrequented waters, descrying no ships, and air long sideways, impelled by unvarying trade winds, over waves monotonously mild all. These seemed the strange calm things, preluding some riotous and desperate scene. At last, when the ship drew near to the outskirts, as it were, of the equatorial fishing ground, and in the deep darkness that goes before, the dawn was sailing by a cluster of rocky islets. The watch then, headed by Flask, was startled by a cry so plaintively wild and unearthly like half-articulated wailings of the ghosts of all Herods, murdered innocents, that one and all they started from their reveries, and for the space of some moments stood, or sat, or leaned all, transfixedly listening, like the carved Roman slave, while that wild cry remained within hearing. The Christian or civilized part of the crew said it was mermaids, and shuddered, but the pagan harpooneers remained unappalled. Yet the gray Manxman, the oldest mariner of all, declared that the wild thrilling sounds that were heard were the voices of newly drowned men in the sea. Below in his hammock, Ahab did not hear of this till gray dawn, when he came to the deck. It was then recounted to him by Flask, not unaccompanied with hinted dark meanings. He hollowly laughed and thus explained the wonder. Those rocky islands the ship had passed were the resort of great numbers of seals, and some young seals that had lost their dams, or some dams that had lost their cubs, must have risen nigh the ship and kept company with her, crying and sobbing with their human sort of wail. But this only the more affected some of them, because most mariners cherish a very superstitious feeling about seals, arising not only from their peculiar tones when in distress, but also from the human look of their round heads and semi-intelligent faces seen peeringly uprising from the water alongside. In the sea, under certain circumstances, seals have more than once been mistaken for men, but the bodings of the crew were destined to receive a most plausible confirmation in the fate of one of their number that morning. At sunrise this man went from his hammock to his masthead at the fore, and whether it was that he was not yet half waked from his sleep, for sailors sometimes go aloft in a transition state, whether it was thus with the man, there is now no telling. But be that as it may, he had not been long at his perch when a cry was heard, a cry, and rushing and looking up, they saw a falling phantom in the air, and looking down, a little tossed heap of white bubbles in the blue of the sea. The Life-Buoy, a long slender cask, was dropped from the stern, where it always hung obedient to a cunning spring, but no hand rose to seize it, and the sun having long beat upon this casket had shrunken, so that it slowly filled, and that parched wood also filled at its every pore, and the studded iron-bound cask followed the sailor to the bottom, as if to yield him his pillow, though in sooth but a hard one. And thus the first man of the Pequod that mounted the mast to look out for the white whale on the white whale's own peculiar ground, that man was swallowed up in the deep. But few, perhaps, thought of that at the time. Indeed, in some sort, they were not grieved at this event, at least as a portent, for they regarded it not as a foreshadowing of evil in the future, but as the fulfillment of an evil already presaged. They declared that now they knew the reason of those wild shrieks they had heard the night before. But again the old manxman said nay. The lost Life-Buoy was now to be replaced. Starbuck was directed to see to it, but as no cask of sufficient lightness could be found, and as in the feverish eagerness of what seemed the approaching crisis of the voyage, all hands were impatient of any toil but what was directly connected with its final end, whatever that might prove to be. Therefore, they were going to leave the ship's stern unprovided with a buoy, when by certain strange signs and innuendos Queequeg hinted a hint concerning his coffin. A life-buoy of a coffin, cried Starbuck, starting. Rather queer that, I should say, said Stubb. It will make a good enough one, said Flask. The carpenter here can arrange it easily. Bring it up, there's nothing else for it, said Starbuck after a melancholy pause. Rig it, carpenter. Do not look at me so, the coffin. I mean, dost thou hear me? Rig it. And shall I nail down the lid, sir? Moving his hand as with a hammer. Aye. And shall I caulk the seams, sir? Moving his hand as with a caulking iron. Aye. And shall I then pay over the same with pitch, sir? Moving his hand as with a pitch pot. Away. What possesses thee to this? Make a life-buoy of the coffin, and no more. Mr. Stubb, Mr. Flask, come forward with me. He goes off in a huff. The whole he can endure, at the parts he balks. Now I don't like this. I make a leg for Captain Ahab, and he wears it like a gentleman. But I make a bandbox for Queequeg, and he won't put his head into it. Are all my pains to go for nothing with that coffin? And now I'm ordered to make a life-buoy of it. It's like turning an old coat. Going to bring the flesh on the other side now. I don't like this cobbling sort of business. I don't like it at all. It's undignified. It's not my place. Let tinkers' brats do tinkerings. We are their betters. I like to take in hand none but clean virgin, fair and square mathematical jobs. Something that regularly begins at the beginning and is at the middle when midway, and comes to an end at the conclusion. Not a cobbler's job. That's at an end in the middle, and at the beginning at the end. It's the old woman's tricks to be giving cobbling jobs. Lord, what an affection all old women have for tinkers. I know an old woman of 65 who ran away with a bald-headed young tinker once, and that's the reason I never would work for lonely widow old women ashore when I kept my job shop in the vineyard. They might have taken it into their lonely old heads to run off with me, but hi-ho, there are no caps at sea but snow caps. Let me see. Nail down the lid, caulk the seams, pay over the same with pitch, batten them down tight, and hang it with the snap spring over the ship's stern, wherever such things done before with a coffin. Some superstitious old carpenters now would be tied up in the rigging air. They would do the job, but I'm made of knotty rustic hemlock. I don't budge, cruppered with a coffin, sailing about with a graveyard tray. But never mind, we workers in woods make bridal bedsteads and card tables, as well as coffins and hearses. We work by the month, or by the job, or by the profit, not for us to ask the why and wherefore of our work, unless it be too confounded cobbling, and then we stash it, if we can. I'll do the job now tenderly. I'll have me let's see how many in the ship's company, all told, but I've forgotten. Anyway, I'll have me 30 separate Turk's-headed lifelines, each 3 feet long, hanging all round to the coffin. Then, if the hull go down, there'll be 30 lively fellows, all fighting for one coffin, a sight not seen very often beneath the sun. Come hammer, caulking iron, pitch pod, and marlingspike. Let's do it.
Night again, that ghostly hour, when ships speak only in creaks, and the wind whispers names never called aloud. One moment, the sea is still. The next, a splash, a cry, and then nothing. A man is gone. No struggle, no rescue, just a ripple, a memory, and a life buoy, the symbol of salvation, is cast into the black. But it too vanishes. No name is given, no rank, no backstory, only this: a man falls overboard. Somewhere between the masts and the moon, a sailor loses his footing, and the sea takes him. Reflexively, the crew throws the life buoy after him. It vanishes into the night. They listen, wait, but the sea offers no reply, no voice, no splash, no hope. There is no storm, no chaos, just the terrifying ease with which a life disappears. The life buoy, meant to save, has now become a grave marker, and Ahab, instead of mourning, orders it replaced, but not with another ring of cork or rope. Take the coffin. Yes, the same coffin Queequeg had built for himself in chapter 110, now repurposed, made hollow, caulked, strapped with bells, transformed into the ship's new life buoy. Here lies Melville's brilliance. He makes a coffin float, not sink, a symbol of death, becomes a tool of survival. It is not death, but resurrection. But it is also mockery, because no one aboard the Pequod will be saved, not by rings, not by rafts, not by coffins dressed as lifelines. The transformation is beautiful, but it is hollow, just like the buoy, just like the hope it pretends to hold. The lost sailor equals anonymous fate, foreshadowing the crew's doom. The original life buoy equals false comfort, the illusion of safety at sea. The coffin buoy equals life and death reversed, hope forged from inevitability. This chapter is a turning point in tone. From here on, everything carries death beneath it. Even salvation, even wood meant to float. The sea does not just drown men, it erases them. And the only memory left is a buoy, made from a coffin, once meant for a friend. The ship sails on. One less soul aboard. No ceremony, no prayer, only a coffin, now lashed to the stern, rocking gently with each wave. It waits, not to save, but to bear witness, to ring softly when another is claimed, and it will ring again, for the sea does not forget, and neither does the Pequod.
Chapter 127. The deck. Underscore the coffin laid upon two line tubs, between the vice bench and the open hatchway. The carpenter caulking its seams, the string of twisted oakum slowly unwinding from a large roll of it placed in the bosom of his frock. Ahab comes slowly from the cabin gangway and hears Pip following him. Underscore. Back, lad. I will be with ye again presently. He goes. Not this hand. Complies with my humor more genially than that boy. Middle aisle of A. Church. What's here? Life-Buoy, sir. Mr. Starbuck's orders. Oh, look, sir. Beware thee. Hatchway. Thank ye, man. Thy coffin lies handy to the vault. Sir, the hatchway. Oh, so it does, sir, so it does. Art not thou the leg maker? Look, did not this stump come from thy shop? I believe it did, sir. Does the ferrule stand, sir? Well enough. But art thou not also the undertaker? Aye, sir. I patched up this thing here as a coffin for Queequeg, but they've set me now to turning it into something else. Then tell me, art thou not an errant, all-grasping, intermeddling, monopolizing, heathenish old scamp, to be one day making legs, and the next day coffins to clap them in, and yet again life-buoys out of those same coffins? Thou art as unprincipled as the gods, and as much of a jack of all trades. But I do not mean anything, sir. I do as I do. The gods again. Hark ye, dost thou not ever sing working about a coffin? The Titans, they say, hummed snatches when chipping out the craters for volcanoes, and the grave digger in the place sings spade in hand. Dost thou never sing, sir? Do I sing? Oh, I'm indifferent enough, sir, for that, but the reason why the gravedigger made music must have been because there was none in his spade, sir, but the caulking mallet is full of it. Hark to it. Aye, and that's because the lid there's a sounding board, and what in all things makes the sounding board is this there's not beneath. And yet a coffin with a body in it rings pretty much the same. Carpenter. Hast thou ever helped carry a bier, and heard the coffin knock against the churchyard gate going in? Faith, sir, I've. Faith? What's that? Why, faith, sir. It's only a sort of exclamation like that's all. Sir, go on. I was about to say, sir, that. Art thou a silkworm? Dost thou spin thy own shroud out of thyself? Look at thy bosom. Dispatch, and get these traps out of sight. He goes aft. That was sudden now, but squalls come sudden and hot. Latitudes. I've heard that the Isle of Albemarle, one of the Galapagos, is cut by the equator right in the middle. Seems to me some sort of equator cuts yon old man, too, right in his middle. He's always under the line fiery hot, I tell ye. He's looking this way, come, Oakum. Quick, here we go again. This wooden mallet is the cork, and I'm the professor of musical glasses. Tap, tap. Underscore Ahab to himself. Underscore. There's a sight. There's a sound. The gray-headed woodpecker tapping. The hollow tree. Blind and dumb might well be envied now. See, that thing rests on two line tubs, full of tow lines. A most malicious wag. That fellow. Rat-tat. So man seconds tick. Oh, how immaterial are all materials. What things real are there, but imponderable thoughts. Here, now's the very dreaded symbol of grim death, by mere hap, made the expressive sign of the help and hope of most endangered life. Hey, life-buoy of a coffin. Does it go further? Can it be that in some Spiritual since the coffin is, after all, but an immortality preserver. I'll think of that. But no, so far gone am I in the dark side of earth, that its other side, the theoretic bright one, seems but uncertain. Twilight to me. Will ye never have done, Carpenter, with that accursed sound? I go below. Let me not see that thing here when I return again. Now then, Pip, we'll talk this over. I do suck most wondrous philosophies from thee. Some unknown conduits from the unknown worlds must empty into thee.
A single man, a single hammer, a single nail, and with each strike, Ahab binds his soul, not to heaven but to the hunt. This is not the moment of madness. This is the moment of clarity. Ahab is no longer chasing a whale. He is becoming the chase itself. The deck is empty, the sea silent. Only the steady rhythm of a hammer echoes through the ship like a heartbeat. Ahab is working, not commanding, not dreaming, working. He drives a nail into the deck, a simple iron spike. But in his hands, it is more than hardware. It is a seal, a vow, an anchor to obsession. There is something sacred about this act. The hammer rises, falls, rises again, and with each stroke, Ahab speaks to something deeper than the men aboard, something older than the whale. Oh, Starbuck! It is a mild, mild wind and a mild-looking sky. He pauses, feels it, the gentleness of the day. A moment could pass here, a moment of redemption, of turning back. But Ahab does not believe in such moments anymore. He sees them for what they are, tricks of the fates. And so, he continues. This chapter is quiet, but charged with irreversible finality. It's not what's said, it's what's done. Ahab no longer pleads with the heavens. He nails his path into the deck. He does not argue with prophecy. He accepts it, becomes it. Nail him there, nail him. Whether he's speaking of the whale or himself, we cannot say. And maybe there is no difference. The deck equals the stage of destiny. The nail equals binding will to wood, obsession to ship, soul to sea. The hammering equals a man writing his own epitaph with steel and muscle. This is crucifixion without salvation. Ahab turns his ship into a shrine, his hunt into liturgy, his vengeance into religion. This is not madness. It is devotion, terrifying, final, pure. The nail is driven deep. The hammer rests. Ahab straightens, his shadow long across the planks. He does not speak again. He does not look back. The deck holds the mark now, as does the ship, as does the sky. And somewhere out there, the whale stirs. Both hunter and hunted are now marked, and the sea is listening.
Chapter 128. The Pequod meets the Rachel. Next day, a large ship, the Rachel, was descried, bearing directly down upon the Pequod, all her spars thickly clustering with men. At the time, the Pequod was making good speed through the water, but as the broad-winged windward stranger shot nigh to her, the boastful sails all fell together as blank bladders that are burst, and all life fled from the smitten hull. Bad news. She brings bad news, muttered the old manxman. But ere her, Commander, who, with trumpet to mouth, stood up in his boat, ere he could hopefully hail, Ahab's voice was heard. Hast seen the white whale? Ah, yesterday. Have ye seen a whaleboat adrift? Throttling his joy, Ahab negatively answered this unexpected question, and would then have fain boarded the stranger, when the stranger, captain himself, having stopped his vessel's way, was seen descending her side. A few keen pulls, and his boat hook soon clenched the Pequod's main chains, and he sprang to the deck. Immediately he was recognized by Ahab for a Nantucketer he knew, but no formal salutation was exchanged. "Where was he? Not killed! Not killed!" cried Ahab, closely advancing. "How was it?" It seemed that somewhat late on the afternoon of the day previous, while 3 of the strangers' boats were engaged with a shoal of whales, which had led them some 4 or 5 miles from the ship, and while they were yet in swift chase to windward, the white hump and head of Moby-Dick had suddenly loomed up out of the water, not very far to leeward, whereupon the 4th rigged boat, a reserved one, had been instantly lowered in chase. After a keen sail before the wind, this 4th boat, the swiftest keeled of all, seemed to have succeeded in fastening, at least, as well as the man at the masthead could tell anything about it. In the distance he saw the diminished dotted boat, and then a swift gleam of bubbling white water, and after that nothing more, whence it was concluded that the stricken whale must have indefinitely run away with his pursuers. As often happens, there was some apprehension, but no positive alarm as yet. The recall signals were placed in the rigging. Darkness came on, and forced to pick up her 3 far to windward boats ere going in quest of the 4th one in the precisely opposite direction. The ship had not only been necessitated to leave that boat to its fate till near midnight, but for the time to increase her distance from it. But the rest of her crew being at last safe aboard, she crowded all sail stunsail on stunsail after the missing boat, kindling a fire in her tripods for a beacon, and every other man aloft on the lookout. But though when she had thus sailed a sufficient distance to gain the presumed place of the absent ones when last seen, though she then paused to lower her spare boats to pull all around her, and not finding anything, had again dashed on again, paused and lowered her boats, and though she had thus continued doing till daylight, yet not the least glimpse of the missing keel had been seen. The story told, the stranger captain immediately went on to reveal his object in boarding the Pequod. He desired that ship to unite with his own in the search, by sailing over the sea some 4 or 5 miles apart on parallel lines, and so sweeping a double horizon, as it were. "I will wager something now," whispered Stubb to Flask, "that someone in that missing boat wore off that captain's best coat. Mayhap his watch is so cursed anxious to get it back. Whoever heard of 2 pious whale ships cruising after one missing whaleboat in the height of the whaling season? See Flask, only see how pale he looks pale in. The very buttons of his eyes look, it wasn't the coat, it must have been the dash. My boy, my own boy, is among them. For God's sake I beg, I conjure." Here exclaimed the stranger captain to Ahab, who thus far had but icily received his petition. "For 48 hours let me charter your ship. I will gladly pay for it, and roundly pay for it, if there be no other way for 48 hours, only that you must, oh you must, and you shall do this thing." "His son," cried Stubb. "Oh, it's his son he's lost. I take back the coat and watch what says Ahab. We must save that boy. He's drowned with the rest on him last night," said the old Manx, sailor standing behind them. "I heard, all of ye heard their spirits." Now, as it shortly turned out, what made this incident of the Rachels the more melancholy was the circumstance that not only was one of the captain's sons among the number of the missing boat's crew, but among the number of the other boat's crews at the same time, but on the other hand, separated from the ship during the dark vicissitudes of the chase, there had been still another son, as that for a time the wretched father was plunged to the bottom of the cruelest perplexity. which was only solved for him by his chief mates instinctively, adopting the ordinary procedure of a whale ship in such emergencies. That is, when placed between jeopardized but divided boats, always to pick up the majority first. But the captain, for some unknown constitutional reason, had refrained from mentioning all this, and not till forced to it by Ahab's iciness did he allude to his one yet missing boy, a little lad, but 12 years old, whose father, with the earnest but unmisgiving hardihood of a Nantucketer's paternal love, had thus early sought to initiate him in the perils and wonders of a vocation almost immemorially the destiny of all his race. Nor does it unfrequently occur that Nantucket captains will send a son of such tender age away from them for protracted 3 or 4 years' voyage in some other ship than their own, so that their first knowledge of a whaleman's career shall be uninnervated by any chance display of a father's natural but untimely partiality or undue apprehensiveness and concern. Meantime, now the stranger was still beseeching his poor boon of Ahab, and Ahab still stood like an anvil, receiving every shock, but without the least quivering of his own. "I will not go," said the stranger, "till you say I underscore to me. Do to me, as you would have me do to you in the like case. For you underscore to have a boy, Captain Ahab though but a child, and nestling safely at home now, a child of your old age too, yes, you relent. I see it run, men, now, and stand by to square in the yards." "Avast!" cried Ahab, touch not a rope yarn. Then in a voice that prolongingly molded every word, "Captain Gardiner, I will not do it. Even now I lose time. Goodbye. God bless ye, man, and may I forgive myself, but I must go. Mr. Starbuck, look at the binnacle. Watch, and in 3 minutes from this present instant warn off all strangers, then brace forward again, and let the ship sail as before." Hurriedly turning, with averted face, he descended into his cabin, leaving the strange captain transfixed at this unconditional and utter rejection of his so earnest suit. But starting from his enchantment, Gardiner silently hurried to the side, more fell than stepped into his boat, and returned to his ship. Soon the two ships diverged their wakes, and long as the strange vessel was in view, she was seen to yaw hither and thither at every dark spot, however small on the sea, this way and that her yards were swung round, starboard and larboard. She continued to tack, now she beat against a head sea, and again it pushed her before it, while her masts and yards were thickly clustered with men, as 3 tall cherry trees, when the boys are cherrying among the boughs. But by her still halting course and winding, woeful way, you plainly saw that this ship that so wept with spray still remained without comfort. She was Rachel, weeping for her children, because they were not.
A ship appears on the horizon. Its sails hang heavy, its timbers weary. It is not a vessel of glory, nor conquest, but of grief. Her name, Rachel, like the biblical mother who wept for her lost children, and would not be comforted. She draws near the Pequod, with desperation in her heart, and what she asks of Ahab is simple: help. But Ahab has no help left to give. The two ships meet in calm seas. There is no storm, no thunder, no fury, only plea and refusal. Captain Gardiner of the Rachel climbs aboard. He is a father, broken, trembling, raw. One of his boats was lost in a chase with the white whale. His son was aboard. "Oh, sir, I will not go without him. He is but 16. He begs Ahab to lend men, lend boats, lend time. to help find a boy. But Ahab's eyes do not soften. They narrow. They darken. Captain Gardener, I will not do it. It is a moment of unbearable tension, not from action, but from inhuman silence. Ahab turns away, not cruelly, but with the weight of something absolute. His soul has narrowed to a single blinding purpose. Nothing else. Not storms, not gods, not even a father's tears will shake him. I will not lose my own boat in this matter. But what he truly means is, I will not delay my vengeance, even for your son. This is not just a refusal. It is a moment of moral reckoning. Melville gives us the full weight of what Ahab has become. No longer a man who might be saved, no longer a captain we might reason with. This is a man who has sacrificed everything, even his own humanity, to follow the whale, and in doing so, he becomes the very thing he hunts. Indifferent, immense, remorseless. Rachel equals the embodiment of mercy, mourning, and motherhood. Captain Gardener equals the last human plea Ahab will hear. The lost boy equals innocence swallowed by obsession. The irony is profound. Rachel, in the Bible, weeps for her children and is comforted by prophecy. But here, on the sea, there is no comfort. Only the whale. Only Ahab. Only the chase. Melville uses this meeting to show us. Ahab is too far gone. And the Pequod, following him, sails into damnation. The Rachel lowers her sails and turns away. Still searching. Still hoping. The Pequod cuts through the waters. Its captain unmoved. Its path unchanged. Behind them, a father watches the horizon. Ahead of them, a whale waits in the deep. And in between, the last line of mercy has been severed. The hunt continues, but something sacred has been left behind.
Chapter 129. The cabin. Under Sir Ahab moving to go on deck. Pip catches him by the hand to follow. Underscore. Lad, lad, I tell thee thou must not follow Ahab now. The hour is coming when Ahab would not scare thee from him, yet would not have thee by him. There's that in thee, poor lad, which I feel too curing to my malady, like cures like, and for this hunt, my malady becomes my most desired health. Do thou abide below here, where they shall serve thee, as if thou wert the captain. Aye, lad, thou shalt sit here in my own screwed chair, another screw to it, thou must be. No, 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 ye have not a whole body, sir, do ye but use poor me for your one lost leg. Only tread upon me, sir, I ask no more, so I remain a part of ye. Oh, spite of million villains, this makes me a bigot in the fadeless fidelity of man, and a black, and crazy, but methinks like cures like, applies to him too. He grows so sane again. They tell me, sir, that Stubb did once desert poor little Pip, whose drowned bones now show white, for all the blackness of his living skin. But I will never desert ye, sir, as Stubb did him. Sir, I must go with ye. If thou speakest thus to me much more, Ahab's purpose keels up in him. I tell thee no, it cannot be. Oh, good master, 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 weep so, and I will murder thee. Have a care, for Ahab too is mad. Listen, and thou wilt often hear my ivory foot upon the deck, and still know that I am there. And now I quit thee. Thy hand met, true art, thou, lad, as the circumference to its center. So God forever bless thee, and if it come to that, God forever save thee. Let what will befall. Underscore Ahab goes. Pip steps one step forward. Underscore. Here he this instant stood. I stand in his air, but I'm alone. Now, Were even poor Pip here, I could endure it, but he's missing. Pip, ding dong ding. Who's seen Pip? He must be up here. Let's try the door. What? Neither lock, nor bolt, nor bar, and yet there's no opening. It must be the spell. He told me to stay here. Aye, and told me. This screw chair was mine. Here then, I'll seat me against the transom, in the ship's full middle, all her keel and her 3 masts. Before me, here our old sailors say, in their black 74s, great admirals sometimes sit at table, and lord it over rows of captains and lieutenants. What's this? Epaulets. The epaulets all come crowding, pass round the decanters, glad to see ye. Fill up, messieurs. What an odd feeling now when a black boy's host. To white men with gold lace upon their coats. Messieurs, have ye seen? One Pip, a little Negro lad, 5 feet high, hangdog look, and cowardly. Jumped from a whaleboat once. Seen him? No. Well then, Phil. Up again, captains, and let's drink shame upon all cowards. I name no names. Shame upon them. Put 1 foot upon the table. Shame upon all. Cowards hissed. Above there, I hear ivory, O master. Master, I am indeed downhearted when you walk over me. But here I'll stay, though. This stern strikes rocks, and they bulge through, and oysters come too. Join me.
Night again, but this night feels different. The ship is hushed, the air close. The hunt nears its terrible end. But for one man, hope still lingers. In the quietest hours before dawn, Starbuck enters Ahab's cabin, not as first mate, not as an officer, but as a man who has not yet given up on another man's soul. Ahab sits in silence, surrounded by charts, compasses, and the fading glow of his lamp. Outside, the sea whispers. Inside, the storm is all internal. And then, a knock. Starbuck enters, his eyes low, his voice soft. He does not accuse. He does not plead with rank or duty. He speaks as a friend. "Oh, my captain, noble soul, grand old heart after all. Why should anyone give chase to that hated fish?" The words tremble with longing, with memory of home, of wives, of children, of mornings unmarked by madness. Ahab listens. He does not shout. He does not threaten. For just a breath, he is quiet. This is the final mercy, the last soft word before the scream. Starbuck sees the human beneath the fury. "Let me square the yards while we may, old man, and make a fair wind of it homeward." He offers not judgment, but forgiveness. And in that moment, Ahab's face changes. He looks at Starbuck, really looks, and says, "Oh, Starbuck, it is too late. The path to my fixed purpose is laid with iron rails, whereon my soul is grooved to run." Starbuck's words glow like a single candle against the darkness of Ahab's resolve. But Ahab, though moved, cannot turn. He does not reject Starbuck. He mourns with him, but he still chooses the path of fire and fury. "Speak not, look not, listen not. I see all." He sees the whale, only the whale, forever the whale. Starbuck equals compassion, reason, the voice of conscience. Ahab equals the man too far gone to be saved. The cabin equals a confessional, the heart of the ship, the last quiet before the storm. Melville doesn't offer melodrama. He offers grief, deep, aching, and without resolution. Ahab is not unfeeling. He is not cruel, but he is enslaved. By will, by fate, by something that once was pain, and now is purpose. This chapter isn't about decision. It's about the absence of it. The slow drowning of possibility. Beneath the weight of obsession, Starbuck leaves the cabin, his head bowed, his heart breaking. Ahab remains, alone with his charts, his harpoons, his silence. The candle flickers once, then steadies. The ship sails on, and somewhere deep in the dark, Starbuck prays, but the sea does not answer.
Chapter 130. The Hat. And now that at the proper time and place, after so long and wide a preliminary cruise, Ahab, all other wailing waters swept seemed to have, chased his foe into an ocean fold, to slay him the more securely there. Now that he found himself hard by the very latitude and longitude where his tormenting wound had been inflicted, now that a vessel had been spoken which on the very day preceding had actually encountered Moby-Dick, and now that all his successive meetings with various ships contrastingly concurred to show the demoniac indifference with which the white whale tore his hunters, whether sinning or sinned against. Now it was that there lurked a something in the old man's eyes which it was hardly sufferable for feeble souls to see, as the unsetting polar star which through the livelong Arctic 6 months' night sustains its piercing, steady, central gaze. So Ahab's purpose now fixedly gleamed down upon the constant midnight of the gloomy crew. It domineered above them so that all their bodings, doubts, misgivings, fears were fain to hide beneath their souls and not sprout forth a single spear or leaf. In this foreshadowing interval too, all humor, forced or natural, vanished. Stubb no more strove to raise a smile. Starbuck no more strove to check one. Alike joy and sorrow, hope and fear seemed ground to finest dust and powdered for the time in the clamped mortar of Ahab's iron soul. Like machines, they dumbly moved about the deck, ever conscious that the old man's despot eye was on them. But did you deeply scan him in his more secret, confidential hours, when he thought no glance but one was on him, then you would have seen that, even as Ahab's eyes so awed the crew's, the inscrutable Parsi's glance awed his, or somehow at least, in some wild way, at times affected it. Such an added, gliding strangeness began to invest the thin Fedallah. Now such ceaseless shudderings shook him, that the men looked dubious at him, half uncertain, as it seemed, whether indeed he were a mortal substance, or else a tremulous shadow cast upon the deck by some unseen being's body, and that shadow was always hovering there, for not by night even had Fedallah ever certainly been known to slumber or go below. He would stand still for hours, but never sat or leaned, as wan, but wondrous eyes did plainly say we too watchmen never rest, nor at any time, by night or day, could the mariners now step upon the deck, unless Ahab was before them, either standing in his pivot hole, or exactly pacing the planks between two undeviating limits, mainmast and the mizzen, or else they saw him standing in the cabin scuttle, his living foot advanced upon the deck, as if to step, his hat slouched heavily over his eyes, so that however motionless he stood, however the days and nights were added on, that he had not swung in his hammock, yet hidden beneath that slouching hat, they could never tell unerringly whether, for all this, his eyes were really closed at times, or whether he was still intently scanning them. No matter, though he stood so in the scuttle for a whole hour on the stretch, and the unheated night damp gathered in beads of dew upon that stone-carved coat and hat, the clothes that the night had wet the next day's sunshine dried upon him, and so, day after day, and night after night, he went no more beneath the planks, Whatever he wanted from the cabin, that thing he sent for. He ate in the same open air. That is, his two only meals, breakfast and dinner. Supper he never touched, nor reaped his beard, which darkly grew all gnarled, as unearthed roots of trees blown over, which still grow idly on at naked base, though perished in the upper verdure. But though his whole life was now become one watch on deck, and though the Parsee's mystic watch was without intermission as his own, yet these two never seemed to speak one man to the other unless, at long intervals, some passing unmomentous matter made it necessary. Though such a potent spell seemed secretly to join the twain, openly, and to the awestruck crew they seemed pole-like asunder. If by day they chanced to speak one word, by night dumb men were both, so far as concerned the slightest verbal interchange. At times, for longest hours, without a single hail, they stood far parted in the starlight, Ahab in his scuttle, the Parsee by the mainmast, but still fixedly gazing upon each other, as if in the Parsee Ahab saw his forethrown shadow, and Ahab the Parsee his abandoned substance. And yet, somehow, did Ahab in his own proper self, as daily, hourly, and every instant, commandingly revealed to his subordinates. Ahab seemed an independent lord, the Parsee but his slave. Still again both seemed yoked together, and an unseen tyrant driving them, the lean shade siding the solid rib. For be this Parsee what he may, all rib and keel was solid Ahab. At the first faintest glimmering of the dawn, his iron voice was heard. From aft manned the mastheads, and all through the day, till after sunset and after twilight, the same voice every hour, at the striking of the helmsman's bell, was heard what d'ye see? Sharp, sharp. But when 3 or 4 days had slided by, after meeting the children seeking Rachel, and no spout had yet been seen, the monomaniac old man seemed distrustful of his crew's fidelity, at least of nearly all except the pagan harpooneers. He seemed to doubt even whether Stubb and Flask might not willingly overlook the sight he sought. But if these suspicions were really his, he sagaciously refrained from verbally expressing them, however his actions might seem to hint them. "I will have the first sight of the whale myself," he said. Ahab must have the doubloon." And with his own hands he rigged a nest of basket bowlines, and sending a hand aloft with a single sheaved block to secure to the mainmast head, he received the 2 ends of the downward reeved rope, and attaching one to his basket prepared a pin for the other end, in order to fasten it at the rail. This done, with that end in his hand, and standing beside the pin, he looked round upon his crew, sweeping from one to the other, pausing his glance long upon de Queequeg, Tashtego, but shunning Fedallah, and then, settling his firm, relying eye upon the chief mate, said, "Take the rope. Sir, I give it into thy hands, Starbuck." Then, arranging his person in the basket, he gave the word for them to hoist him to his perch, Starbuck being the one who secured the rope at last, and afterwards stood near it, and thus, with one hand clinging round the royal mast, Ahab gazed abroad upon the sea for miles and miles, ahead, astern, this side, and that, within the wide expanded circle commanded, at so great a height, when in working with his hands at some lofty, almost isolated place in the rigging, which chances to afford no foothold, the sailor at sea is hoisted up to that spot, and sustained there by the rope. Under these circumstances, its fastened end on deck is always given in strict charge to some one man, who has the special watch of it, because in such a wilderness of running rigging, whose various different relations aloft cannot always be infallibly discerned by what is seen of them at the deck, and when the deck ends of these ropes are being every few minutes cast down from the fastenings, it would be but a natural fatality if, unprovided with a constant watchman, a hoisted sailor should by some carelessness of the crew be cast adrift and fall all, swooping to the sea. So Ahab's proceedings in this matter were not unusual. The only strange thing about them seemed to be that Starbuck, almost the one only man who had ever ventured to oppose him with anything in the slightest degree approaching to decision, one of those, too, whose faithfulness on the lookout he had seemed to doubt somewhat. It was strange that this was the very man he should select for his watchman, freely giving his whole life into such an otherwise distrusted person's hands. Now, the first time Ahab was perched aloft, ere he had been there 10 minutes, one of those red-billed savage seahawks which so often fly incommodiously close round the manned mastheads of whalemen in these latitudes, one of these birds came wheeling and screaming round his head in a maze of untrackably swift circlings. Then it darted 1,000 feet straight up into the air, then spiralized downwards, and went eddying again round his head. But with his gaze fixed upon the dim and distant horizon, Ahab seemed not to mark this wild bird, nor indeed would anyone else have marked it much, it being no uncommon circumstance. Only now almost the least heedful I seemed to see some sort of cunning meaning in almost every sight. Your hat, sir," suddenly cried the Sicilian seaman, who, being posted at the mizzen masthead, stood directly behind Ahab, though somewhat lower than his level, and with a deep gulf of air dividing them. But already the sable wing was before the old man's eyes, the long hook bill at his head. With a scream, the Black Hawk darted away with his prize. An eagle flew thrice round Tarquin's head, removing his cap to replace it, and thereupon Tanaquil, his wife, declared that Tarquin would be king of Rome, but only by the replacing of the cap was that omen accounted good. Ahab's hat was never restored. The wild hawk flew on, and on with it, far in advance of the prow, and at last disappeared, while from the point of that disappearance a minute black spot was dimly discerned, falling from that vast height into the sea.
The wind has changed, not in direction, but in meaning. For Ahab, the winds no longer carry ships. They carry signs. He ascends the masthead once more, not to command, not to spy, but as a man placing himself at the peak of his destiny. And with him goes his hat. Ahab climbs the rigging. His old limbs grip the shrouds, his iron leg tapping against wood with rhythmic finality. Above, the sky stretches wide, empty, waiting. Below, the crew watches in silence. They know this ritual, but today, it feels different. The sky was fair, the breeze steady, the ocean rolling on in long swells. Ahab reaches the top. The wind whispers, and his hat flies off, lifted gently at first, then caught, then carried away. No alarm is raised, no curse shouted. Ahab watches the hat vanish. He says nothing, but the omen is clear. What man loses his hat to the sea at the final hour and does not chase it? One who knows. His head has no use for shelter now. The hat is not merely cloth. It is a crown, a symbol of command, of manhood, of identity. And the sea, in this quiet act, claims it. This is not a thunderclap, not a death, but it feels like one. Because in this moment, we see what the sea sees. Ahab is ready. He has given all. There is nothing left to hold on to. Not even a hat. The hat equals authority, reason, identity. The wind equals fate, the will of nature. The act of losing it equals surrender to destiny, the stripping of the final veneer of control. Melville makes a whisper louder than a scream. The most powerful captains, do not fall in battle. They lose their grip. On the little things first. The coat unbuttons. The pen drops. The hat slips into the wind. And in that moment, the gods smile, because they know the man has already fallen. The hat dances across the sky, a fading shadow against the blue. It touches the water and is gone. Ahab remains at the masthead, his hair tousled by the wind, his eyes fixed on nothing, or perhaps everything. The ship sails on, but something has changed. Something has been taken, and the sea is nearly ready.
Chapter 131. The Pequod meets the Delight. The intense Pequod sailed on. The rolling waves and days went by. Life-Buoy Coffin still lightly swung, and another ship, most miserably, misnamed the Delight, was descried. As she drew nigh, all eyes were fixed upon her broad beams, called shears, which in some whaling ships crossed the quarterdeck at the height of 8 or 9 feet, serving to carry the spare, unrigged, or disabled boats. Upon the stranger's shears were beheld the shattered white ribs and some few splintered planks of what had once been a whaleboat. But you now saw through this wreck as plainly as you see through the peeled, half unhinged, and bleaching skeleton of a horse. Hast seen the white whale? Look, replied the hollow-cheeked captain from his taffrail, and with his trumpet he pointed to the wreck. Hast killed him. The harpoon is not yet forged that ever will do that, answered the other, sadly glancing upon a rounded hammock on the deck, whose gathered sides some noiseless sailors were busy in sewing together. Not forged. And snatching Perth's leveled iron from the crotch, Ahab held it out, exclaiming, looking Nantucketer, here in this hand I hold his death, tempered in blood and tempered by lightning are these barbs, and I swear to temper them triply in that hot place behind the fin, where the white whale most feels his accursed life. Then God keep thee, old man, seest thou that? Pointing to the hammock, I bury but one of 5 stout men, who were alive only yesterday, but were dead ere night. Only underscore that when I bury the rest, were buried before they died. You sail upon their tomb. Then turning to his crew, are ye ready there? Place the plank then on the rail, and lift the body, so then, oh God, advancing towards the hammock with uplifted hands, may the resurrection and the life brace forward. Up helm, cried Ahab like lightning to his men, but the suddenly started Pequod was not quick enough to escape the sound of the splash that the corpse soon made as it struck the sea. Not so quick, indeed, but that some of the flying bubbles might have sprinkled her hull with their ghostly baptism. As Ahab now glided from the dejected Delight, the strange life-buoy, hanging at the Pequod's stern, came into conspicuous relief. Ha! Yonder! Look yonder, men! Cried a foreboding voice in her wake. In vain, O ye strangers, ye fly our sad burial. Ye but turn us your taffrail to show us your coffin.
A ship on the horizon, but this one limps through the waves. Torn sails, bloodied deck, a shadow where command once stood. She is called the Delight, but there is no joy aboard her. Only loss, only warning. She has met the white whale, and the sea has demanded a price. As the Pequod draws near, the crew of the Delight calls out, "We have seen him. We have struck him, and he has struck us down." Their voices are thin, carried by the wind like the cries of ghosts. They do not hail as friends. They do not welcome Ahab. They cry out, as witnesses to a horror. One of their boats is missing. 5 men gone, including their captain's brother. And even now, they are burying the dead. The Pequod slows. All eyes fix on the floating casket, slipping into the sea. No ceremony, no hymn, just the raw slap of waves, and the splash of finality. And Ahab does not speak. He watches, jaw tight, fists clenched. Then, with fury barely contained, the whale, where? They point, but the whale is already gone. And Ahab? He orders full sail. The chase must not pause. Even as the grave closes, he sails on. The Delight is not just another ship. She is a mirror, a ghost of what the Pequod will become. Melville gives Ahab one last chance, one final echo of doom. But obsession is deaf, and pride does not mourn strangers. Where others might see death, Ahab sees trail marks. The Delight turns back. The Pequod charges forward. The dead man equals the future Ahab cannot see. The Delight's damage equals proof that Moby-Dick is not a beast but a force. Ahab's reaction equals the narrowing of will to a singular madness. This chapter is rich with symbolic finality. A coffin enters the sea, but it is the living who drift closest to death. The Delight tries to warn, but she is too late. Ahab has passed the threshold, where warning matters. The death bell has rung, and he walks on, smiling. The two ships drift apart, one broken, grieving, its wake marked by loss. The other, undaunted, unchanged, sailing not toward life, but toward legend. The sea remembers, the whales remember, but Ahab does not. And the last funeral he will witness is not for a stranger. It is for them all.
Chapter 132, The Symphony. It was a clear steel blue day. The firmaments of air and sea were hardly separable in that all-pervading azure. Only the pensive air was transparently pure and soft, with a woman's look, and the robust and manlike sea heaved with long, strong, lingering swells as Samson's chest in his sleep. Hither and thither on high glided the snow-white wings of small, unspeckled birds. These were the gentle thoughts of the feminine air, but to and fro in the deeps, far down in the bottomless blue, rushed mighty leviathans, swordfish, and sharks, and these were the strong, troubled, murderous thinkings of the masculine sea. But though thus contrasting within, the contrast was only in shades and shadows without. Those two seemed one. It was only the sex, as it were, that distinguished them. Aloft, like a royal czar and king, the sun seemed giving this gentle air to this bold and rolling sea, even as bride to groom. And at the girdling line of the horizon, a soft and tremulous motion most seen. Here at the equator denoted the fond, throbbing trust, the loving alarms with which the poor bride gave her bosom away, tied up and twisted, gnarled and knotted with wrinkles, haggardly firm and unyielding, his eyes glowing like coals that still glow in the ashes of ruin. Untottering Ahab stood forth in the clearness of the morn, lifting his splintered helmet of a brow to the fair girls. Forehead of heaven, oh, immortal infancy and innocency of the azure, invisible winged creatures that frolic all round us, sweet childhood of air and sky. How oblivious were ye of old Ahab's close-coiled woe. But so have I seen little Miriam and Martha, laughing-eyed elves, heedlessly gambol around their old sire, sporting with the circle of singed locks which grew on the marge of that burnt-out crater of his brain. Slowly crossing the deck from the scuttle, Ahab leaned over the side and watched how his shadow in the water sank and sank to his gaze, the more and the more that he strove to pierce the profundity. But the lovely aromas in that enchanted air did at last seem to dispel for a moment the cankerous thing in his soul. That glad, happy air, that winsome sky, did at last stroke and caress him, the stepmother world, so long cruel forbidding now, threw affectionate arms round his stubborn neck, and did seem to joyously sob over him, as if over one that however willful and erring, she could yet find it in her heart to save and to bless. From beneath his slouched hat Ahab dropped a tear into the sea, nor did all the Pacific contain such wealth as that one wee drop. Starbuck saw the old man, saw him, how he heavily leaned over the side, and he seemed to hear in his own true heart the measureless sobbing that stole out of the center of the serenity around. Careful not to touch him or be noticed by him, he yet drew near to him and stood there. Ahab turned. Starbuck, sir. Oh, Starbuck, it is a mild wind and a mild-looking sky. On such a day, very much such a sweetness as this, I struck my first waylay. Boy harpooner of 18, 40 years ago. 40 years of continual whaling, 40 years of privation and peril and storm time, 40 years on the pitiless sea. For 40 years has Ahab forsaken the peaceful land, for 40 years to make war on the horrors of the deep. Aye, and yes, Starbuck, out of those 40 years I have not spent 3 ashore. When I think of this life I have led, the desolation of solitude it has been, the mass-owned wall town of A, captain's exclusiveness, which admits but small entrance to any sympathy from the green country, without weariness, heaviness, Guinea Coast slavery of solitary command. When I think of all this, only half suspected, not so keenly known to me before, and how for 40 years I have fed upon dry, salted, fair-fit emblem of the dry nourishment of my soil, when the poorest landsman has had fresh fruit to his daily hand, and broken the world's fresh bread to my moldy crusts away, whole oceans away, from that young girl wife I wedded past 50, and sailed for Cape Horn the next day, leaving but one dent in my marriage, pillow wife, rather a widow with her husband alive. I widowed that poor girl when I married her, Starbuck, and then the madness, the frenzy, the boiling blood, and the smoking brow with which for 1,000 lowerings old Ahab has furiously, foamingly, chased his prey more a demon than a man. What a 40 years. Fool, old fool, has old Ahab been. Why this strife of the chase? Why weary and palsy the arm at the oar, and the iron and the lance? How the richer or better is Ahab now? Behold, oh Starbuck, is it not hard that with this weary load I bear, one poor leg should have been snatched from under me? Here, brush this old hair aside. It blinds me, that I seem to weep. Locks so gray did never grow, but from out some ashes. But do I look very old? So very, very old, Starbuck? I feel deadly faint, bowed and humped, as though I were Adam, staggering beneath the piled centuries since paradise. God, crack my heart, stave my brain, mockery, bitter, biting mockery of gray hairs. Have I lived enough joy to wear ye, and seem and feel thus intolerably old? Close, stand close to me, Starbuck, let me look into a human eye. It is better than to gaze into sea or sky, better than to gaze upon God, by the green land, by the bright hearthstone. This is the magic glass, man. I see my wife and my child in thine eye. No, stay on board. Lower not when I do, when branded Ahab gives chase to Moby-Dick. That hazard shall not be thine. No, not with the faraway home I see in that eye. Oh, my captain, noble soul, grand old heart after all. Why should anyone give chase to that hated fish? Away with me. Let us fly these deadly waters. Let us home. Wife and child, too, are Starbuck's wife and child of his brotherly, sisterly playfellow. Youth, even as thine, sir, are the wife and child of thy loving, longing, paternal old age. Away, let us away. This instant let me alter the course. How cheerily, how hilariously, oh my captain, would we bowl. on our way to see old Nantucket again. I think, sir, they have some such mild blue days, even as this in Nantucket. They have. I have seen them some summer days in the morning. About this time, yes. It is his new nap now, the boy vivaciously wakes, sits up in bed, and his mother tells him of me, of cannibal old me, how I am abroad upon the deep, but will yet come back to dance him again. 'Tis my Mary herself. She promised that my boy every morning should be carried to the hill to catch the first glimpse of his father's sail. Yes, no more. It is done. We head for Nantucket. Come, my captain, study out the course and let us away. See, the boy's face from the window, the boy's hand on the hill. But Ahab's glance was averted, like a blighted fruit tree shook, and cast his last cindered apple to the soil. What is it, what nameless, inscrutable, unearthly thing is it? What cousining, hidden lord and master, and cruel, remorseless emperor, commands me that against all natural lovings and longings, I so keep pushing and crowding and jamming myself on all the time, recklessly, making me ready to do what in my own proper, natural heart I durst not so much as dare. Is Ahab, is I God or who that lifts this arm? But if the great sun move not of himself, but is as an errand boy in heaven, nor one single star can revolve, but by some invisible power, how then can this one small heart beat, this one small brain think thoughts, unless God does that beating, does that thinking, does that living, and not I? By heaven, man, we are turned round and round in this world, like yonder windlass, and fate is the handspike, and all the time, lo, that smiling sky and this unsound sea. Look, see yon albacore, who put it into him to chase and fong that flying fish. Where do murderers go, man? Who's to doom when the judge himself is dragged to the bar? But it is a mild wind and a mild-looking sky, and the air smells now as if it blew from a faraway meadow. They have been making hay somewhere under the slopes of the Andes, Starbuck, and the mowers are sleeping among the new-mown hay. Sleeping? Aye, toil we, how we may, we all sleep at last on the field. Sleep, aye, and rust, amid greenness, as last year's scythes flung down and left in the half-cut swath Starbuck. But blanched to a corpse's hue with despair, the mate had stolen away. Ahab crossed the deck to gaze over on the other side, but started at, two reflected, fixed eyes in the water there. Fedallah was motionlessly leaning over the same rail.
No harpoons, no sails cracking, no cries from the rigging, only Ahab and the sea. The wind has quieted, the stars hold their breath, and in this stillness, the man speaks, not to the whale, not to the heavens, not to fate, but to the one soul still aboard, who sees the man behind the madness. Starbuck, the two men stand at the rail, shoulder to shoulder, watching the sun set in molten silence. The world burns gold around them, but Ahab, he watches only inward. Starbuck, this lovely light, it lights not me. His voice is not thunder, it is ash. He speaks of home, of a wife waiting by the hearth, of a son, a boy who, when last seen, could barely reach to touch his father's knee. I widowed that poor girl when I married her, Starbuck. And suddenly, Ahab is not a captain, not a monomaniac. He is a man, haunted by what he's traded for the bitter kiss of vengeance. Starbuck listens, and for the first time, he sees not a tyrant, but a soul splintering. He dares one last plea. Turn back, Captain. Let us sail for home. There is yet time. The wind catches their coats. The water laps the hull. The very air seems to lean in, waiting for the answer. And Ahab, he nearly yields. What is it? What nameless, inscrutable, unearthly thing is it? Commands me still? His voice trembles. His hands clench. But the chains that bind him are no longer visible. They are carved deep, in will, in wound, in destiny. This chapter is called the Symphony, because here Melville composes a song of regret, memory, and doomed yearning. Ahab has known love. He has felt joy. He remembers and mourns. But it's not enough. The symphony plays, and he weeps to its melody. But still, he turns from it. God help me. Keep me, oh God. This is not a monster speaking. This is a man asking to be held. One last time. Before the end, the sunset equals fading hope, beauty too late to save. Starbuck equals the last voice of reason, love, and mercy. Ahab's confession equals the heart of the tragedy. This is the climax of Ahab's inner life. For one moment, we see the boy he was, the husband he might have remained, the father never truly known. He cries out, not in rage, but in need. But no one can answer him. Not Starbuck, not God, not even the sea, because the road has already narrowed to one final turn. The sun sinks. The ship sails on. Ahab's gaze hardens once more. The tears dry. The face of war returns. Starbuck watches and says nothing, because the music has ended. The man is gone, and only the chase remains.
Chapter 133. The chase first day. That night in the midwatch, when the old man, as is wont at intervals, stepped forth from the scuttle in which he leaned, and went to his pivot hole, he suddenly thrust out his face fiercely, snuffing up the sea air as a sagacious ship's dog will, and drawing nigh to some barbarous isle, he declared that a whale must be near. Soon that peculiar odor, sometimes to a great distance given forth by the living sperm whale, was palpable to all the watch, nor was any mariner surprised when, after inspecting the compass, and then the dog vane, and then ascertaining the precise bearing of the odor as nearly as possible, Ahab rapidly ordered the ship's course to be slightly altered and the sail to be shortened. The acute policy dictating these movements was sufficiently vindicated at daybreak by the sight of a long sleek on the sea directly and lengthwise ahead, smooth as oil, and resembling in the pleated watery wrinkles bordering it, polished metallic like marks of some swift tide rip at the mouth of a deep, rapid stream. Man the mastheads, call all hands, thundering with the butts of 3 clubbed handspikes on the forecastle. Deck, Gilder roused the sleepers with such judgment claps that they seemed to exhale from the scuttle. So instantaneously did they appear, with their clothes in their hands. "What d'ye see?" cried Ahab, flattening his face to the sky. "Nothing, nothing, sir," was the sound hailing down in reply. "Gallant sails, stunt sails, alow and aloft, and on both sides." All sail being set, he now cast loose the lifeline, reserved for, swaying him to the main royal masthead, and in a few moments they were hoisting him thither, when, while but 2/3 of the way aloft, and while peering ahead through the horizontal vacancy between the maintopsail and topgallant sail, he raised a gull-like cry in the air. "There she blows, there she blows, a hump like a snow hill. It is Moby-Dick." Fired by the cry, which seemed simultaneously taken up by the 3 lookouts, the men on deck rushed to the rigging to behold the famous whale they had so long been pursuing. Ahab had now gained his final perch, some feet above the other lookouts, Tashtego standing just beneath him on the cap of the top-gallant mast, so that the Indian's head was almost on a level with Ahab's heel. From this height the whale was now seen some mile or so ahead, at every roll of the sea revealing his high sparkling hump, and regularly jetting his silent spout into the air. To the credulous mariners, it seemed the same silent spout they had so long ago beheld in the moonlit Atlantic and Indian Oceans. "And did none of ye see it before?" cried Ahab, hailing the perched men all around him. "I saw him almost that same instant, sir, that Captain Ahab did, and I cried out," said Tashtego. "Not the same instant, not the same, no. The doubloon is mine, fate. Reserve the doubloon for me. Underscore I underscore only. None of ye could have raised the white whale first. There she blows. There she blows. There she blows. There again! There again!" he cried, in long-drawn, lingering, methodic tones, attuned to the gradual prolongings of the whale's visible jets. "He's going to sound. And stunt sails. Down. Top-gallant sails. Stand by 3 boats. Mr. Starbuck, remember, stay on board and keep the ship. Helm there. Luff a point. So. Steady, man, steady. There go flukes. No, only black water. All. Ready the boats there? Stand by, stand by. Lower me, Mr. Starbuck. Lower. Quicker." And he slid through the air to the deck. "He is heading straight to leeward, sir," cried Stubb. "Right away from us. Cannot have seen the ship yet. Be dumb, man. Stand by the braces. Hard down the helm. Brace up. Shiver her. So, well that. Boats. Soon all the boats but Starbuck's were dropped, all the boat sails. Set all the paddles plying, with rippling swiftness, shooting to leeward, and Ahab heading the onset. A pale, death glimmer lit up Fidala's sunken eyes. A hideous motion gnawed his mouth. Like noiseless nautilus shells, their light prows sped through the sea, but only slowly they neared the foe. As they neared him, the ocean grew, still more smooth, seemed drawing a carpet over its waves, seemed a noon meadow, so serenely it spread. At length the breathless hunter came so nigh his seemingly unsuspecting prey that his entire dazzling hump was distinctly visible, sliding along the sea as if an isolated thing, and continually set in a revolving ring of finest fleecy, greenish foam. He saw the vast, involved wrinkles of the slightly projecting head beyond. Before it, far out on the soft Turkish rugged waters, went the glistening white shadow from his broad, milky forehead, a musical rippling playfully accompanying the shade, and, behind, the blue waters interchangeably flowed over into the moving valley of a steady wake, and on either hand bright bubbles arose and danced by his side, but these were broken again by the light toes of hundreds of gay fowls softly feathering the sea, alternate with their fitful flight, and like to some flagstaff rising from the painted hull of an argosy, the tall but shattered pole of a recent lance projected from the white whale's back, and at intervals one of the cloud of soft-toed fowls hovering, and to and fro skimming like a canopy over the fish, silently perched and rocked on this pole, the long tail, feathers streaming like pennants, a gentle joyousness, a mighty mildness of repose and swiftness invested the gliding whale, not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravished Europa clinging to his graceful horns, his lovely leering eyes sideways intent upon a maid with smooth bewitching fleetness, rippling straight for the nuptial bower in Crete. Not Jove, not that great majesty supreme, did surpass the glorified white whale as he so divinely swam on each soft side coincident with the parted swell, that but once, leaving him, then flowed so wide away on each bright side the whale, shed off enticings. No wonder there had been some among the hunters who, namelessly transported and allured by all this serenity, had ventured to assail it, but had fatally found that quietude but the vesture of tornadoes. Yet calm, enticing calm, O whale, thou glidest on to all, who for the first time eye thee, no matter how many in that same way, thou mayst have bejuggled and destroyed before, and thus, through the serene tranquillities of the tropical sea, among waves whose hand-clappings were suspended by exceeding rapture, Moby-Dick moved on, still withholding from sight the full terrors of his submerged trunk, entirely hiding the wrenched hideousness of his jaw. But soon the fore part of him slowly rose from the water. For an instant his whole marbleized body formed a high arch, like Virginia's natural bridge, and warningly waving his bannered flukes in the air, the grand god revealed himself, sounded, and went out of sight, hoveringly halting, and dipping on the wing. The white seafowls longingly lingered over the agitated pool that he left, with oars apeak and paddles down, the sheets of their sails adrift. The three boats now stilly floated, awaiting Moby-Dick's reappearance. "An hour," said Ahab, standing rooted in his boat's stern, and he gazed, beyond the whale's place, towards the dim blue spaces and wide-wooing vacancies to leeward. It was only an instant, for again his eyes seemed whirling round in his head as he swept the watery circle. The breeze now freshened, the sea began to swell. The birds, cried Tashtego, in long Indian file, as when herons take wing. The white birds were now all flying towards Ahab's boat, and when within a few yards began fluttering over the water there, wheeling round and round with joyous, expectant cries. Their vision was keener than man's. Ahab could discover no sign in the sea, but suddenly as he peered down and down into its depths, he profoundly saw a white living spot no bigger than a white weasel, with wonderful celerity uprising and magnifying as it rose, till it turned, and then there were plainly revealed two long, crooked rows of white, glistening teeth floating up from the undiscoverable bottom. It was Moby-Dick's open mouth and scrolled jaw, his vast, shadowed bulk still half blending with the blue of the sea. The glittering mouth yawned beneath the boat like an open-doored marble tomb, and giving one sidelong sweep with his steering oar, Ahab whirled the craft aside from this tremendous apparition. Then, calling upon Fedallah to change places with him, went forward to the bows, and, seizing Perth's harpoon, commanded his crew to grasp their oars and stand by to stern. Now, by reason of this timely spinning round the boat upon its axis, its bow, by anticipation, was made to face the whale's head while yet under water. But as if perceiving this stratagem, Moby-Dick, with that malicious intelligence ascribed to him, sidelingly transplanted himself, as it were, in an instant, shooting his pleated head lengthwise beneath the boat, through and through every plank and each rib it thrilled for an instant, the whale obliquely lying on his back in the manner of a biting shark, slowly and feelingly taking its bows full within his mouth, so that the long, narrow, scrolled lower jaw curled high up into the open air, and one of the teeth caught in a rowlock. The bluish, pearl white of the inside of the jaw was within 6 inches of Ahab's head and reached higher than that. In this attitude the white whale now shook the slight cedar as a mildly cruel cat or mouse. With unastonished eyes Fedallah gazed and crossed his arms, but the tiger-yellow crew were tumbling over each other's heads to gain the uttermost stern. And now, while both elastic gunnels were springing in and out, as the whale dallied with the doomed craft in this devilish way, and from his body being submerged beneath the boat, he could not be darted it from. The bows, for the bows were almost inside of him, as it were, and while the other boats involuntarily paused, as before a quick crisis, impossible to withstand, then it was that monomaniac Ahab, furious with this tantalizing vicinity of his foe, which placed him all alive and helpless in the very jaws he hated. Frenzied with all this, he seized the long bone with his naked hands and wildly strove to wrench it from its gripe. As now he thus vainly strove, the jaw slipped from him. The frail gunnels bent in, collapsed, and snapped, as both jaws, like in enormous shears, sliding further aft, bit the craft completely in twain, and locked themselves fast again in the sea, midway between the two floating wrecks. These floated aside, the broken ends drooping, the crew at the stern wreck clinging to the gunnels and striving to hold fast to the oars to lash them across. At that preluding moment, ere the boat was yet snapped, Ahab the first to perceive the whale's intent by the crafty upraising of his head, a movement that loosed his hold for the time. At that moment his hand had made one final effort to push the boat out of the bite, but only slipping further into the whale's mouth and tilting over sideways as it slipped. The boat had shaken off his hold on the jaw, spilled him out of it as he leaned to the push, and so he fell flat-faced upon the sea, ripplingly withdrawing from his prey. Moby-Dick now lay at a little distance, vertically thrusting his oblong white head up and down in the billows, and at the same time slowly revolving his whole spindled body, so that when his vast wrinkled forehead rose some 20 or more feet out of the water, the now rising swells, with all their confluent waves, dazzlingly broke against it, vindicatively tossing their shivered spray still higher into the air. Asterisk so in a gale, the but half-baffled channel billows only recoil from the base of the Eddystone, triumphantly to overleap its summit with their scud. Asterisk this motion is peculiar to the sperm whale. It receives its designation pitch bowling from its being likened to that preliminary up and down poise of the whale lance in the exercise called pitch poling, previously described. By this motion the whale must best and most comprehensively view whatever objects may be encircling him. But soon resuming his horizontal attitude, Moby-Dick swam swiftly round and round the wrecked crew, sideways churning the water in his vengeful wake, as if lashing himself up to still another and more deadly assault. The sight of the splintered boat seemed to madden him, as the blood of grapes and mulberries cast before Antiochus's elephants in the Book of Maccabees. Meanwhile Ahab, half smothered in the foam of the whale's insolent tail, and too much of a cripple to swim, though he could still keep afloat, even in the heart of such a whirlpool as that. Helpless Ahab's head was seen, like a tossed bubble which the least chance shock might burst. From the boat's fragmentary stern Fedallah incuriously and mildly eyed him. The clinging crew at the other, drifting in, could not succor him. More than enough was it for them to look to themselves, for so revolvingly appalling was the white whale's aspect, and so planetarily swift the ever-contracting circles he made, that he seemed horizontally swooping upon them. And though the other boats, unharmed, still hovered hard by, still they dared not pull into the eddy to strike, lest that should be the signal for the instant destruction of the jeopardized castaways, Ahab and all, nor in that case could they themselves hope to escape. With straining eyes, then, they remained on the outer edge of the direful zone, whose center had now become the old man's head. Meantime, from the beginning all this had been descried from the ships, mastheads, and squaring her yards. She had borne down upon the scene, and was now so nigh, that Ahab in the water hailed her, dashed sail on. But that moment a breaking sea dashed on him from Moby-Dick, and whelmed him for the time, but struggling out of it again, and chancing to rise on a towering crest, he shouted, "Dash sail on the whale! Drive him off!" The Pequod's prows were pointed, and breaking up the charmed circle, she effectually parted the white whale from his victim. As he sullenly swam off, the boats flew to the rescue, dragged into Stubbs' boat with bloodshot, blinded eyes, the white brine caking in his wrinkles. The long tension of Ahab's bodily strength did crack, and helplessly he yielded to his body's doom for a time, lying all crushed in the bottom of Stubbs' boat, like one trodden under foot of herds of elephants. Far inland, nameless wails came from him, as desolate sounds from out ravines. But this intensity of his physical prostration did but so much the more. Abbreviated in an instant's compass, great hearts sometimes condense to one deep pang, the sum total of those shallow pains kindly diffused through feebler men's whole lives. And so, such hearts, though summary, in each one suffering, still, if the gods decree it in their lifetime, aggregate a whole age of woe, wholly made up of instantaneous intensities. For even in their pointless centers, those noble natures contain the entire circumferences of inferior souls. "The harpoon," said Ahab, halfway rising and draggingly leaning on one bended arm. "Dash, is it safe?" "Aye, sir, for it was not darted, this is it," said Stubb, showing it. Lay before me. "Any missing men?" 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "There were 5 oars, sir, and here are 5 men." "That's good. Help me, man, I wish to stand. So I see him. There, going to leeward still. What a leaping spout. Hands off from me. The eternal sap runs up in Ahab's bones again. Set the sail out oars. The helm. It is often the case that when a boat is stove, its crew, being picked up by another boat, help to work that second boat, and the chase is thus continued with what's called double-banked oars. It was thus now, but the added power of the boat did not equal the added power of the whale, for he seemed to have treble-banked his every fin, swimming with a velocity which plainly showed that if now, under these circumstances, pushed on, the chase would prove an indefinitely prolonged, if not a hopeless one. Nor could any crew endure for so long a period, such an unintermitted, intense straining at the oar thing, barely tolerable only in some one brief vicissitude. The ship itself, then, as it sometimes happens, offered the most promising intermediate means of overtaking the chase. Accordingly, the boats now made for her, and were soon swayed up to their cranes, the 2 parts of the wrecked boat having been previously secured by her, and then hoisting everything to her side, and stacking her canvas high up and sideways, outstretching it with stun sails, like the double-jointed wings of an albatross. The Pequod bore down in the leeward wake of Moby-Dick at well-known methodic intervals. The whale's glittering spout was regularly announced from the manned mastheads, and when he would be reported as just gone down, Ahab would take the time, and then pacing the deck, binnacle watch in hand. So soon as the last second of the allotted hour expired, his voice was heard. "Dash, whose is the doubloon now? Do you see him?" And if the reply was no, sir, straightway he commanded them to lift him to his perch. In this way the day wore on. Ahab now, aloft and motionless, anon, unrestingly pacing the planks. As he was thus walking, uttering no sound, except to hail the men aloft, or to bid them hoist a sail still higher, or to spread one to a still greater breadth, thus to and fro pacing beneath his slouched hat. At every turn he passed his own wrecked boat, which had been dropped upon the quarter-deck, and lay there reversed, broken bow to shattered stern. At last he paused before it, and as in an already overclouded sky fresh troops of clouds will sometimes sail across, so over the old man's face there now stole some such added gloom as this. Stubbs saw him pause, and perhaps intending, not vainly though, to evince his own unabated fortitude, and thus keep up a valiant place in his captain's mind, he advanced, and eyeing the wreck exclaimed, "Dash the thistle," the ass refused. It pricked his mouth too keenly, sir. Ha! Ha! What soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck? Man, did I not know thee brave as fearless fire, and as mechanical I could swear thou wert a poltroon. Groan nor laugh should be heard before a wreck. Aye, sir, said Starbuck, drawing near. 'Tis a solemn sight, an omen, and an ill one. Omen, the dictionary. If the gods think to speak outright to man, they will honorably speak outright, not shake their heads, and give an old wives' darkling hint. Begone, ye two are the opposite poles of one thing. Starbuck is Stubb reversed, and Stubb is Starbuck, and ye two are all mankind, and Ahab stands alone among the millions of the peopled earth, nor gods, nor men his neighbors. Cold I shiver. How? Now, aloft there, do ye see him? Sing out for every spout, though he spout 10 times a second. The day was nearly done. Only the hem of his golden robe was rustling. Soon it was almost dark, but the lookout men still remained unset. Can't see the spout now, sir. Too dark, cried a voice from the air. How heading when last seen? As before, sir. Straight to leeward. Good. He will travel slower now, 'tis night. Down royals and topgallant stunsails, Mr. Starbuck. We must not run over him before morning. He's making a passage now, and may heave to a while. Helm, there, keep her full before the wind, aloft. Come down, Mr. Stubbs, send a fresh hand to the foremast head, and see it man till morning. Then advancing towards the doubloon and the mainmast dashman, this gold is mine, for I earned it, but I shall let abide here till the white whale is dead, and then whosoever of ye first raises him, upon the day he shall be killed. This gold is that man's, and if on that day I shall again raise him, then 10 times it some shall be, divided among all of ye. Away now, the deck is thine, sir. And so saying, he placed himself halfway within the scuttle, and, slouching his hat, stood there till dawn, except when at intervals, rousing himself to see how the night wore on.
And with it, the whale, the thing of dreams, of sermons, of madness, Moby-Dick. He breaks the surface like a mountain rising from the sea. White, enormous, terrible, and the world suddenly feels small. At dawn the cry rings out. There she blows, a hump like a snow hill. It is Moby-Dick. The men rush to the rails. The sea is calm, too calm, like the hush before thunder. And there, in the distance, moving with silent authority, is the white whale. He does not flee. He does not hide. He waits. Ahab's face ignites, not with rage, but with triumph. This is not just a hunt. This is the day he was born for. Ahab orders the boats lowered. The crew obeys, hearts pounding. They row hard, the oars biting into the water like teeth. Ahab's boat slices forward, pulled not just by men, but by prophecy. And then, the whale dives, not in fear, but like a god descending into his element. He's heading straight for us, steady. Suddenly the sea bursts open. Moby-Dick breaches. Not once, not twice. He erupts from the deep. His jaw splits the water. His great body flings boats aside, as if they were made of leaves. The first day of the chase is not Ahab's victory. It is Moby-Dick's warning. The white whale shatters Ahab's boat, crushes it under his mass. The oars snap like twigs. Men are thrown into the sea. Some scream. Some pray. Some simply drift, stunned by the sheer force of the creature. But Ahab laughs. The harpoon. Give me the harpoon. He hurls it. The iron strikes flesh, and the beast thrashes, blood and foam churning into one. Yet Moby-Dick does not die. He does not retreat. He dives again, and vanishes. The calm dawn equals false peace before violence. Moby-Dick's appearance equals fate made real, a force without malice but beyond comprehension. Ahab's response equals joy in destruction, purpose in chaos. This chapter marks the start of the final arc. There is no turning back, no doubt, no mercy. Moby-Dick is no longer myth. He is here, and he is not just a whale. He is judgment. Ahab, wounded and wild, smiles, because now he knows he will meet his end on his own terms. The men are rescued. The boats are reassembled. The chase is not over. Night falls, but no one sleeps, because they know tomorrow the whale will rise again. The sea has spoken, and the hunt has begun. The horizon burns. The lines are drawn, and the end rides beneath the waves.
Chapter 134. The chase second day. At daybreak, the 3 mastheads were punctually manned afresh. "Do you see him?" cried Ahab, after allowing a little space for the light to spread. "See nothing, sir." "Turn up all hands and make sail. He travels faster than I thought." "For the top-gallant sails. Aye, they should have been kept on her all night, but no matter 'tis but resting for the rush. Here be it said, that this pertinacious pursuit of one particular whale continued through day into night, and through night into day is a thing by no means unprecedented in the South Sea fishery, for such is the wonderful skill, prescience of experience, and invincible confidence acquired by some great natural geniuses among the Nantucket commanders, that from the simple observation of a whale when last descried, they will, under certain given circumstances, pretty accurately foretell both the direction in which he will continue to swim for a time, while out of sight, as well as his probable rate of progression during that period, and in these cases, somewhat as a pilot, when about losing sight of a coast, whose general trending he well knows, and which he desires shortly to return to again, but at some further point, like as this pilot stands by his compass and takes the precise bearing of the cape at present visible, in order the more certainly to hit aright the remote, unseen headland eventually to be visited. So does the fisherman at his compass with the whale, for after being chased and diligently marked through several hours of daylight, then, when night obscures the fish, the creature's future wake through the darkness is almost as established to the sagacious mind of the hunter as the pilot's coast is to him, so that to this hunter's wondrous skill, the proverbial evanescence of a thing writ in water awake is to all desired purposes well nigh as reliable as the steadfast land, and as the mighty iron leviathan of the modern railway is so familiarly known in its every pace, that, with watches in their hands, men time as rate as doctors that of a baby's pulse, and lightly. Say of it, the up train or the down train will reach such or such a spot at such or such an hour. Even so, almost there are occasions when these Nantucketers time that other Leviathan of the deep, according to the observed humor of his speed, and say to themselves, so many hours hence this whale will have gone 200 miles, will have about reached this or that degree of latitude or longitude. But to render this acuteness at all successful in the end, the wind and the sea must be the whaleman's allies, for of what present avail to the becalmed or windbound mariner is the skill that assures him he is exactly 93 leagues and a quarter from his port. Inferable from these statements are many collateral subtle matters touching the chase of whales. The ship tore on, leaving such a furrow in the sea as when a cannonball missent becomes a plowshare and turns up the level field by salt and hemp, cried Stubb. But this swift motion of the deck creeps up one's legs and tingles at the heart. This ship and I are two brave fellows, ha ha. Someone take me up and launch me, spine-wise, on the sea. For by live oaks, my spine's a keel. Ha ha, we go the gate, that leaves no dust behind. There she blows, she blows, she blows. Right ahead was now the masthead cry. Aye, aye, cried Stubb. I knew it, ye can't escape blow on and split. Your spout a whale. The mad fiend himself is after ye. Blow your, trim blister your lungs. Ahab will dam off your blood as a miller shuts his water gate upon the stream. And Stubb did but speak out for well nigh all that crew. The frenzies of the chase had by this time worked them bubblingly up like old wine, worked anew. Whatever pale fears and forebodings some of them might have felt before, these were not only now kept out of sight through the growing awe of Ahab, but they were broken up and on all sides routed, as timid prairie hares that scatter before the bounding bison. The hand of fate had snatched all their souls, and by the stirring perils of the previous day, the rack of the past night's suspense, the fixed, unfearing, blind, reckless way in which their wild craft went plunging towards its flying mark, by all these things their hearts were bold. Along the wind that made great bellies of their sails, and rushed the vessel on by arms invisible as irresistible, this seemed a symbol of that unseen agency which so enslaved them to the race. They were one man, not 30, for as the one ship that held them all, though it was put together of all contrasting things, oak and maple and pine wood, iron and pitch and hemp, yet all these ran into each other in the one concrete hull which shot on its way, both balanced and directed by the long central keel. Even so, all the individualities of the crew, this man's valor, that man's fear, guilt and guiltiness, all varieties were welded into oneness, and were all directed to that fatal goal which Ahab their one lord and keel did point to. The rigging lived. The mastheads, like the tops of tall palms, were outspreadingly tufted with arms and legs, clinging to a spar with one hand. Some reached forth the other with impatient wavings, others, shading their eyes from the vivid sunlight, sat far out on the rocking yards, all the spars in full bearing of mortals, ready and ripe for their fate. Ah, how they still strove through that infinite blueness to seek out the thing that might destroy them. Why sing ye not out for him if ye see him? Cried Ahab, when after the lapse of some minutes since the first cry, no more had been heard. Sway me up, men, ye have been deceived. Not Moby-Dick casts one odd jet that way, and then disappears. It was even so, in their headlong eagerness, the men had mistaken some other thing for the whale spout. as the event itself soon proved, for hardly had Ahab reached his perch, hardly was the rope belayed to its pin on deck, we struck the keynote to an orchestra that made the air vibrate as with the combined discharges of rifles. The triumphant halloo of 30 buckskin lungs was heard, as much nearer to the ship than the place of the imaginary jet. Less than a mile ahead, Moby-Dick bodily burst into view, for not by any calm and indolent spoutings, not by the peaceable gush of that mystic fountain in his head, did the white whale now reveal his vicinity, but by the far more wondrous phenomenon of breaching, rising with his utmost velocity from the furthest depths. The sperm whale thus booms his entire bulk into the pure element of air, and piling up a mountain of dazzling foam shows his place to the distance of 7 miles and more. In those moments, the torn, enraged waves he shakes off seem his main. In some cases, this breaching is his act of defiance. "There she breaches! There she breaches!" was the cry, as in his immeasurable bravados, the white whale tossed himself salmon-like to heaven, so suddenly seen in the blue plain of the sea, and relieved against the still bluer margin of the sky. The spray that he raised, for the moment, intolerably glittered and glared like a glacier, and stood there gradually fading and fading away from its first sparkling intensity to the dim mistiness of an advancing shower in a veil. "I breach your last to the sun, Moby-Dick," cried Ahab. "Thy hour and thy harpoon are at hand. Down, down all of ye, but one man at thee. For the boats stand by, unmindful of the tedious rope ladders of the shrouds. The men, like shooting stars, slid to the deck by the isolated backstays and halyards, while Ahab, less dartingly, but still rapidly, was dropped from his perch. "Lower away," he cried, so soon as he had reached his boat, a spare one, rigged the afternoon previous. "Mr. Starbuck, the ship is thine keep. Away from the boats, but keep near them. Lower all," as if to strike a quick terror into them, by this time being the first assailant himself. Moby-Dick had turned, and was now coming for the 3 crews. Ahab's boat was central, and cheering his men, he told them he would take the whale head and head, that is, pull straight up to his forehead, a not uncommon thing, for when within a certain limit, such a course excludes the coming onset from the whale's sidelong vision. But ere that close limit was gained, and while yet all 3 boats were plain as the ship's 3 masts to his eye, the white whale, churning himself into furious speed, almost in an instant as it were, rushing among the boats with open jaws and a lashing tail, offered appalling battle on every side, and heedless of the irons darted at him from every boat, seemed only intent on annihilating each separate plank of which those boats were made, but skillfully maneuvered incessantly, wheeling like train charges in the field. The boats for a while eluded him, though at times but by a plank's breadth, while all the time Ahab's unearthly slogan tore every other cry but his to shreds. But at last, in his untraceable evolutions, the white whale so crossed and recrossed, and did 1,000 ways entangled the slack of the 3 lines now fast to him, that they foreshortened, and of themselves warped the devoted boats towards the planted irons in him. Though now, for a moment the whale drew aside a little, as if to rally for a more tremendous charge. Seizing that opportunity, Ahab first paid out more line, and then was rapidly hauling and jerking it upon it again, hoping that way to disencumber it of some snarls when low, a sight more savage than the embattled teeth of sharks. Caught and twisted corkscrewed in the mazes of the line, loose harpoons and lances with all their bristling barbs and points, came flashing, and dripping up to the chocks and the bows of Ahab's boat. Only one thing could be done. Seizing the boat knife, he critically reached within, through, and then, without the rays of steel, dragged in the line, beyond, past it, inboard, to the bowsman, and then, twice sundering, the rope near the chocks, dropped the intercepted faggot of steel into the sea, and was all fast again. That instant, the white whale made a sudden rush among the remaining tangles of the other lines, by so doing, irresistibly dragged the more involved boats of Stubb and Flask towards his flukes, dashed them together like two rolling husks on a surf-beaten beach, and then, diving down into the sea, disappeared in a boiling maelstrom, in which, for a space, the odorous cedar chips of the wrecks danced round and round, like the grated nutmeg in a swiftly stirred bowl of punch, while the two crews were yet circling in the waters, reaching out after the revolving line tubs, oars, and other floating furniture, while a sloped little Flask bobbed up and down like an empty vial, twitching his legs upwards to escape the dreaded jaws of sharks, and Stubb was lustily singing out for someone to ladle him up, and while the old man's line, now parting, admitted of his pulling into the creamy pool to rescue whom he could, in that wild simultaneousness of 1,000 concreted perils, Ahab's yet unstricken boat seemed drawn up towards heaven by invisible wires, as arrow-like, shooting perpendicularly from the sea. The white whale dashed his broad forehead against its bottom and sent it turning over and over into the air, till it fell, again gunnel downwards, and Ahab and his men struggled out from under it like seals from a seaside cave, the first uprising momentum of the whale modifying its direction as he struck the surface, involuntarily launched him along it to a little distance from the center of the destruction he had made, and with his back to it, he now lay for a moment, slowly feeling with his flukes from side to side, and whenever a stray or bit of plank, the least chip or crumb of the boats touched his skin, his tail swiftly drew back and came sideways, smiting the sea. But soon, as if satisfied that his work for that time was done, he pushed his pleated forehead through the ocean, and trailing after him the intertangled lines, continued his leeward way at a traveler's methodic pace. As before, the attentive ship, having descried the whole fight again, came bearing down to the rescue, and dropping a boat, picked up the floating mariners, tubs, oars, and whatever else could be caught at, and safely landed them on her decks. Some sprained shoulders, wrists, and ankles, livid contusions, wrenched harpoons and lances, inextricable intricacies of rope, shattered oars and planks, all these were there, but no fatal or even serious ill seemed to have befallen anyone. As with Fedallah the day before, so Ahab was now found grimly clinging to his boat's broken half, which afforded a comparatively easy float, nor did it so exhaust him as the previous day's mishap. But when he was helped to the deck, all eyes were fastened upon him as, instead of standing by himself, he still half hung upon the shoulder of Starbuck, who had thus far been the foremost to assist him. His ivory leg had been snapped off, leaving but one short sharp splinter. Aye, Starbuck. 'Tis sweet to lean sometimes, be the leaner who he will, and would old Ahab had leaned oftener than he has. "The ferrule has not stood, sir," said the carpenter, now coming up. "I put good work into that leg." "But no bones broken, sir, I hope," said Stubb with true concern. "Aye, and all splintered to pieces, Stubb. D'ye see it? But even with a broken bone, old Ahab is untouched, and I account no living bone of mine one job more me than this dead one that's lost. Nor white whale, nor man, nor fiend, can so much as graze old Ahab in his own proper and inaccessible being. Can any lead touch yonder floor, any mast scrape? Yonder roof, aloft there. Which way? Dead to leeward, sir. Up helm, then. Pile on the sail again, shipkeepers. Down the rest of the spare boats and rig the Mr. Starbuck away, and muster the boats. Crews, let me first help thee towards the bulwarks, sir. Oh, how this splinter gores me now. Accursed fate, that the unconquerable captain and the soul should have such a craven mate. Sir, my body man, not thee. Give me something for a cane there, that shivered lance will do. Muster the men. Surely I have not seen him yet. By heaven it cannot be missing. Quick, call them all. The old man's hinted thought was true. Upon mustering the company, the Parsee was not there. The Parsee, cried Stubdash, he must have been caught in the black vomit wrenched thee. Run all of ye above the low cabin. Folks will find him not gone, not gone. But quickly they returned to him with the tidings that the Parsee was nowhere to be found. Aye, sir, said Stubdash, caught among the tangles of your line, I thought. I saw him dragging under. Underscore my underscore line. Underscore my underscore line. Gone, gone. What means that little word? What death knell rings in it? That old Ahab shakes as if he were the belfry. The harpoon, too. Toss over the litter there. Do you see it? Forged. Iron man. The white whales no. Blistered fool. This hand did. Darted dashed his in the fish. Aloft there. Keep him nailed quick, all. Hands to the rigging of the boats, collect the oars, harpooneers. The irons. Hoist the royals higher, pull on all the sheets, helm there. Steady for your life. I'll 10 times girdle the unmeasured globe, and dive straight through it. But I'll slay him yet. Great God, but for one single instant show thyself, cried Starbuck. Never wilt thou capture him. Old man in Jesus, name no more of. That's worse than devil's madness. 2 days chased, twice stove, to splinters, thy very leg once more snatched from under thee, thy evil, shadow gone, all good angels mobbing thee with warnings. What more wouldst thou have? Shall we keep chasing this murderous fish till he swamps the last man? Shall we be dragged by him to the bottom of the sea? Shall we be towed by him to the infernal world? Oh, impiety and blasphemy to hunt him more. Starbuck, of late I've felt strangely moved to thee, ever since that hour we both saw thou knowst what in one another's eyes. But in this matter of the whale, be the front of thy face to me as the palm of this hand a lipless, unfeatured blank. Ahab is forever Ahab, man. This whole act's immutably decreed. 'Twas rehearsed by thee and me a billion years before this ocean rolled. Fool, I am the fate's lieutenant, I act under orders. Look thou, underling, that thou obeyest mine. Stand round me, men. Ye see an old man cut down to the stump, leaning on a shivered lance, propped up on a lonely foot. 'Tis Ahab his body's part, but Ahab's soul's a centipede that moves upon 100 legs. I feel strained, half stranded, as ropes that tow dismasted frigates in a gale, and I may look so, but ere I break, you'll hear me crack, until ye hear underscore that underscore. Know that Ahab's hawser tows his purpose yet. Believe ye, man, in the things called omens, then laugh aloud, and cry encore, for ere they drown, drowning things will twice rise to the surface, then rise again to sink forevermore. So with Moby-Dick 2 days he's floated, tomorrow will be the 3rd. Aye, man, he'll rise once more, but only spout his last. Ye feel brave men brave. As fearless fire, cried Stubb. And as mechanical, muttered Ahab. Then as the man went forward, he muttered on. Things called omens. And yesterday I talked the same to Starbuck there concerning my broken boat. Oh, how valiantly I seek to drive out of others' hearts what's clinched so fast in mine. Parsi the Parsi, gone, and he was to go before, but still was to be seen again ere I could perish. How's that? There's a riddle now. Might baffle all the lawyers, backed by the ghosts of the whole line of judges. Like a hawk's beak it pecks my brain. Underscore I'll underscore solve it. Though, when dusk descended, the whale was still in sight to leeward. So once more the sail was shortened, and everything passed nearly as on the previous night. Only the sound of hammers and the hum of the grindstone was heard till nearly daylight, as the men toiled by. Lanterns in the complete and careful rigging of the spare boats, and sharpening their fresh weapons for the morrow. Meantime of the broken keel of Ahab's wrecked craft the Carpenter made him another leg, while, still as on the night before, slouched Ahab stood fixed within his scuttle, his hid, heliotrope glance anticipatingly gone backward.
Day breaks. The sea yawns. The sun rises not upon peace, but on pursuit. The first strike has been cast. The white whale is wounded, and Ahab, more alive than ever, bears his soul to the storm. The chase continues. From the moment light touches the mast, Ahab is already awake, already burning. He orders the boats lowered. Again, the crew obeys. But the tension is different now. Yesterday they hunted a myth. Today they chase a monster who bleeds. And they know. He bites back. The whale surfaces. A long, ghostly line of white. He breaches, his back etched with scars. A living map of every harpoon man ever threw. And still, he does not run. Moby-Dick turns and attacks. He bore down upon the boats with open jaws. He smashes another boat. Timbers fly. Men are tossed into the sea like grains of rice in the wind. Starbuck watches from the deck, helpless. Stubb and Flask call orders, but their voices drown beneath the roar of the beast and the cries of the drowning. And Ahab sings. His eyes are fire. His arms are iron. His will is absolute. This second day shows us not the hunt, but the turning. Moby-Dick is not prey. He is no mere animal. He is retribution. Nature's fist. A judgment swimming in silence. And Ahab, so long the master of his ship, now clings to a shattered boat, dragged from the water by those he once commanded. He should stop. He should turn back. But no. What I've dared I've willed, and what I've willed I'll do. He spits blood and prophecy. In the same breath, the whale's retaliation equals the balance of power shifting. The men's growing fear equals reason unraveling under mythic pressure. Ahab's insistence equals the erosion of leadership into personal vendetta. This chapter is not just a battle. It is the erosion of a world. Every crack in the Pequod's order widens. The crew still follows. But now their eyes dart skyward. Now they whisper at night. Because now, they believe, and they fear, not just the whale, but Ahab. Another boat is lost. More men nearly drowned. The sea is red and roaring. The whale disappears. But the chase continues. Ahab stands at the prow once more. Clothes torn. Hands bleeding. Heart singing. The end is coming. They all feel it. And yet they row. And yet they follow. Because this is no longer about victory. It is about meeting fate head-on and not blinking.
Chapter 135. The Chase, Third Day. The morning of the third day dawned fair and fresh, and once more the solitary night man at the fore-masthead was relieved by crowds of the daylight lookouts, who dotted every mast and almost every spar. "D'ye see him?" cried Ahab, but the whale was not yet in sight. In his infallible wake, though. But follow that wake, that's all. Helm, there, steady, as thou goest, and hast been going. What a lovely day. Again, we're at a new-made world, and made for a summer house to the angels, and this morning the first of its throwing open to them. Fairer day could not dawn upon that world. Here's food for thought. Had Ahab time to think, but Ahab never thinks. He only feels. Underscore that's underscore tingling enough for mortal man. To think's audacity. God only has that right and privilege. Thinking is, or ought to be, a coolness and a calmness, and our poor hearts throb, and our poor brains beat too. Much for that. And yet, I've sometimes thought my brain was very frozen calm. This old skull cracks so, like a glass in which the contents turn to ice and shiver it. And still this hair is growing. Now, this moment growing, and heat must breed it. But no, it's like that sort of common grass that will grow anywhere between the earthy clefts of Greenland ice or in Vesuvius lava. How the wild winds blow. They whip it about me as the torn shreds of split sails lash the tossed ship they cling to. A vile wind that has no doubt blown ere this, through prison corridors and cells, and wards of hospitals, and ventilated them, and now comes blowing hither as innocent as fleeces. Out upon it. It's tainted. Were I the wind, I'd blow no more on such a wicked, miserable world. I'd crawl somewhere to a cave and slink there. And yet, 'tis a noble and heroic thing, the wind. Whoever conquered it. In every fight it has the last and bitterest blow. Run, tilting at it, and you but run through it. Ha! A coward wind that strikes stark naked men, but will not stand to receive a single blow. Even Ahab is a braver thing, a nobler thing than underscore that underscore. Would now the wind but had a body. But all the things that most exasperate and outrage mortal man, all these things are bodiless, but only bodiless as objects, not as agents. There's a most special, a most cunning, a most malicious difference. And yet, I say again, and swear it now, that there's something all glorious and gracious in the wind. These warm trade winds, at least, that in the clear heavens blow straight on in strong and steadfast, vigorous mildness, and veer not from their mark. However the baser currents of the sea may turn and tack, and mightiest Mississippis of the land swift and swerve about, uncertain where to go. At last, and by the eternal poles, these same trades that so directly blow my good ship on, these trades, or something like them, something so unchangeable and full as strong, blow my keeled soul along to it. Aloft there, what d'ye see? Nothing, sir, nothing, and noon at hand. The doubloon goes a-begging. See the sun. Aye, it must be so. I've oversailed him. How got the start? Aye, he's chasing underscore me under sound, not I. Underscore him, it's bad. I might have known it. Too. Fool. The line's the harpoons he's towing. Aye, I have run him. By last night. About. Come down, all of ye. But the regular look. Outs. Man the braces. Steering as she had done, the wind had been somewhat on the Pequod's quarter, so that now being pointed in the reverse direction, the braced ship sailed hard upon the breeze as she returned to cream in her own white wake. Against the wind he now steers for the open jaw, murmured Starbuck to himself as he coiled the new-hauled main brace upon the rail. God, keep us. But already my bones feel damp within me, and from the inside, well, my flesh, I misdoubt me that I disobey my God in obeying him. Stand by to sway me up, cried Ahab, advancing to the hempen basket. We should meet him soon. Aye, aye, sir. And straightway Starbuck did Ahab's bidding, and once more Ahab swung on high. A whole hour now passed, gold beaten out to ages. Time itself now held, long breaths with keen suspense. At last, some 3 points off the weather bow, Ahab descried the spout again, and instantly from the 3 mastheads, 3 shrieks went up as if the tongues of fire had voiced it. Forehead to forehead I meet thee, this third time Moby-Dick. On deck, there, brace sharper up, crowd her into the wind's eye. He's too far, off to lower yet, Mr. Starbuck. The sails shake, stand over that. Helmsman with a topmaul. So, he travels fast, and I must down. But let me have one more good round look aloft here at the sea there's. Time for that. An old sight, and yet somehow so young. Aye, and not changed a wink since I first saw it. A boy from the sandhills of Nantucket. The same to Noah as to me. There's a soft shower to leeward. Such lovely leewardings. They must lead somewhere to something else than common land, more palmy than the palms. Leeward, the white whale goes that way. Look to windward then, the better if the bitter a quarter. But goodbye, old masthead. What's this green? Aye, tiny mosses in these warped cracks. No such green weather stains on Ahab's head. There's the difference now, between man's old age and matters. But I, old mast, we both grow old. Together, sound in our hulls, though, are we not, my ship? I, minus a leg, that's all. By heaven, this dead would has the better of my life. Flesh every way, I can't compare with it. And I've known some ships, made of dead trees, outlast the lives of men made of the most vital stuff of vital fathers. What's that he said? He should still go before me, my pilot, and yet to be seen again. But where will I have eyes at? The bottom of the sea. Supposing I descend those endless stairs? And all night I've been sailing from him, wherever he did sink to. Aye, like many more thou toldst direful truth, as touching thyself. Oh, Parsi, but Ahab, there thy shot fell short. Goodbye, masthead keep. A good eye upon the whale, while I'm gone. We'll talk tomorrow. Nay, tonight, when the white whale lies down there, tied by head and tail. He gave the word, and still gazing round him, was steadily lowered through the cloven blue air to the deck. In due time the boats were lowered, but as standing in his shallops stern, Ahab just hovered upon the point of the descent. He waved to the mate, who held one of the tackle ropes on deck, and bade him pause. Starbuck, sir, for the third time my soul's ship starts upon this voyage. Starbuck. Aye, sir, thou wilt have it so. Some ships sail from their ports, and ever afterwards are missing. Starbuck. Truth, sir, saddest truth. Some men die at ebb tide, some at low water, some at the full of the flood, and I feel now like a billow that's all one crested comb. Starbuck, I am old. Shake hands with me, man. Their hands met, their eyes fastened. Starbuck's tears the glue. Oh, my captain, my captain. Noble heart, go not. See, it's a brave man that weeps. How great the agony of the persuasion then. Lower away, cried Ahab, tossing the mate's arm from him. Stand by. The crew. In an instant the boat was pulling round close under the stern. The sharks, cried a voice from the low cabin window. There. Oh, master, my master, come back. But Ahab heard nothing, for his own voice was high lifted then, and the boat leaped on. Yet the voice spake true, for scarce had he pushed from the ship when numbers of sharks, seemingly rising from out the dark waters beneath the hull, maliciously snapped at the blades of the oars every time they dipped in the water, and in this way accompanied the boat with their bites. It is a thing not uncommonly happening to the whaleboats in those swarming seas, the sharks at times apparently following them in the same prescient way that vultures hover over the banners of marching regiments in the east. But these were the first sharks that had been observed by the Pequod since the white whale had been first descried, and whether it was that Ahab's crew were all such tiger-yellow barbarians, and therefore their flesh more musky to the senses of the sharks, a matter sometimes well known to affect them. However it was, they seemed to follow that one boat without molesting the others. "Heart of wrought steel," murmured Starbuck, gazing over the side and following with his eyes the receding boat dash. "Canst thou yet ring boldly to that sight, lowering thy keel among ravening sharks, and followed by them open-mouthed to the chase? And this the critical third day, for when 3 days flow together in one continuous intense pursuit, be sure the first is the morning, the second the noon, and the third the evening, and the end of that thing be that end what it may. Oh, my God, what is this that shoots through me and leaves me so deadly calm, yet expectant, fixed at the top of a shutter? Future things swim before me, as in empty outlines and skeletons. All the past is somehow grown dim. Merry girl, thou fadest in pale glories behind me, boy. I seem to see, but thy eyes grown wondrous blue. Strangest problems of life seem clearing, but clouds sweep between as my journey's end coming. My legs feel faint, like his who has footed it all day. Feel thy heart beats, and yet stir thyself, Starbuck. Stave it off, move. Speak aloud, masthead there. See my boy's hand on the hill. Crazed, aloft. There. Keep thy keenest eye upon the boats. Mark well the whale. Ho, again. Drive off that hawk. See, he pecks, he tears the vane. Pointing to the red flag flying at the main truck dash. Ha, he soars away with. Hip, where's the old man now? Seest thou that sight, O Ahab? Shudder. The boats had not gone very far, when by a signal from masthead's downward pointed arm, Ahab knew that the whale had sounded, but intending to be near him at the next rising, he held on his way a little sideways from the vessel, the beck-harmed crew maintaining the profoundest silence as the head-beat waves hammered and hammered against the opposing bow. Drive in your nails, O ye waves, to their uttermost heads. Drive them in. Ye but strike a thing without a lid, and no coffin, and no hearse can be mine, and hemp only can kill me. Ha! Suddenly the waters around them slowly swelled in broad circles, then quickly upheaved, as if sideways, sliding from a submerged berg of ice, swiftly rising to the surface. A low rumbling sound was heard, a subterraneous hum, and then all held their breaths as bedraggled with trailing ropes and harpoons and lances of vast forms shot lengthwise, but obliquely from the sea, shrouded in a thin, drooping veil of mist. It hovered for a moment in the rainbowed air, and then fell swamping back into the deep. Crushed 30 feet upwards, the waters flashed forth, an instant like heaps of fountains, then brokenly sank in a shower of flakes, leaving the circling surface creamed like new milk round the marble trunk of the whale. "Give way!" cried Ahab to the oarsmen, and the boats darted forward to the attack, but maddened by yesterday's fresh irons that corroded in him, Moby-Dick seemed combinedly possessed by all the angels that fell from heaven, the wide tiers of welded tendons overspreading his broad, white forehead beneath the transparent skin, looked knitted together, as head-on he came churning his tail among the boats, and once more flailed them apart, spilling out the irons and lances from the two mates' boats, and dashing in one side of the upper part of their bows, but leaving Ahab's almost without a scar, while Dagu and Queequeg were stopping the strained planks, and as the whale swimming out from them turned and showed one entire flank as he shot by them again. At that moment a quick cry went up, lashed round and round to the fish's back, pinioned in the turns upon turns in, which, during the past night, the whale had reeled the involutions of. The lines around him, the half-torn body of the Parsee was seen, his sable raiment frayed to shreds, his distended eyes turned full upon old Ahab. The harpoon dropped from his hand, befulled. Drawing in a long lean breath, dash, I, Parsee, I see thee again. Aye, and thou goest before. And this underscore then is the hearse that thou didst promise. But I hold thee to the last letter of thy word. Where is the second hearse? Away, mates, to the ship. Those boats are useless now. Repair them if ye can in time, and return to me. If not, Ahab is enough to die down, men. The first thing that but offers to jump from this boat I stand in, that thing I harpoon. Ye are not other men, but my arms and my legs, and so obey me. Where's the whale? Gone down again. But he looked too nigh the boat, for as if bent upon escaping with the corpse he bore, and as if the particular place of the last encounter had been but a stage in his leeward voyage, Moby-Dick was now again steadily swimming forward, and had almost passed the ship, which thus far had been sailing in the contrary direction to him. Though for the prisoner headway had been stopped, he seemed swimming with his utmost velocity, and now only intent upon pursuing his own straight path in the sea. "Oh, Ahab," cried Starbuck, "not too late is it, even now the third day to desist. See, Moby-Dick seeks thee not. It is thou that madly seekest him." Setting sail to the rising wind, the lonely boat was swiftly impelled to leeward by both oars and canvas, and at last, when Ahab was sliding by the vessel, so near as plainly to distinguish Starbuck's face as he leaned over the rail, he hailed him to turn the vessel about and follow him, not too swiftly, at a judicious interval. Glancing upwards, he saw Tashtego, Queequeg, and Gilder eagerly mounting to the three mastheads, while the oarsmen were rocking in the two-staved boats, which had but just been hoisted to the side, and were busily at work in repairing them, one after the other, through the portholes. As he sped, he also caught flying glimpses of Stubb and Flask busying themselves on deck among bundles of new irons and lances. As he saw all this, as he heard the hammers in the broken boats, far other hammers, seemed driving a nail into his heart. But he rallied, and now marking that the vane or flag was gone from the mainmast head, he shouted to Tashtego, who had just gained that perch, to descend again for another flag and a hammer and nails, and so nail it to the mast, whether faggied by the 3 days' running chase, and the resistance to his swimming in the knotted hamper he bore, or whether it was some latent deceitfulness and malice in him. Whichever was true, the white whale's way now began to abate, as it seemed, from the boat so rapidly, nearing him once more, though indeed the whale's last start had not been so long a one as before. And still as Ahab glided over the waves, the unpitying sharks accompanied him, and so pugnaciously stuck to the boat, and so continually bit at the plying oars, that the blades became jagged and crunched, and left small splinters in the sea at almost every dip. Heed them not, those teeth, but give new rowlocks to your oars. Pull on, 'tis the better rest, the shark's jaw than the yielding water. But at every bite, sir, the thin blades grow smaller and smaller. They will last long enough. Pull on, but who can tell, muttered Dash, whether these sharks swim to feast on the whale or on Ahab, but pull on. I all alive, now we near him. The helm, take the helm, let me pass. And so saying, 2 of the oarsmen helped him forward to the bows of the still flying boat. At length, as the craft was cast to one side, and ran ranging along with the white whale's flank, he seemed strangely oblivious of its advance, as the whale sometimes will, and Ahab was fairly within the smoky mountain mist, which, thrown off from the whale's spout, curled round his great monadnock hump. He was even thus close to him, when, with body arched back, and both arms lengthwise high lifted to the poise, he darted his fierce ire, and his far fiercer curse into the hated whale, as both steel and curse sank to the socket, as if sucked into a morass. Moby-Dick sideways writhed, spasmodically rolled his knife flank against the bow, and, without staving a hole in it, so suddenly canted the boat over, that had it not been for the elevated part of the gunwale to which he then clung, Ahab would once more have been tossed into the sea. As it was, 3 of the oarsmen who foreknew not the precise instant of the dart, and were therefore unprepared for its effects, these were flung out, but so fell that in an instant 2 of them clutched the gunwale again, and rising to its level on a combing wave, hurled themselves bodily inboard again, the 3rd man helplessly dropping astern, but still afloat and swimming, almost simultaneously, with a mighty volition of ungraduated, instantaneous swiftness. The white whale darted through the weltering sea, but when Ahab cried out to the steersman to take new turns with the line and hold it so, and commanded the crew to turn round on their seats and tow the boat up to the mark, the moment the treacherous line felt that double strain and tug, it snapped in the empty air. What breaks in me? Some sinew cracks, dashed his hole again, oars burst in upon him. Hearing the tremendous rush of the sea-crashing boat, the whale wheeled round to present his blank forehead at bay, but in that evolution, catching sight of the nearing black hull of the ship, seemingly seeing in it the source of all his persecutions, bethinking it may be a larger and nobler foe, of a sudden he bore down upon its advancing prow, smiting his jaws amid fiery showers of foam. Ahab staggered, his hand smote his forehead. I grow blind, hands stretch out before me, that I may yet grope my way. Is night. The whale, the ship, cried the cringing oarsman. Oars, slope downwards to thy depths, O sea, that erred before, ever too late. Ahab may slide this last time upon his mark. Aye, see the ship, dash on, my men, will ye not save my ship? But as the oarsmen violently forced their boat through the sledge-hammering seas, the before whale-smitten bow ends of 2 planks burst through, and in an instant almost, the temporarily disabled boat lay nearly level with the waves, its half-waiting, splashing crew trying hard to stop the gap and bail out the pouring water. Meantime, for that one beholding instant, Tashtego's masthead hammer remained suspended in his hand, and the red flag, half wrapping him as with a plaid, then streamed itself straight out from him as his own forward-flowing heart, while Starbuck and Stubb, standing upon the bowsprit beneath, caught sight of the downcoming monster just as soon as he. The whale, up helm, oh, all ye sweet powers of air, now hug me close. Let not Starbuck die, if die he must in a woman's fainting fit. Up helm, I say, ye fools, the jaw, is this the end of all my bursting prayers, all my lifelong fidelities? Oh, Ahab, lo thy work. Steady, helmsman, steady. Nay, up, helm again. He turns to meet us. Oh, his unappeasable brow drives on, towards one whose duty tells him he cannot depart. My God, stand by me. Now, stand not by me, but stand under me, whoever you are that will now. Help Stubb, for Stubb too sticks here. I grin at thee, thou grinning whale. Whoever helped Stubb, or kept Stubb awake, but Stubb's own unwinking eye. And now poor Stubb goes to bed upon a mattress that is all too soft, would it were stuffed with brushwood. I grin at thee, thou grinning whale. Look ye, sun, moon, and stars, I call ye assassins, of as good a fellow as ever spouted up his ghost. For all that I would yet ring glasses with ye, would ye but hand the cup. Oh, thou grinning whale, but there'll be plenty of gulping soon. Why fly ye? Not, O Ahab, for me, off shoes and jacket to it. Let stub die in his drawers. A most moldy and oversalted death, though. Cherries, cherries, cherries. Oh, flask, for one red cherry ere we die. Cherries, I only wish that we were where they grow. Oh, stub, I hope. My poor mother's drawn my part pay ere this. If not, few coppers will. Now come to her, for the voyage is up. From the ship's bows, nearly all the seamen now hung inactive, hammers, bits of plank, lances, and harpoons, mechanically retained in their hands, just as they had darted from their various employments, all, their enchanted eyes intent upon the whale, which from side to side, strangely vibrating his predestinating head, sent a broad band of overspreading semicircular foam before him as he rushed. Retribution, swift vengeance, eternal malice were in his whole aspect, in spite of all that mortal man could do. The solid white buttress of his forehead smote the ship's starboard bow, till men and timbers reeled. Some fell, flat upon their faces, like dislodged trucks. The heads of the harpooneers aloft shook on their bull-like necks. Through the breach, they heard the waters pour, as mountain torrents down a flume. The ship, the hearse, the second hearse, cried Ahab from the boat. Its wood could only be American. Diving beneath the settling ship, the whale ran quivering along its keel, but turning underwater, swiftly shot to the surface again, far off the other bow, but within a few yards of Ahab's boat, where for a time he lay quiescent. I turned my body from the sun. What ho, Tashtego? Let me hear thy hammer. Oh, ye three unsurrendered spires of mine, thou uncracked keel, and only God-bullied hull, thou firm deck, and haughty helm, and pole-pointed prow, death-glorious ship, must ye then perish, and, without me, am I cut off from the last fond pride of meanest shipwreck captains? Oh, lonely death on lonely life. Oh, now I feel my topmost greatness lies in my topmost grief. Ho, ho, from all your furthest bounds, pour ye now in, ye bold billows of my whole foregone life, and top this one piled comber of my death. Towards thee I roll, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale. To the last I grapple with thee. From hell's heart I stab at thee. For hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee. Sink all coffins and all hearses to one common pool. And since neither can be mine, let me then tow to pieces, while still chasing thee, though tied to thee, thou damned whale. Thus underscore I give up the spear. The harpoon was darted. The stricken whale flew forward with igniting velocity. The line ran through the grooves, ran foul. Ahab stooped to clear it. He did clear it, but the flying turn caught him round the neck, and voicelessly as Turkish mutes bowstring their victim, he was shot of the boat, ere the crew knew he was gone. Next instant the heavy ice splice and the rope's final end flew out of the stark empty tub, knocked down an oarsman, and smiting the sea, disappeared in its depths. For an instant, the tranced boat's crew stood still, then turned. The ship! Great God, where's the ship? Soon they through dim, bewildering mediums saw her sidelong fading phantom, as in the gaseous fata Morgana, only the uppermost masts out of water, while fixed by infatuation or fidelity or fate to their once lofty perches, the pagan harpooneers still maintained their sinking lookouts on the sea. And now concentric circles seized the lone boat itself and all its crew, and each floating oar, and every lance pole, and spinning, animate and inanimate, all round and round in one vortex, carried the smallest chip of the Pequod out of sight. But as the last whelmings intermixingly poured themselves over the sunken head of the Indian at the mainmast, leaving a few inches of the erect spar yet visible, together with long streaming yards of the flag, which calmly undulated with ironical coincidings over the destroying billows they almost touched. At that instant, a red arm and a hammer hovered backwardly uplifted in the open air, in the act of nailing the flag faster and yet faster to the subsiding spar. A skyhawk that, tauntingly, had followed the main truck downwards from its natural home among the stars, pecking at the flag and incommoding Tashtego there. This bird now chanced to intercept its broad, fluttering wing between the hammer and the wood, and simultaneously feeling that ethereal thrill, the submerged savage beneath, in his death gasp, kept his hammer frozen there, and so the bird of heaven, with archangelic shrieks, and his imperial beak thrust upwards, and his whole captive form folded in the flag of Ahab, went down with his ship, which, like Satan, would not sink to hell till she had dragged a living part of heaven along with her, and helmeted herself with it. Now small fowls flew screaming over the yet yawning gulf. A sullen white surf beat against its steep sides, then all collapsed, and the great shroud of the sea rolled on, as it rolled 5,000 years ago. Epilogue. And I only am escaped alone to tell T.H.E. Job. The drama's done. Why then here does anyone step forth? Because one did survive the wreck. It so chanced that after the Parsi's disappearance, I was he whom the fates ordained to take the place of Ahab's bowsman, when that bowsman assumed the vacant post, the same who, when on the last day the three men were tossed from out of the rocking boat, was dropped astern. So, floating on the margin of the ensuing scene, and in full sight of it, when the half-spent suction of the sunk ship reached me, I was then, but slowly, drawn towards the closing vortex. When I reached it, it had subsided to a creamy pool, round and round, then, and ever contracting, towards the button-like black bubble at the axis of that slowly wheeling circle. Like another Ixion I did revolve, till gaining that vital center, the black bubble upward burst, and now liberated by reason of its cunning spring, and owing to its great buoyancy rising with great force, the Coffin Life-Buoy shot lengthwise from the sea, fell over, and floated by my side, buoyed up by that coffin for almost one whole day and night. I floated on a soft and dirge-like main. The unharming sharks, they glided by as if with padlocks on their mouths. The savage sea hawks sailed with sheathed beaks. On the second day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the devious cruising Rachel that in her retracing search after her missing children only found another orphan.
This is the end. The sea knows it. The sky knows it. Even the wind holds its breath. The third day dawns, but it does not rise upon hope. It rises upon reckoning. Ahab stands tall. His leg strikes the deck like a drumbeat of fate. And out in the wide, endless water, Moby-Dick waits. The day begins as the others did. A cry from the masthead. A flurry of men. Oars slicing water. But today, there is something different. The whale surfaces. White. Vast. Silent. He turns to face the Pequod directly. There she breaches. There she breaches. But the shout is not triumph. It is eulogy. The boats are lowered. Ahab climbs in himself. Though battered, broken, nearly drowning yesterday, the path to my fixed purpose is laid with iron rails, whereon my soul is grooved to run. He will not turn. He cannot turn. And the whale? He does not flee. He rises, turns, charges. The sea erupts. The boats shatter. Men vanish beneath the waves. And then, Ahab strikes. Towards thee I roll, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale. Ahab stands, one last harpoon raised high, and with all the fury of a man who dared curse the gods. He throws. Iron meets flesh. The whale reels, but does not fall. He turns once more, and crashes into the Pequod. The Pequod splits. Her masts break like dry twigs. Water rushes in with a hunger no timber can stop. The crew, what remains? Screams, vanishes, drowns. All except one. It was the dearest blood of all, the captain's. The final rope of Ahab's own harpoon wraps around him. A noose drawn by his own rage. Dragged into the sea. He goes down, still staring at the beast. The whale equals the ungraspable truth, the indifferent universe, the god that cannot be wounded. Ahab's death equals man's final defiance, heroic and futile. The Pequod's destruction equals the cost of obsession, paid by all. Moby-Dick does not roar. He does not celebrate. He simply dives. The sea closes, and all is silent, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. From the wreck, a lone figure clings to a coffin. Queequeg's coffin, reborn as a Life-Buoy. Ishmael, the storyteller, the memory, the echo. He floats, alone, until the Rachel returns, still searching for her lost. And this time, she finds one. The white whale vanishes beneath the waves, leaving no monument, no trace, no answer. The sea is calm again, but nothing is as it was. For this was not just a hunt, not just a tale. It was a question. And the answer? It drowned with Ahab.
Crow's nest burns with a silent cry. We pass where dead men lie. St. Amos fires, firing skyward moons. We chase the shape of our own bones. Tashed eagle drums to a thunder beat. Daggoo prays with bliss to feed. Queequeg carves a final charm, while calm seas hide the coming harm. Ahab stands like a weathered mast, chained to visions that will never pass. Strike through the mask, his voice is flame, but what he hunts has no name. Compass spins, we're not lost. We sold our souls, we know the cost. Ishmael watches, grown numb, waiting for the end to come. Ahab stands like a weathered mast, chained to visions that will never pass. Strike through the mask, his voice is flame, but what he hunts has no name.
The sea is silent. The Pequod is gone. Only one lives to tell the tale. You've sailed through madness, obsession, and myth. You faced the white whale and witnessed the cost. This was Herman Melville's Moby-Dick, brought to life on Audible Archives. And I'm Raoul, your host to the very end. Thank you for listening. Until the next great voyage, stay curious and stay brave. And so, the tale draws to a close, but the echoes remain here in the Audible Archives. And until our next journey through shadow and story, keep listening, keep wondering, because every ending hides another beginning. Audible Archives, where stories never sleep.